Chapter 151. Several people saw the bones on the ground through the car window. Li Xiaomei was a little shocked. Are these the bones of the looters? How could they be there in just a few days? Everyone was confused. They stopped the car and went down to check. Fang Xian also parked the car and led the dog down. Walking around the bones, there were many small shallow marks on the ground. There was not a trace of flesh on the bones, only bones, very clean. Fang Xian had a bold guess in his mind, and he couldn't help but feel a little scared. He took out his phone and took a few photos. Yukiki came over and thought, these bones are so strange, so weird, it doesn't seem to be man-made. After taking the photos, Fang Xian put his phone in his pocket and patted her shoulder. When you go out, bring more insect repellent powder and insect repellent medicine with you. Yukiki nodded seriously. Got it. The two cars returned to the base smoothly, handed in the task, and received the points. As a technician, Baldy borrowed points from his superiors, and also handed in the remaining points. Each person was given 2,000 points, which was a good reward for a trip. Yukiki also transferred Fang Xian's points. The bald man saw the staff transfer the points without blinking, and felt sinister in his heart. A bunch of bugs, wait until I stand firm and kill all of you first, leaving no one behind. Then he followed the base manager out of the mission hall. Several people carefully put the cards into their pockets, and walked out of the hall. Yukiki took Fang Xian's arm, and said softly, Xin, I have points now, can I buy some meat from you? For some reason, she felt that Fang Xian must have a lot of supplies, and they were fresh and tasted good. When she thought of the delicious meat, her glutton always made her gluttonous. Yes, what do you want to eat? Yukiki's eyes lit up, chicken, and fish. At the same time, Yukiki's 3 team members also came over. Can we buy it? They looked at Fang Xian with hope, clasped their hands in front of their chests, and surrounded Fang Xian in the middle. Fang Xian was amused by their appearance, especially the 1.8-meter tall big Li Xiaomei, who made such a move even more funny. She nodded, okay. Wow, great, Xin, we love you. Several people screamed excitedly, attracting passers-by to look at them frequently. Fang Xian was disgusted by their cheesiness. Come to my house tomorrow to pick it up, 1 chicken and 1 fish per person. The 4 people jumped and cheered excitedly. In this in times of scarcity, it was such a luxury to be able to eat a meal of meat, and the ones sold in the mall were not fresh and very expensive, while Fang Xian's were cheap and fresh, and they were simply bursting with happiness. Shoo, keep your voice down, don't disturb others. Fang Xian raised his index finger and covered his lips, lowering his voice. Also, don't tell anyone that I have supplies. Do you hear me? Otherwise I will never sell to you again. Fang Xian glanced at them sternly. When they heard that they could buy more later, they immediately shut their mouths and shook their heads. No, absolutely not. After Fang Xian finished threatening, he saw that they were well behaved and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, I have something else to do. You can go back first. Okay, then you go and get busy. We go back first. After saying that, the few of them waved and left, their steps full of joy. Fang Xian led the dog and turned to Instructor Yan's training room. There were still many students training hard in the training room. Instructor Yan saw Fang Xian, walked towards Fang Xian, greeted Fang Xian briefly, and then patted the dog's head. This little guy looks pretty energetic in his combat uniform. The dog was praised and wagged its tail. Woof. You have good taste, kid. I also had a dog before. It was very smart, but unfortunately it died in combat. A dog is a person's best friend. Instructor Yan's dog is more than just a friend. It is a comrade in arms who fights together. The relationship is even deeper. Fang Xian saw that Instructor Yan looked a little lonely, so he said, my condolences. Instructor Yan hid his emotions and said, it's okay. Your dog is very malleable, and has a good foundation. It shows that you have raised it well. Do you want me to help you train it? I can also help you better. Fang Xian's eyes lit up. He had always trained blindly before. If there were professionals to help, the dog's fighting power would be improved and he could protect himself well. Sure, but it will take up your time. Can you handle it? No problem. I can train him when I'm resting in the training hall every day. I'm here anyway. You can just send him here at 6 p.m. every day. He will stay with me overnight, and you can take him back in the morning. Sure. How many points do you need? Just give whatever you want. Fang Xian felt that it would not work if she just gave it as a token of appreciation. After all, she had put in a lot of effort and time, and she couldn't let others suffer a loss. Besides, she was not unable to pay, and she didn't want to owe too many favors to others. After all, favors were the most expensive thing. Instructor Yin could pay directly with a credit card here, and there was no need to go to the trading hall, so Fong Xian paid a month's tuition according to the training hall's tuition price. Instructor Yin shook his head helplessly. You are a stubborn girl, but I will definitely train it well after receiving your money. Fong Xian sincerely thanked him. Thank you for your hard work. Oh, by the way, what are you doing here? Fong Xian immediately took out his cell phone, lit up the photos, and handed them to Instructor Yin. Take a look. Instructor Yin looked solemn and said in a deep voice, recently, there are indeed teams that went out and reported this situation. Now there are more and more mutant insects outside, which is indeed a tricky thing. This insect should feed on meat. Fong Xian nodded. According to the investigation of the out-of-town team, most insects like to appear in dark places, either in caves, underground, or at night. When you go out on a mission, you must take precautions. After all, mutant bugs are poisonous. Buy some anhelmintics and carry them with you. The anhelmintics recently developed by the base are very effective and are targeted at this type of mutant bugs. Fong Xian nodded in agreement. She came here this time in the hope that the base would be prepared and take precautions to avoid being too passive. In fact, such a large-scale base has its own information network and corresponding response strategies. After all, the core power of the base is far better than individual power. With this thought, she could hide in the base and play badly. Fong Xian stood up. Okay, I'm fine, you go ahead, I go back first. Okay. Fong Xian led the dog away and walked straight to his car. Instructor Yin sent Fong Xian to the door of the training hall and looked at Fong Xian's back as he left, his eyes full of admiration. Chapter 152. When the man and the dog returned to their home, Fong Xian's first thing was to turn on the air conditioner. After a while, the cool breeze slowly drove away the heat in the house. Fong Xian took off his combat uniform, changed into light home clothes, and took off the combat uniform for the dog. The dog finally relaxed and shook his body vigorously. Then he ran to the water dispenser to drink water. Fong Xian simply washed up, took out a bottle of iced Coke from the refrigerator, and sat lazily on the sofa. At this time, the base broadcast sounded in his ears. Attention, attention, all survivors please listen carefully to this broadcast. Very dangerous mutants have been found outside the base. All survivors please take precautions when going out on missions, and avoid being bitten by them. The base pharmacy has newly developed an insect repellent powder, which is now on sale at half price. Be sure to carry it with you when you go out to ensure your own safety. The broadcast was broadcast 3 times in the base. General mutants are aggressive, and now they feed on meat. There are no livestock outside, so the meat can only be humans. But fortunately, the mutants were not too big, so it was not difficult to deal with them. If there was no insect repellent powder, the best and most effective way was to use fire. Pour a layer of gasoline on them, and burn them all to death. Fong Xian picked out all the flamethrowers, and put them together separately. When needed, he could just take them out without having to look for them everywhere. At this time, a large number of staff members were dispatched from the base, wearing protective clothing and protective masks, and sprayed a large amount of insect repellent powder inside the base, especially in the corners and around the base, in case mutant creatures attack the base and cause irreversible losses. Fong Xian felt that she should prepare more anthelmintic powder. She would rather prepare more than run out of it when she needs it. The ones in the pharmacy are not as effective as those made by Grandma Li. She knocked on the door of the second elder's house and informed them of the situation of the mutant creatures outside. Grandpa Li nodded solemnly. I also heard the base broadcast. It's too dangerous outside now. Yes, there are more and more mutant creatures. Grandma, do you have any more anthelmintic powder? Give me some more. Yes, I get it for you. Grandma Li turned around and took out 2 large jars from the house and put them on the coffee table. Take it with you when you go back. This jar of powder is for treating bites. Don't mix it up. What medicinal herbs does Grandma use? I get some for you, and you can make some more for backup. Grandma Li was not polite. Okay, I write you a list. Grandpa, it's not safe outside now. Try not to go out. Okay, I got it. Fong Xian sat for a while, then went back with the list written by Grandma Li. She took out a bunch of herbs from the space, and took a lot of those that were on the list and those that were not. There were more than 20 bags in total. She filled 2 large bags in total. These were all stockpiled before the end of the world. She didn't understand pharmacology, so she simply gave some more to Grandma Li. It also saved the 2 elders from spending points to buy. Fong Xian looked through the cat's eye to make sure that there was no one in the corridor. She picked up a bag in each hand and went over again. It was close, and she arrived in 2 steps. I also brought a few cans of calcium powder for the elderly. People are prone to calcium deficiency when they are old. The elderly usually live a simple life and are reluctant to spend their points. I brought some to supplement their body. The elderly were shocked when they opened the door and saw Fong Xian bringing so many things. Xin, you brought too much. Not much. I can also benefit from the powder you made, and I don't have to spend a lot of money to buy it at the pharmacy. I can enter the inner area, so it's easy to buy medicine. Tell me if you need any medicine in the future. Grandma Li looked at the medicine with a light in her eyes, as if she was looking at a treasure. Okay, I take it. I definitely give you a share when I make other potions. That's right, Grandma is the best. Just don't get too tired. It's okay. I'm just sitting around doing nothing. Fong Xian didn't stay with the 2 elders for too long. He returned to his home, washed up, had a hearty dinner, and prepared to go to bed. By the way, he also had to prepare Yukiki and the other things in advance. So he took out 4 fish from the storage space, all of which were caught in Xiahe village, and 4 chickens, which were looted in Xiahe town. Put it in 4 bags and put it in the freezer. Finally, I laid down to sleep after I was ready. At about 8 o'clock the next day, several people knocked on the door. Fong Xian guessed that they deliberately avoided the breakfast time at this time. She opened the door and stepped aside to let them in. As soon as they entered the room, they felt a cool breeze. Wow, it's so cool. It's okay, you sit down. Okay. There is tea on the coffee table. Pour it yourself if you want to drink it. Okay. Fong Xian went into the kitchen and took out 4 portions of meat from the freezer, put them in 4 bags, took them to the living room, and placed them next to the coffee table. Can you finish it all at once? If not, you can leave it here. It's too hot, and I'm afraid you won't be able to keep it. Yukiki poured herself a cup of tea. It's okay. The 4 of us bought a freezer together. Okay, I still have some here. If you want to eat, come and get it. Why are you all here at once? Li Xiaomei smiled. We're here anyway, so we came to get to know each other. Welcome. Yukiki put down the teacup. There's a good task in the hall. Do you want to go? Fong Xian didn't want to make himself too tired, so he just went out occasionally for show. No, you guys go. Yukiki felt a little sorry. It was really hard to find such a compatible teammate. Okay, then we call you next time. The few of them chatted for a while, and Yukiki was ready to leave. Don't bother you. Come with us to the lobby and transfer the points to you. Fong Xian was too lazy to go down. If he had a card swiping machine, he would ask Instructor Yin to get one next time. Don't worry, it's not too late to swipe next time. Okay, we go first. Then they picked up the bag on the ground and left Fong Xian's house. When going down the stairs, Li Xiaomei said excitedly, "This bag is so heavy, it must be very big. This time we are in for a treat." One of the male team members also said excitedly, "Yes, we have made a difference. We can be friends with Fong Xian. If we work harder in the future, we will be able to eat freely soon." Yukiki patted the male team member's head. "Speak softly, it will show that you have a loud voice." The male team member quickly covered his head with one hand. "I was wrong, boss." Then he leaned his head over and said in a low voice, "I don't know when the vegetables from Old Man Li's house will be available. Let's buy more when the time comes. It will be soon. He will call me when it comes down." Wow, that's great. What a life we have. We have vegetables and meat to eat. We are so lucky. The vegetables in the store are sold out, and we may not be able to buy them. We can directly buy them in a group. That's right, your boss is awesome. The 3 of them smiled at each other. That's right, our boss is the best. Chapter 153. It was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Fong Xian did not rush to the training hall, but had a leisurely dinner with the dog. It was time for the training hall to finish training and dinner time. Instructor Yin had to take some time to rest and eat. After dinner, he rested for a while before starting to prepare things. He prepared some dog food for the dog, as well as dried meat and other snacks in his backpack. He also took the dog's water bottle, leash, and toys, just in case they could be used during training. She picked up the combat uniform and put it on the dog. Train well there, listen to Instructor Yin, and don't be naughty, understand? She was like a worried old mother, admonishing the dog, but if someone bullies you, don't indulge them, just bite them back, just don't bite them to death. Woof. Very good. Fong Xian led the dog downstairs and drove the off-road vehicle to the training hall. When they arrived at the training hall, the huge venue was empty. Fong Xian called Instructor Yin, and soon Instructor Yin came out from the inner lounge, and Fong Xian greeted Instructor Yin. I'm here to take the dog to school. Instructor Yin smiled, welcome. Would you like to stay and watch the dog's training? Fong Xian was afraid that his presence here would affect the dog's concentration on training, so he spoke up. No, I just send the dog here and then go back. That's fine. Fong Xian also wanted to ask about the card swiping machine and whether he could buy one. He should have a way. By the way, can I buy a card swiping machine? Instructor Yin did not hesitate, but said happily yes. Okay, I buy one, so I don't have to go to the hall to trade all the time. You take mine back first. I take it. What will you use? It's okay, just ask them to send me one tomorrow. That's fine, just don't delay your business. How much? This is second-hand, just give me 500. Don't lose money? No. Fong Xian didn't care whether it was new or old, as long as it could be used, so Fong Xian handed over his card directly. Instructor Yin took the card and slid it on the machine. After deducting the points, he handed both the card and the machine to Fong Xian. Here, this thing is yours. Thank you. She took the machine. It was not big, and could be held in one hand. It was also new, and had not been used many times. It seemed that she had been given a lot of discounts. Thank you. Fong Xian raised the machine in her hand. Then you are busy. I will go back first. Fong Xian handed the backpack to Instructor Yin. Here are his rations, toys, and so on. Instructor Yin took it. Okay, leave it with me, and you can rest assured. Fong Xian nodded slightly, turned around and walked out of the hall. This was the first time that the dog was not by her side, and she suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. She didn't feel anything when she sent it here, but now she felt empty, without the dog's figure beside her, and she always felt that something was missing. The dog looked at Fong Xian turning away, tears welled up in his eyes, stamped his feet and whimpered, just like the state of a child when he left his parents for the first time to go to kindergarten. But Fong Xian didn't dare to look back, fearing that she couldn't control her emotions, so she quickened her pace, got in the car and left. After paying for the dog's tuition, her points in the card were almost gone. Her expenses were quite high, and she spent all of them on regular things. There was no need to save on what she should spend. She should get more points. The temperature outside was getting higher and higher, and she thought she should seize this opportunity. She had a lot of space anyway, and it would be useless if it was just sitting there. She might as well exchange it for some points. She could also take out some small refrigerators and other things. They were all small items anyway, and they wouldn't be out of place. She went to the lobby to check the price. The recycling price was quite high. The base was in short supply. Ordinary survivors couldn't afford expensive air conditioners, but they could install a small fan or a small refrigerator. Although supplies were in short supply outside, everyone had stock and didn't exchange too much. It was no problem to exchange a van. Besides, the base managers knew that she had a large truck of supplies. She did it right away. She drove the SUV back, changed to the van, and left the base. Try to drive the car as far away as possible. Who knows if there are eyes? It's better not to run into anyone. Fong Xian drove the van into a ruin. There were things blocking the way on all sides. He took out a telescope and carefully looked around. After confirming that there was no one, he entered the space with the car, picked out some fans from the storage space and took out 20. Then took out 8 cooling fans, which can be added with ice. This is more valuable than ordinary fans, and can be exchanged for more points. Then took out 4 small refrigerators, which were as high as the thighs. He didn't dare to take too many, so taking out 4 was just right. Many fans were found, the kind that can be held in the hand with a rechargeable or battery-powered device, which are cheaper. There are many varieties, so it is okay to take some out. There are 4 types in total, which is enough. Then the biggest project is to make them look old. These are all new and unopened. Fong Xian left the space and dug some sand and soil from outside. Just dirty the plastic packaging film outside, and it will still be new when you take it out, and you can exchange more points. After thinking about it, you can't have all of them new, and you have to take out a few of the things inside to make them look old, and then make a few slight scratches. After tinkering in the space for half an hour, I finally got everything done. Then I moved everything into the van. I adjusted and folded all the back seats of the van, so that I could put more things in. I put the big refrigerator in first, and then put the small items in one by one. Finally, the van was neatly arranged and basically full. I flashed out of the space, and there was no comfortable temperature in the space. The heat wave outside instantly wrapped my whole body, and the body temperature rose rapidly. At this time, the temperature had reached 45 degrees. Fong Xian took out a bottle of ice water and drank a few gulps to cool down. He started the car and turned the steering wheel to return to the base. There was no air conditioning in the van, and the temperature was even hotter than outside. So he put another piece of fruit ice cube in his mouth, and the slight coolness slid into his stomach, and he felt better. After the ice cube melted in his mouth, he could chew some fruit and eat it, which had a different taste. At this moment, something buzzing flew in from the open car window. Fong Xian quickly raised his hand and slapped it, and the thing was smashed on the front windshield and fell onto the dashboard. The thing was slapped until it was dizzy, twitching its long and thin legs. It was the size of a thumb. Looking closely, isn't this an enlarged version of a mosquito? Damn, mosquitoes have advanced now. Fong Xian acted quickly, holding the steering wheel with one hand, and holding a fly swatter in the right hand, and swatted it to death without mercy. At this time, there were still many big mosquitoes like this outside, flapping their wings and flying happily in the sky. Fong Xian had no choice but to quickly close all the car windows. She didn't want to be bitten all over. Chapter 154. Fong Xian returned to the base, drove the car directly to the entrance of the hall, went in and called a few staff members to help carry things. Most people don't have this treatment, but under the influence of Fong Xian's 2 cigarettes, they all came out to help happily. One of the staff members opened the dirty packaging outside and asked in surprise, "Is this new?" "Yes, it's well preserved. There are a few old ones, but it doesn't affect the use at all, they are all good." The staff was very satisfied with Fong Xian's things, so they successfully exchanged for a lot of points. These points are enough for her to squander for a while. When the car drove downstairs, several fans and refrigerators were smuggled out from the space. "I don't know if Yukiki is not at home, is she out on a mission? Call them to ask if they want them, it will be cheaper to buy from her. Of course, it will definitely be more expensive than exchanging it with the lobby. Press the communicator, I have some small appliances here, do you want them?" "What are they?" "Cooling fans, ordinary fans, small refrigerators." "Yes, yes, yes." "Then come downstairs." "I'm downstairs at your house." In less than 2 minutes, Yukiki and the other 3 rushed down from upstairs. Yukiki ran over and pulled the car window with his hands, looking inside. "Where is it?" His eyes quickly scanned the things in the back seat. "Are those the ones?" "Yes, take whichever one you like. This fan will keep you cool, and that refrigerator is the right size. I'm using it right now, putting some vegetables and ice water in it. I need a fan and a refrigerator." Yukiki saw another big refrigerator. "How much is that refrigerator?" "That one is 1,500. Do you want it?" Yukiki felt sorry for the points. "Forget it, I just take the small one." One of the male team members said, squeezing over, "I also want a cooling fan and a small refrigerator." Fong Xian nodded. "Okay. You guys move it up," Yukiki said. The 3 of them started moving quickly after hearing the voice. She opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. "Count the points for the meat we bought last time. You can calculate it. We go to the lobby later and redeem the points." Yukiki knew that Fong Xian must have sold them at a discount, much cheaper than the base store. She appreciated it, but she couldn't keep delaying the payment. No need to go to the lobby. Fong Xian took the machine and said, "Just swipe it." "Wow, you are so amazing. You can get this. You are simply Doraemon." So Yukiki took out the card and handed it to Fong Xian very happily. "Here, swipe my card." Fong Xian looked at her with amusement, took her card and swiped it. Fong Xian saw that Yuki's card had a balance of more than 5,000 yuan. Not bad, a hidden rich woman. That's right, we are hard-working little bees. After swiping the card, he handed it back to her. "Why didn't you go on a mission today?" "Tomorrow." "Okay, then be careful on the road." "Okay, don't worry." The few of them quickly moved the things upstairs. Yukiki looked back and said, "I'm going upstairs. We have time to talk some other day." She got out of the car, closed the back door tightly, and waved to Fong Xian. Fong Xian nodded, turned the car around, and drove it downstairs of his house and parked it. "I don't know how the dog is doing. I still miss him a little." At this time, the dog was lying on the ground with his tongue hanging out. No matter what the strict instructor said, he just didn't move. Usually, the dog was with Fong Xian, and the environment was very comfortable. There was no air conditioning in the training hall, and the training was high intensity. The dog had never suffered such a hardship. The dog was so hot and tired. The dog would go on strike at any time, lying on the ground, and was scolded by the strict instructor. The dog refused to obey, barking wildly in front of Instructor Yin. The man and the dog started to curse each other. Instructor Yin didn't understand, but judging from the tone, the curses must have been very dirty. Instructor Yin frowned. "You little dog girl, you have a bad temper. You really look like everyone you are with. You have the same temper." Fong Xian spoiled the dog too much. It lived a life of luxury, and never suffered any hardship. It started to act bad after a short training. It peed and wanted to eat. It had a lot of things to do. If you don't train hard and learn skills well, can you protect your master? After listening, the dog closed his mouth, looking thoughtful. Woof woof. Learn skills, protect the master, I want to protect the master. The dog turned his head, and continued to run around the training hall, carrying a weight on his back. Yes, run faster, faster. Good dog, great. Fong Xian carried a large refrigerator upstairs, which was prepared for the two elders. When he was in S City before, he could go out and find anything he needed, and it didn't cost money. Now in the base, everything needs points, and the expenses are not small. He is completely reluctant to buy these large items. Anyway, it's not a problem for a refrigerator. When entering the elevator, there were 3 people in the elevator. When they were about to leave the elevator, they saw a little girl actually moving such a big refrigerator. I was surprised that she was quite strong. At the same time, I was curious. This refrigerator looked pretty good. I wondered how many points it cost. Once the gossip heart was ignited, I asked, "Girl, how many points did you buy this refrigerator for?" 2,500. So expensive? It's too expensive. The refrigerator is of good quality, so the price is naturally good. Yeah, that's right. I'd buy one for my family someday. Fong Xian ignored them. When he saw them walk out, he pressed the door closing button. Even if they lived in a high-end residential area, no one would spend a lot of money to buy such an expensive refrigerator. After all, the income was there, and most survivors only had enough to cover their monthly living expenses. Even if they were rich, they wouldn't be too rich. The quality of life wouldn't be too bad, nor too good. Arriving on the 3rd floor soon, Fong Xian directly carried the heavy refrigerator and knocked on the door of the second elder's house. Grandma Li was startled when she opened the door. "Hey, come in quickly." "It's okay, not tired." Fong Xian squeezed into the house with the big refrigerator on her back. "I put it in the kitchen for you directly. If it doesn't work, put it in the living room and wait for your grandfather to come back." "It's okay." Fong Xian strode into the kitchen. Finally putting the refrigerator down, she wiped the sweat from her forehead. "I see that the weather is getting hotter and hotter, and you don't have a refrigerator at home, so I brought one back. How much is it? I transfer it to you. No need to pay." No, this is a big item. I can't not give points." Grandma Li came up and dragged Fong Xian to go out and go to the hall. Fong Xian was pulled by Grandma Li and had no choice but to say, "Grandma, please make me some first aid pills, life-saving pills, etc., and use it as my medicine money." Grandma Li saw Fong Xian insisted and had to give up, but she still scolded, "The medicine money is not much. Next time you are not allowed to not give points, otherwise I will not want your things." Fong Xian said mischievously, "Okay, let's talk about it next time. You kid." Chapter 155. "I need to go down one more time, there is an air conditioner. You are always spending money, I will go down with you." "No, I can go down by myself. Please leave the door open for me." "Okay, I will get you a glass of water later, drink some water before going down, it is too hot today." After a while, Grandma Li handed over the water cup. "Here, drink some water quickly to quench your thirst." Fong Xian gulped down a glass of water and handed the cup back to Grandma Li. "I will go down. Please leave the door open for me." "Okay." After saying that, Fong Xian quickly went downstairs and carried the air conditioner up. It took more than half an hour to install the outdoor unit on the wall, and to seal the holes drilled by the outdoor unit with foam glue inside and outside to prevent insects from entering the room through the holes. This air conditioner is vertical, and it can be placed directly in the corner of the living room without installation. The air conditioner was turned on and ran for a while. The air conditioner cooled quickly, and the cooling effect was also very good. After a while, a cool breeze blew. "Okay." Grandma Li soon felt cool and said happily, "You know what? This air conditioner is really easy to use. If you find it too noisy when you sleep at night, you can turn on the sleep mode to save electricity." Fong Xian picked up the remote control and pointed it to Grandma Li. "This is on, this is off, this is cooling, this is heating." Grandmolly nodded frequently. Yes, 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 I know. Fong Xian put the remote control on the coffee table and went to the bathroom to wash his hands. Grandma, it's getting late, I'm going home. Later. No, I'm leaving. When I open the door of my house, the dog would usually rush to greet me, but now the house feels empty, and I don't see the yellow figure, and I feel a little lonely. Fong Xian went into the space and took a hot bath. She took out a plate of sliced iced watermelon, put it on the coffee table, and curled herself up on the sofa, watching variety shows and eating watermelon. The watermelon was icy, sweet, and sandy. Wow, it was so comfortable. It was a pity that her dog couldn't eat it. No words were spoken all night. Fong Xian was awakened by a loud noise. She heard vaguely, "It's hot, so hot, it's getting hot," or something like that. Fong Xian didn't feel hot. The air conditioners in the living room and bedroom were on 24 hours a day. She thought the bedroom should be renovated with soundproofing materials. It was annoying to be woken up by noise all the time. She got up and walked to the window in a daze, opened the curtains, and there was no one outside the base. She pricked up her ears and listened again. It turned out to be the neighbors upstairs and downstairs, who were clamoring about the heat and wanted to buy an air conditioner, and had a fight with the man at home. She yawned loudly and went into the space to wash and clean herself. It was 6:30 in the morning. Fong Xian ate 2 batches of steamed buns in the morning and drank a cup of fresh soy milk. She squeezed herself. She felt that her appetite was not something that ordinary people could afford. After eating and drinking, it was time to pick up her dog. She changed into a long-sleeved and long pants outfit, took out her thermostatic clothing, put it on, put on a sun hat and a mask. The sun was scorching outside. She didn't want to die of heat. She should make a few more thermostatic sun hats and masks. Fong Xian packed herself up and put on her backpack, which was usually used for protection, and she was used to carrying a backpack every time she went out. She was not used to taking the elevator every time she went downstairs. She was used to walking up the stairs, fearing that the situation in the end times would change frequently, and the probability of the elevator malfunctioning would be very high, and she didn't want to be trapped in the elevator. Besides, the 3rd floor is not high. When she walked to the 2nd floor, a tall and thin man saw her and nodded politely. Fong Xian nodded politely in response. When she pushed open the door of the unit downstairs, a wave of heat rushed in from the crack of the door. When she walked out, the hot air instantly wrapped around her whole body, especially her head, which was not covered by a constant temperature cloth, and she felt like she was in a steamer. The air she breathed in was hot, and the air she saw was distorted. The temperature has risen so fast in just a few days, it seems that it will be extremely hot. No wonder people upstairs and downstairs are complaining about the heat. Who can survive without air conditioning? In the future, I will probably have to rely on air conditioning to survive. Start the car and turn on the air conditioner. It is so hot that this car may not be driven in a few days. The high temperature will easily melt the tires. If there is a chance, I will have to take out the modified car. The car quickly drove to the training hall, and the door of the training hall was open at this time. Fong Xian walked in. The staff in the hall already knew Fong Xian and greeted Fong Xian as they walked by. He walked directly into the training hall and saw his dog climbing the obstacles with great concentration and effort, not paying any attention to his owner. The dog climbed over the obstacles nimbly, jumped down with a nimble posture, and continued running in the sand. Fong Xian did not disturb the dog, but just stood in the distance and watched quietly. When the dog finished a set of obstacle training and looked back, he saw his owner in the distance, howling excitedly, and ran towards Fong Xian on all 4 legs. Fong Xian squatted down, opened her arms, and hugged the dog that ran over. The little guy kept feeding Fong Xian, rubbing his head against hers to act like a spoiled child. "Are you tired? Did you miss me?" "Woof woof woof." Okay, I'm here." Fong Xian led the dog to the lounge, and the dog opened the door with a paw. Another instructor inside turned around and saw the dog, smiling. "Ah, little Tunton is back." "Woof." She looked up and saw Fong Xian again. "Master Tun is here. Come in quickly." Fong Xian walked into the house generously. "Where is Instructor Yin?" "He went out to buy breakfast." Fong Xian thought to herself that she came at a bad time. She decided not to wait any longer. She couldn't wait for Instructor Yin to come back with breakfast. So she said, "I take the dog back first. I won't wait for Instructor Yin. No, I'm going back." Seeing Fong Xian's determination, the instructor didn't continue to try to persuade her to stay. After all, they were not very familiar with each other. "Okay, then you go back slowly." Fong Xian waved his hand, picked up the dog's small school bag, and led the dog out of the training hall. When he just got into the car, Instructor Yin came back. He strode over. Why are you going back so soon? I bought you one too. Eat here and then go back. Instructor Yin raised the breakfast in his hand, which contained steamed buns, soy milk and fried dough sticks, and big fruits, which looked very rich. Fong Xian retracted his gaze. No, I came here after breakfast. Thank you for your kindness. Instructor Yin's eyes flashed a trace of disappointment. Okay, drive slowly. Okay, you go back and eat quickly. The dog tilted his head to look at Instructor Yin, then looked at his owner, shaking his little head, full of curiosity. Fong Xian turned the steering wheel, and slowly drove away from the training hall. Chapter 156. Just as she arrived downstairs, and hadn't parked the car, Instructor Yin called. She picked up. Hello? By the way, I forgot to tell you that the store in our inner area sells constant temperature clothing. If you need it, you can go and have a look. Okay, I see. Thank you. Fong Xian hung up the phone. There are constant temperature clothing for sale. She should go and have a look. Maybe the quality is better than her own constant temperature clothing. If the quality is good, she will buy too. She turned the steering wheel again and drove to the inner area. When entering the store, the cool air in the room hits you in the face, and you feel very comfortable. There are some people inside the store picking out clothes, mostly buying sun protection clothes, short-sleeved shirts and shorts. Fong Xian looked around and was about to walk into the store. One of the clerks blocked his way without any hesitation. Sorry, ma'am, dogs are not allowed in this store. It will affect other customers, please understand. Fong Xian did not refute. After all, some people are timid and afraid of dogs, which is also normal. After all, this is your own dog, not someone else's dog, and it is impossible for everyone to like it. So she led the dog out of the store again and locked the dog in the car. Good boy, you stay in the car and wait for me, okay? I'll be back soon. Woof. The dog squatted in the passenger seat and barked very sensibly. I reached out and touched the dog's head. My good boy. So good. Fong Xian locked the car and opened the window a little to prevent the dog from getting suffocated. She didn't dare to open it too wide, because who knows if someone would hurt the dog. I walked into the store again, casually asked the clerk where the thermostatic clothes were, and went straight to the thermostatic wardrobe counter. Madam, take a look at our thermostatic clothing. The material is thin and light, and it is very skin-friendly when worn. Feel our material, it feels very good. The salesperson tried hard to sell, because she knew that the customers who could come to the inner area were either rich or noble, and she would get a commission as long as she sold one. Judging from the way this person was dressed, he was not short of money. Take one down for me to see. The salesperson immediately took one down from the bottom of the counter and put it on the counter. Take a look at my clothes. It can't be cut by a knife. It's a very good quality. Fong Xian held it in her hand, and it felt really good, delicate and skin-friendly, and it was really better than her material. How much is a set? A set is 9,888 points. Fong Xian secretly said that it was expensive, and it was even more expensive than the combat uniform. Can it be customized? Yes, ma'am. I want to customize a set for my dog. What? The salesperson was surprised. What kind of rich family is this? Even the dog at home wants to wear a set. It's too extravagant. Fong Xian looked at her in confusion. Can you do it? Yes, yes, yes. You need to write down the dog size. After the salesperson finished speaking, he immediately took the paper and pen and put them on the counter, and gently placed them in front of Fong Xian. Fong Xian wrote down the dog size, and pushed the paper and pen over. When can it be done? It can be done in a week. Fong Xian nodded. Madam, you need to pay a deposit first for custom-made products, and the deposit is 3,000 points. Fong Xian nodded and handed over the card. The salesperson took it with both hands and swiped it very quickly. Madam, your card. Custom-made products cannot be returned or exchanged. Okay. Fong Xian put the card away. Then the salesperson issued a small receipt. Here is your receipt, please take it. After a week, bring the receipt to collect it, and pay the full amount. Fong Xian nodded to show that he understood, and then strode out of the store. One of the male salesmen leaned over and whispered, Whose daughter do you say she is? Why haven't I seen her before? I don't know her. This is the first time I've seen her. What's her name? The female salesperson tilted her head and asked in confusion, Why are you asking this? Just curious. His name is Fong Xian. The male salesman looked thoughtful, his eyes rolling around. I haven't heard of anyone with the surname Fong in the inner area. Hurry up and get to work, you're just gossiping. Have you found the rent for next month? The male salesman stood up straight with a sullen look, and continued to sort out the goods in his hands. Fong Xian just walked out of the store when he heard the dog barking. Two men bent over and teased the dog in the car jokingly. I wonder who can afford to keep a dog while driving such a broken car. This dog is really well fed. It must be delicious if it is made into dog meat hot pot. Let's wait here for a while, until the owner of the car comes back and spends money to buy this dog. The dog was locked in the car, and was so angry that it barked and barked at the outside of the car, wishing it could jump out of the car and bite the people to death. Hey, look, this dog has a very bad temper. I will stew you in a while, and let you bark like a dog, you beast. Are you okay? Fong Xian had come to the car without knowing when, and asked bluntly. The two people were startled by the sudden sound. One of them, a dandy young man wearing a sequin short-sleeved shirt and ripped jeans, raised his head and said, Hey, is this your car? It's my car. What are you doing around my car? Hey girl, you have a hot temper, you speak so harshly. The other red-haired man said, I advise you to speak nicely. Do you know whose son this is? He is not someone you can afford to offend. The sequin man waved his hand and said very gentlemanly, Don't scare the girl. It's like this, I have a connection with your dog, and I want to buy it, name your price. Fong Xian said coldly, Not for sale. Please move aside, I'm going to drive. Red Hair pointed at Fong Xian angrily, Who are you talking to? It's your blessing that someone likes your dog, don't be ungrateful, or you end up in trouble. Get lost. Red Hair was furious when he heard that. I'm really giving you a chance, he said, as he came up to push Fong Xian. Fong Xian quickly clamped his wrist, making him unable to move. She didn't want to cause trouble in the base, but these blind people bumped into her, and her eyebrows and eyes were stern. She used her hands to force, and immediately twisted Red Hair's arm outward. Oh, let go. Red Hair grimaced in pain, Let go quickly, or I kill you. Fong Xian heard the force in his hands increase. Red Hair was in pain and tears flew out. Seeing his little brother being bullied, Master Sequin stepped forward to stop it. What are you doing? Let go quickly. When the sequined young master reached out his hand, Fong Xian kicked him down. Oh my god, I really gave you face. At this time, the patrol officers of the inner area happened to pass by here, and three of them quickly stepped forward. Who dares to cause trouble in the base? The three patrol officers saw that the person lying on the ground next to them was actually the young master of the Gu family, so they ran up quickly and raised their long guns to Fong Xian. Fong Xian kicked the red-haired man over and hit the three patrol officers, knocking them to the ground. You patrol officers, you point guns at people without asking questions? Who gave you the right to enforce the law? The three patrol officers got up in a mess, glaring with anger, holding long guns and pointing them at Fong Xian again. You maliciously attacked the patrol officers. Please come with us. Chapter 157. Fong Xian doesn't cause trouble, but she's not afraid of it either. She quickly moved forward, raised her hand to grab the gun, and raised her other hand to form a knife, chopping down the wrist of the man holding the gun. The man felt pain and subconsciously let go. Fong Xian grabbed the gun and threw it far away. It fell to the ground with a click. At the same time, she stretched out her leg to kick away another man's gun, hooked the gun with her toes, and kicked it out. She turned her body and chopped down the third man's gun with a knife. The three guns were thrown far away one after another. Before the three men could react, their hands were empty, and they were completely confused. He quickly pushed one man down, opened the door, and kicked him in. He did the same thing, and kicked the remaining two patrolmen into the back seat. The two young masters opened their mouths wide. It was too fast, too fast. Before they could figure out what was going on, the patrolmen's guns were thrown far away by Fong Xian. Fong Xian stepped forward, and while the two young masters were stunned, he used his hands like a chicken to push the two young masters into the back seat. 5 people were huddled together in the back, shouting, Are you crazy? How dare you attack patrol officers? I advise you to stop the car and let us go, otherwise you will be in trouble. Do you know who my father is? You dare to tie me up? I think you are tired of living. But when they saw the outside of the car, they all widened their eyes and fell silent instantly. What did they see? This is a fenced area. They don't have the authority to come in here. How could she? Several people felt their scalps tingling and looked at the skinny girl in disbelief. When the car stopped downstairs of Old Man Yan's house, several people shrank their heads like quails. It was hot. They hit a wall. Fong Xian parked the car, pushed the door and got out, and rang the doorbell. Soon a man who looked like a housekeeper opened the door. Miss Fong, what can I do for you? Having come here twice, it was obvious that the housekeeper knew Fong Xian. He was also very polite. The housekeeper was about 50 years old, with half-white hair, but he was straight and energetic. Fong Xian directly opened the rear door, and 5 people fell out one by one. Come out. The 5 people climbed out of the car in a panic, and quickly changed their faces and smiled. Misunderstanding, really a misunderstanding. Yes, it's a misunderstanding. The housekeeper was confused. Miss Fong, what's going on? Your patrolman wants to arrest me, and I don't understand what's going on. Please ask for me, and tell me afterwards. You are busy, I leave first. Fong Xian turned around and got into the car, started the car and left. The housekeeper was stunned. He had never seen such a scene. They just threw people here. What kind of thing was this? They had to judge the case for them. There was no need to think about it. These people must have relied on their little money and power to not know how high the sky was and how deep the earth was. They must have offended Miss Fong. This was only in the base. If it was outside the base, Miss Fong would have been killed directly. Why would she be sent here? After figuring out the key, he immediately called the patrol captain. Watching Fong Xian's car leave, the housekeeper looked at the faces of several people and instantly became gloomy. This young master of the Gu family often goes to the outer area of the base, bullies ordinary survivors, and does some shitty things. He relies on his meritorious service of donating a lot of materials in the early days of the apocalypse, and he is lawless. In the past, we always turned a blind eye to it, but since he has committed a crime today, we must punish him. The patrol leader quickly ran over. Their patrol team in the 4 surrounding areas has never entered the first surrounding area, let alone the first surrounding area, and has never entered the 3rd surrounding area. They have no authority at all. Today, they actually crossed 2 surrounding areas at once. It must not be a good thing. When he ran over, sweating profusely, he saw the patrol members in the surrounding area standing aside with their heads down like quails, and his mind exploded. It's over, it's over, it's over this time. What a disaster this is. He was terrified, and his heart was pounding. He bent his waist in front of the strict base manager, not even daring to raise his head, his eyes staring at the tip of the manager's shoes. I give you 1 hour to find out what these people have done wrong? Can you do it? Hearing the housekeeper's words, his heart skipped a beat. Big drops of sweat had already dripped down his cheeks. Yes, absolutely. In less than 10 minutes, the matter was investigated clearly. And Fong Xian did not go home, but ran out of the base again. The points exchanged last time were used up again after paying the deposit for the dog. There was no way she could spend a lot. She still had to pay the balance, and buy 2 more sets of constant temperature clothes. The points were not enough. This time she had to exchange more. Otherwise, I can't afford to spend money on myself. While driving, Instructor Yin called. Hello. Why didn't you call me when this happened? I can't always bother you. I only found out about it today when Grandpa Gao called me. Grandpa Gao? Mr. Gao, he has been with my grandfather since I can remember, and he is my grandfather's right-hand man, so I always call him Grandpa Gao. Fong Xian said, to show that he understood. The 3 patrolmen were fired. The young master of the Gu family was fined 30,000 points. Yes, I understand. Fong Xian was very satisfied with this punishment. He went straight to the central government and was efficient. It took only a short while to resolve the issue. If there was no such relationship today, it would probably take a lot of twists and turns. Of course, being bullied is definitely out of the question. By the way, stay away from the young master of the Gu family in the future. He is a vengeful person. You made him suffer today, and he will surely cause trouble for you in the future. Okay, I understand. After that, the 2 ended the call. Fong Xian stayed outside the base until he finished dinner before going back. There were unusually many mosquitoes in the sky at night, circling overhead in groups, like a small black cloud, densely packed. If you are not careful and are besieged, you can imagine how uncomfortable it will be. Many mosquitoes hit the car with a crackling sound. The number of insects on the ground has also increased visibly. Some are directly crushed by the tires of the car. The car quickly drove into the base. Before the hall closed, I exchanged the items. I exchanged 3 boxes of silver jewelry. After all, these things will not go bad, and will not cause controversy, no matter how long they are kept. I exchanged more than 40,000 points in total. This time I really got rich. But after buying the constant temperature clothes, there were only more than 10,000 points left in the card. It was really not worth spending. After all the trouble, it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening, and it was time to send the dog to school. Fong Xian turned the steering wheel and drove the car to the training hall. He took 2 bottles of health-preserving and nourishing wine, and a bottle of white wine from the trunk. Before the end of the world, the price was about more than 100 yuan a bottle, but now, wine is completely a luxury. There is not enough food for ordinary people, and there is no extra food for making wine. It is completely worth it. Chapter 158. The trainees in the training hall have left. Fong Xian led the dog and knocked on the door of the lounge. It was Instructor Yen who opened the door. "Come in quickly, it's hot outside." Fong Xian put the wine he brought on the coffee table. Instructor Yen looked over. "Wine?" "Yes, 1 bottle for Yen Ji, 1 bottle for Grandpa Gao, and 1 bottle of white wine is yours." "Oh, I have one too." "Yes, I have everything. Today, I troubled Grandpa Gao to take care of me because of my matter. Please help me bring them to express my gratitude. Have a drink when you have nothing to do, but don't drink too much, after all you are old." "Okay, thank you." Fong Xian put Guzi's small school bag on the sofa. "Okay, let's do this for now, I go back first." When they returned, many survivors in the base were bitten by big mosquitoes. The buzzing sound in my ears continued, mixed with the wailing of the survivors. The mouth parts of the mosquito are as hard as steel needles, and the survivors who were bitten are miserable. "Ah, this mosquito bite is too painful. I'm almost bitten to death. My God, how can this mosquito be so poisonous? Run, don't get bitten. Go home, there are too many mosquitoes outside. There are few insects on the road in the base. After all, insect repellent powder is sprayed every day, but there is no good way to deal with mosquitoes in the air." The survivors were bitten to the point of being annoyed. Fong Xian sprayed a lot of floral water on himself, then stepped out of the car, locked the car, and quickly ran back to the unit door. Some mosquitoes also flew in from the corridor, and Fong Xian took out the flamethrower and burned them all to death one by one. The scorched mosquitoes fell to the ground, and the air was filled with a burnt smell. Fong Xian was not afraid of being bitten, and she was wearing a thermostatic suit, so it would not be pierced in a short time, but her hands and head were not protected by the thermostatic suit. She didn't want to get a bump on her head. Finally, she returned home safely. She carefully checked the house again, and found 1 or 2 buzzing around. They would fly towards the human body. Fong Xian took out the insecticide and sprayed it. The mutant mosquitoes that were sprayed fell to the ground, and then shook their wings and flew again. Ordinary insecticides have no effect at all. She had to use the most primitive method, which is also the most effective method, to kill them one by one with a fly swatter. After carefully checking the doors and windows, she found that one window was not closed tightly, and it was probably from here that the insect got in. Fong Xian closed it again tightly. Although ordinary insect repellents have little effect on mutant insects, Fong Xian still took out some electric mosquito coils and plugged them into the sockets. 2 in the living room, 2 in each of the 2 bedrooms, and 1 in the bathroom. Even if they can't kill them, it's good to confuse the insects. Anyway, don't come to bite her. After entering the space, I took a hot shower, washed off the sweat on my body, and went to bed directly. In the morning, I was woken up by the neighbors upstairs and downstairs again. Fong Xian sat up with deep resentment. Today, he must make the bedroom soundproof. It was too noisy. In the morning, he still went to pick up the dog from school. Then he went to the inter-district store and bought 2 sets of constant temperature clothes. "Give me 2 sets, the size I wear." The male salesperson saw that it was Fong Xian who came yesterday. He put down his work and came over to greet him warmly. "Okay, ma'am, I get it for you right away." The saleswoman, who was about to go over, was pushed aside and quickly took out 2 sets of thermostatic clothes from the counter. She put them on the counter with a warm smile. "Take a look." The saleswoman next to him glared at him fiercely. He cursed him for being shameless and blatantly grabbing the order. Fong Xian picked up the clothes and checked them roughly. There were no unraveling threads or problems with the tailoring. He took out his card from his pocket and handed it over. "Swipe it." "Okay." The male salesperson swiped the card, put the clothes into the bag, and handed it to Fong Xian with a friendly smile. "Your clothes, please take them." Fong Xian took it and turned to leave. The male salesperson called her, "Ma'am, if you need anything in the future, you can also call us to communicate." Fong Xian glanced at him and said lightly, "No need." Then she left the store. The female salesperson rolled her eyes at him. Really a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Fong Xian went to other stores and looked around. The things here were very expensive, much more expensive than the outer area. Fortunately, she didn't need anything, otherwise the remaining more than 10,000 points in her hand would probably run out again. But I have to say that everything is very complete. Cafe, hamburger shop, tea shop, cold drink shop, liquor store, billiard hall. I have to say that the rich know how to enjoy themselves. It gives people a sense of returning to the pre-apocalyptic world. It has been so long since the apocalypse, but it has not stopped the rich from enjoying luxury. I took the dog back home and took off the equipment on the dog. I carefully checked the dog's body again. I found a lump on the dog's hind leg. I don't know what caused it. I'm not sure if it was a bump in the training room or a mosquito bite. For safety reasons, Fong Xian gave the dog an anti-inflammatory pill and a detoxifying pill. She took out some soundproofing boards and soundproofing cotton from the space. A pile of materials were placed in the living room. She changed her clothes and started to decorate the bedroom. First, she cleaned the dust on the wall, and then pasted the soundproofing cotton. The soundproofing board was pasted on the soundproofing cotton. The soundproofing board was white and light pink, with two colors alternating. It looked pretty good. It took a whole day to paste the whole room, and even the ceiling was pasted with soundproofing materials. The room seemed to be a little smaller, but the soundproofing effect was really good. The windows were directly replaced with soundproof strips, and then sealed with tape to prevent insects from flying in. The windows of the bedroom were all replaced with soundproof strips, so the windows of the living room were also replaced with soundproof strips. During this period, there were also mutant mosquitoes that took advantage of the opportunity to enter, and they were all killed directly with fly swatters. At this time, many survivors in the base were bitten by mutant mosquitoes. At first, they didn't care, but after waking up from a sleep, they found a big swelling on their bodies. It also caused symptoms such as high fever and anorexia. After replacing the seals of the windows, she quickly closed the windowsills to isolate the high temperature and noise from the outside. After finishing all the work, it was soon night. After finishing dinner with the dog and the man, they had to send the dog to school. She put on a set of constant temperature clothes for the dog. The custom-made one was not ready yet, so she could only wear the old one. She put on combat clothes on the outside, double protection. After all, the dog was not around, and she was also very worried about the dog's safety, so protection must be worn. Then she led the dog out, but the dog was still a little reluctant. It was not willing to go out. So Fong Xian dragged the dog out forcibly. When she walked to the second floor, she met the man downstairs again. Fong Xian frowned, ignored the man's greeting this time, and led the dog past him quickly. Chapter 159. The man looked at Fong Xian's back as she walked down the stairs, his eyes narrowed. There were still many mosquitoes outside, buzzing in the air, or around the human body. Fong Xian drove to the training hall. The survivors who walked outside the car wrapped themselves tightly, with their heads wrapped under their clothes. Even in this hot temperature, they dared not show any skin. When she got off the car, she also found a sun hat with a wide brim, put on a mask, and protected her head. When I arrived at the training hall, I found that the door was closed. There were several powerful fans inside the training hall to cool down during training. There was a pungent smell of mosquito coils in the air. After sending the dog there, I heard the base broadcast on the way back. Please pay attention, survivors. Please cover your mouth and nose and take precautions. There will be drones later to spray drugs at high altitude to kill mutant mosquitoes. Do not inhale the drugs into your body. Survivors, please do not attack drones in the air. Please pay attention to all survivors. Please cover your mouth and nose and take good protection. There will be drones later to spray drugs at high altitude to kill mutant mosquitoes. Do not inhale the drugs into the body. Survivors are also requested not to attack drones in the air. No wonder I didn't see the staff spraying powder today. This is to switch to drones for aerial operations. But if this is done every day, large-scale drug spraying, the consumption of drugs can be imagined. It has to be said that the work efficiency of the base is still very high. Soon after the 3 broadcasts, more than a dozen drones flew in the sky. You know what? After the drug was sprayed on the mutant mosquitoes, a large number of mosquitoes fell from the sky, but they were not dead when they landed on the ground, and they kept kicking their long legs. Then many staff members carried out a second killing on the ground. Using the most primitive method, they were killed directly. It can be said that the scene was quite spectacular, and the bodies of mosquitoes could be seen everywhere on the ground. Grand Molly brought Fong Xian a large bottle of medicine. It was 500 milliliters. It can be used for a long time. This medicine is usually applied to the body when going out, and the insects dare not approach. It is better than floral water. Fong Xian put his nose close to it and sniffed it. It smelled strong but not pungent, full of the aroma of Chinese herbal medicine. If the smell is gone, just apply some more on your body. Fong Xian felt that he should stock up more of this stuff, so he took 2 large bags of medicinal materials to Grandma Li, as well as some empty bottles for medicine, and some small spray bottles. He asked the little old lady to make more for her. Grandma, you can also sell it to Yukiki and the others, they will definitely buy it. I didn't think about selling it, I just thought it would be convenient for us to use it ourselves. But it's okay to sell some to them. The base conducts a large-scale spraying of pesticides every day, and then kills them manually. Fong Xian guessed that they should be stunned, so that the cost of the pesticides will be much lower. As for labor, it goes without saying that labor is very cheap. The number of mosquitoes in the base has been reduced a lot, which has reduced a lot of troubles, and the chance of being bitten. It can be said that the base is also trying to ensure the survival rate of ordinary survivors. A few days later, Fong Xian took back the dog's constant temperature clothes and put them on the little guy. Although there are still mutant mosquitoes bothering us every day, the days are still peaceful. But the temperature is rising quickly, climbing to 59 degrees. It's hot outside, but Fong Xian is cool and comfortable on the sofa, eating iced fruit. The air conditioners in both rooms are on 24 hours a day. It's a real treat. Many survivors in the base have suffered from heat stroke due to the high temperature, and many have suffered from heat stroke. They have lost their lives because of this. If you observe carefully, there are survivors who die every day. Every day, survivors from all over the country enter the base. There are also many ordinary survivors outside the base. They don't have extra food to pay rent. Just build a shed or build a small house and settle down. Every time Fong Xian leaves the base, he will receive a lot of attention. Ding-ling-ling. He raised his wrist, and it turned out to be Yukiki calling. Hello? Shinshin, do you know? Today I saw a cooling fan sold in the base store for 400 yuan each, which is almost the same as yours. Yukiki's little mouth chattered in the receiver. TSK, 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 so expensive. It's normal for the mall to sell it at a high price. Labor costs and store fees are all costs, so it's naturally more expensive. It's normal for it to be expensive in the store. Fong Xian replied indifferently, you called me to talk about this? No, I mean, do you have any cooling fans? We need to buy 3 more, hee. Yes, you can come to my house to pick them up. Fong Xian was too lazy to leave the base, so he pretended to be nice and asked them to come to his house to pick them up. Okay, I go over now. It took less than 10 minutes for several people to get here. It's so hot outside, it's really hot outside. It's cooler here. Fong Xian took out ice water from the refrigerator. You guys drink some water to quench your thirst. Okay. Yukiki sat down on the sofa and poured herself a glass of ice water. She tilted her head back and drank the glass of water in big gulps. Ha, comfortable. Don't just think about yourself. Pour a few glasses for your teammates too. They drink it themselves. Li Xiaomei smiled. It's okay, we can do it ourselves. Are you back from the mission? Yeah, I just got home yesterday. Are there many mutant bugs outside? Yes, they are all very big. Grandma Li has insect repellent powder and floral water for applying on the body. You can buy some if you need it. Grandma Li has medicine? Fong Xian saw that she was surprised and her mouth was wide open. She wanted to ask, but didn't dare to ask. It was really a bit silly. Grandma Li is an old Chinese medicine doctor. The medicine she prepared is very effective. You can try it. That's great. You don't know that the insect repellent powder in the pharmacy is always out of stock. I'm going to buy more this time. Yukiki stood up and held out her hand. Give me your card reader. I go buy some now. Fong Xian took the machine from the coffee table and handed it to her. Yukiki took it. Do you want to buy it? Yes, of course. Okay, let's go. Yukiki waved his hand and led the 3 team members to the opposite side. Half an hour later, the 4 came back, each holding a bottle of insect repellent water and a large bag of insect repellent powder. Look, we bought so much at once. Yukiki raised the things in his hand. Don't worry about being bitten by insects this time. If you encounter mutant insects besieging you, you can mix the insect repellent powder with water and spray it. The effect should be good. You are right. Let's try it next time. Chapter 160. Yukiki put the card reader on the coffee table. We will give you the cooling fan points directly. Okay. 3 fans are only 600. We really made a lot of money. After Yukiki and the others finished scoring, they leaned over and said, Shinshin, do you have any meat left? Let's buy some more. Yes. Then we need 4 more chickens. Yukiki stretched out 4 fingers and said excitedly, I still have dried meat. Do you want it? It's also convenient to bring it with you when you go out on a mission. Yes, yes, yes. How big is the bag? Fong Xian took out a large bag from the refrigerator, like this. Yukiki took it, and several people leaned over. Li Xiaomei said, this bag weighs 1 kilogram, which is quite enough. I want 2 bags. I want 3 bags. I want 3 bags too. Li Xiaomei looked at the others and raised her hand. Then I want 3 bags too. Don't you want to bring some back for Lu Su? Sure, bring 2 bags back for her. Several people happily swiped their cards. Although I spent points, I was actually happy in my heart. A few people left Fong Xian's house holding a cooling fan and a big bag in their hands. Time passed quickly, and the dog's 1-month training was finally over. In fact, letting the dog train for another 2 months can better improve its combat capability. No need, as long as it has the ability to protect itself, it doesn't matter how capable it is. Okay. The dog finally didn't need to train anymore, and seemed very happy, jumping up and down non-stop. By the way, there is a mission at the base. Are you and your friends interested? What mission? Escort 2 trucks of supplies to the D-City base. The reward is 8,000 points. Who are they? There are 5 well-trained soldiers, who have been through hundreds of battles, and have rich combat experience. They will work with you on the mission. Fong Xian thought that since he would be staying in the base all day anyway, he might as well go out for a walk. Besides, with 5 strong soldiers working together, there is no need to worry about safety. Fong Xian agreed immediately. Okay. After all, it's food supplies, so the journey won't be safe, so you have to be careful. Okay, I got it. When do we leave? The day after tomorrow. Go back and tell your friends, and let me know if there are any changes. Okay, I got it. Where do we meet? At the left door of the base. Fong Xian nodded. She hadn't walked through the side door of the base yet, so it was probably a special passage. Fong Xian took the dog back and immediately called a few people in the car, fearing that they would take other tasks. They were all very happy to hear that the points for this task were very high. The matter was settled. The day of the mission soon came, and Fong Xian drove to the left gate of the base. Yukiki and others were already waiting there. The 2 trucks were already full of supplies. There were also 2 modified off-road vehicles parked next to them. Fong Xian parked the car and led the dog out. Hey, Shinshin here. Yukiki stretched her neck and saw Fong Xian's off-road vehicle from a distance. She ran over in small steps. Shinshin, we don't need to drive our own car, the base has a car. Fong Xian turned her head and looked at the 2 cars carefully. The whole body was modified, so it should have bulletproof function. The tires also seemed to be made of special materials, which should have good heat insulation and puncture resistance. Fong Xian breathed a sigh of relief. She also thought that in such a hot day, it would be easy for their car to burst when driving on the road. After a while, a tall soldier came up to Fong Xian and extended his hand politely. Hello, I am the captain of this mission. I will be in charge of the next mission. Please cooperate with me. No problem. She didn't have to worry about the whole journey. Why not do such a good thing? Okay, now prepare to set off immediately. There are combat headsets in the car. Please wear them. Okay. Fong Xian got out of the car and opened the trunk. He took out a large luggage bag, a large backpack, a flamethrower, and a submachine gun. Why are you carrying so many things? Yukiki immediately stepped forward to help. Well, there are food in the 2 backpacks. I don't know how many days it will take, so I prepared more. There is also a tent and other things in it. I have to say that you have prepared everything. We only have dry food and other things. Let's go, we are leaving. Fong Xian raised his hand to lock his car, and the 2 walked over. The 2 quickly stuffed all the things into the off-road vehicle prepared by the base. The off-road vehicle was spacious, and it was not crowded even for 3 people and a dog to sit in the back. Soon, each person was given a pistol, 2 magazines, and a box of bullets. After handing out the pistols, a soldier with a gentleman's face said seriously, if the ammunition is not enough, there will be supplies later. After the mission is completed, the guns will be taken back. Please use and keep them properly. Several people took the things and expressed their understanding. After delivering the guns, the soldier with a gentleman's face quickly returned to the lead car. Soon, the order to set off came through the earphone. Their car followed behind the other 2 cars, and another car led the way. A total of 4 cars drove out of the side door of the base. The air was twisted and fluctuated by the heat, and the ground was dry and cracked. There were even cases of spontaneous combustion of garbage in many places, which shows how high the temperature was. There were even bones everywhere on the ground. After being roasted by the high temperature, they became very brittle and broke directly when the car ran over them. There were sporadic survivors approaching along the way, and the lead car shot them mercilessly. The shots were quick and decisive, and there was no nonsense. The car was air-conditioned and not too hot. Several people were talking and laughing in the car, while Fong Xian sat in the back and closed his eyes to conserve his energy. Soon it was dark, and several cars stopped at a ruin. Fong Xian opened his eyes and looked around. He found that there were several walls about 1 meter high. If someone or bugs attacked, this place could also be used as a shelter, so as not to be used as a live target. It must be said that professional things should be handled by professionals. Zizi la la. A voice came from the earphone. Thank you for your hard work. Everyone, please rest here tonight. After a day of riding in the car, Fong Xian got off the car and stretched his waist and stretched his muscles. Yukiki and others quickly went out to collect dry firewood to make a fire and cook. Fong Xian said, "Let's cook a duck tonight." Okay, this is possible. Immediately, several people cheered. Follow Shinshin, there is everything to eat and drink, it's great. One of the boys volunteered, I cook. The other 3 raised their hands in agreement. Okay, you cook delicious food, otherwise we will cook for nothing. You have to eat your own food, the base doesn't provide meals. Several people were busy in a hurry. Although one person cooked, the others would help. Fong Xian just waited for food. Chapter 161. After all, there were 6 people eating. Although Yukiki and the others took out some beef jerky, it was still not enough, so Fong Xian took out some potato jerky. Eating once also made the few people eat happily. It must be said that this rice is really authentic. The fragrance keeps filling the nose and arouses everyone's taste buds. There are several large white pancakes on top. The white pancakes are full of soup and taste good. Several people took their eating utensils and waited for Yukiki to share the rice. She first served Fong Xian a large bowl of rice and 2 large pancakes they brought with them. After the rice was divided, there was still some left in the pot. Fong Xian looked up at the soldiers squatting on the ground and eating compressed biscuits. She raised her chin slightly towards them. Yukiki understood immediately, and immediately served the remaining dishes to them. Everyone, we still have some dishes left here. They can't be kept in such a hot day. Let's give them to you. If they go bad, it will be a waste. When the soldiers heard this, they knew it. How could there be food that could not be finished? This was a kind excuse made up by the soldiers because they were afraid that they would be embarrassed to refuse. They were grateful. Food was precious now. When they went out of the base to do missions, they brought compressed March biscuits to resist hunger. The biscuits were very hard, tasteless in the mouth, and hurt their cheeks. The 6 team members looked at the captain eagerly. They hadn't eaten meat for a long time. The captain looked at the eager eyes of the team members and felt bad. Several of his team members kept swallowing their saliva. As a captain, how could he not feel distressed? That's fine. We won't eat your food for free. We will give you points when we go back. It doesn't matter whether you get points or not. This duck is our family's hard work. Just thank her. It's fate that we all come together to do the task. Let's work together to complete the task. Yukiki also wants to make friends and build a good relationship so as not to make things difficult for them. After all, people's hearts are unpredictable. The captain nodded, okay, no problem. Thank Comrade Fong for me too. Okay, you eat it while it's hot. I'm going back. Usually, she doesn't eat these ordinary foods. She has become picky. After all, who would eat these when there are better ones? But eating with so many people seemed to be very delicious, and she actually ate it all. The 2 groups of people finished dinner quickly, and everyone looked super happy. Although they were not very full, only about 70% full, they were already very satisfied. The captain saw that everyone had finished their meal, so he walked over and said politely, Comrade Fong, at night, let your people go out to collect some dry firewood and form a circle 5 meters outside the rest area. Also, 2 people will be on guard at night, 2 per team you arrange it. As the name suggests, night watches for safety, and early warning of danger. And the dry firewood should be used to resist the siege of insects, which are generally afraid of fire. I have to say that he is very thoughtful. As a soldier, he has better knowledge of outdoor survival than ordinary people. Okay. Yukiki and others watched the captain leave, and came over and asked curiously, Why do you have to pick up so much firewood? To prevent insects. Oh, this is business, let's hurry up. So Fong Xian led the dog out to pick up firewood. There was a lot of dry firewood nearby, and everyone picked up a lot of it, and formed a big circle in the rest area. If there were insects besieging them, burning dry firewood could hold them off for a while. Fong Xian was not on the night watch today, so she set up her own tent, and led the dog inside. She took out a basin full of ice from the space, and placed it in the corner. A hint of coolness spread, and the temperature in the tent slowly dropped. Fong Xian and the dog slowly became sleepy. When you go out, you must develop the habit of falling asleep quickly when you can. This is a necessary skill. You need to ensure that your body is well rested so that you can be in a full mental state the next day to deal with emergencies or dangers. At about 1 o'clock in the middle of the night, Fong Xian heard a very small sound coming from a distance. Swish. Swish. It was the sound of something crawling across the ground. The man and the dog quickly opened their eyes. Fong Xian sat up and listened carefully again. Yes, just like last time, it was the sound of insects crawling across the ground. Sure enough, the insects were rampant, and there was no moment of silence. She quickly got up, and did not forget to put the ice basin into the space. At this time, the ice in the basin had all melted into water. She walked out of the tent, holding a night vision telescope in her hand. Wake up, there's something going on. The person on night watch at this time was Yukiki. She turned around when she heard the voice. She didn't ask much, her face was solemn, and she quickly woke up the team members. The person on night watch on the other side was a little soldier. He walked over in confusion. What's going on? There are mutant bugs besieging us, go wake up the others. Although the little soldier had doubts in his heart, he didn't notice anything unusual, but he didn't dare to relax at all. Now that the mutant bugs were rampant, he immediately returned and woke up the others. The captain strode over. What did you hear? Fong Xian pointed. Mutated bugs are attacking from over there. My dog heard it. You know dogs have very sharp hearing. Fong Xian didn't tell others what he heard. After all, it was hard to explain. It was easy to understand if he just attributed it to the dog. The captain looked at the dog next to him with its hair standing up, its head facing over there and baring its teeth, and its whole body was on guard. He had heard from Instructor Yin that this dog was very smart. His heart was instantly lifted, and he hurried back. Fong Xian watched the two groups of people quickly get dressed. Some held shotguns, and some held something like a shovel. All were ready to go, and she took out a flamethrower from the trunk. With the long flamethrower out, she felt safe. One of the soldiers hurried over, holding 2 bottles of gasoline, and handed them to Fong Xian. Hurry, you guys help too. Pour some gasoline on the dry firewood. Okay. Yukiki quickly took the 2 bottles of gasoline, and threw them to one of the male team members. Go. The 2 men quickly split up, and the dry firewood around the periphery was quickly doused with gasoline. A total of 12 people, including the 2 drivers, were ready to go, waiting for the mutant bugs to approach from a distance. The rustling sound was getting closer and closer, and everyone heard the sound, and their hearts were lifted. They clenched their weapons in their hands, and were on guard. Fong Xian put down the telescope. Here it comes. As Fong Xian's voice fell, a black shadow quickly rushed towards everyone. First, a huge mutant bug jumped out. It was more than 1 meter long, and the huge centipede appeared in front of everyone. It has a hard black and red shell on its body, and its multiple legs are constantly wriggling. Behind it are densely packed mutant insects that are all 1 finger long. It stands still, and the 2 tentacles on its head keep shaking, as if giving orders. Behind it are many mutant insects with multiple legs that keep attacking. Some have sharp thorns all over their bodies, and their mouths are constantly secreting mucus. There are also small centipedes with hard shells on their backs, and their multiple legs are moving quickly. There are also many scorpions, holding 2 hard pincers, coming aggressively. Chapter 162. There are several other mutant insects whose names I cannot remember. In short, each of them has a seemingly very hard body and multiple legs. This time, the number of insects is much larger than the last time, 10 times as many. Everyone was shocked to see such a big insect. How could it grow so big? It's so scary. Ignite. The captain's voice came from the headset. Fong Xian pressed the switch, and the flamethrower's fire snake sprayed out quickly, igniting the dry wood in front of him. Boom! A circle of fire burned fiercely. It immediately stopped the mutant bugs. This circle was their last line of defense. Pick up the dry wood and throw it into the insect pile. The captain's command came again through the earphone. The few people who were still in a daze quickly reacted, and picked up the dry wood and threw it into the insect tide. After throwing the burning dry wood into the insect nest, they quickly dodged. The burned bugs seemed to become extremely manic and actually increased their speed. Fire. The soldier with the shotgun in his hand attacked immediately, and the gun sprayed fire snakes, constantly attacking the bugs in front of him. The crowd formed a circle and attacked calmly. Some of them held large shovels and kept hitting the bugs on the ground. But there were too many bugs, and they kept coming one after another, so it seemed impossible to kill them all. Fong Xian threw the flamethrower in his hand to Yukiki. Yukiki was ecstatic to get a useful weapon. The high temperature burned the large bugs, making them crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. She showed an excited look on her face. This is useful. She will buy a few when she goes back. Fong Xian was a little interested in the big bug at the back. Leaving the main battlefield to everyone, she turned and ran to the car. She pulled out the sniper rifle from the trunk of the car, turned over and jumped onto the roof of the truck. The insect was covered with a hard shell, except for its eyes, which were its weak spot. Fong Xian set up the sniper rifle and aimed at the big eyes on the insect's head through the scope. Bang! The bullet came out of the gun and hit the centipede's eyes with great accuracy. It exploded instantly, and some juice flowed out around the eyes. But it didn't seem to cause any substantial damage. The big centipede stood up, its long legs trembling in the air, and it let out a sharp cry of pain. The surrounding insects became more frantic, moving faster and attacking frantically. Fong Xian was not panicked at all. She aimed again and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet hit the same spot again. The big centipede felt severe pain this time and rolled on the ground. The mini mutant insects paused for a moment, and they also felt the pain of the main insect. Suddenly many mutant insects began to hiss, making strange noises. It was the first time she heard an insect scream, and the sound was shrill and unpleasant. The mutant centipede kept turning its body, and it was impossible to lock its eyes for a while. It was a stalemate. But she was very patient, waiting for the best time to shoot. In the center of the battlefield, several of the insects suddenly jumped up and pounced on the person closest to it, jumping on the person's thigh and biting the leg. Blood gushed out. The two soldiers looked painful, gritted their teeth, and pulled down the finger-long mutant centipede with their bare hands, tearing off a piece of skin and flesh. He threw the centipede to the ground and crushed it to death with his foot. The battle became more and more intense, and the shovels in the hands of several people in Yukiki's team were flying sparks. They slapped and killed several of them directly. They didn't dare to stop at all. Once they stopped, the insects would climb up their bodies and eat them up, leaving only a pile of bones. One of the soldiers threw a grenade at a pile of insects in the distance. Boom! The loud sound of the bomb rang out, breaking through the darkness, and fragments flew everywhere. Many insects were instantly dismembered, blown into pieces, and raised high. Then another grenade was thrown into the pile of mutant insects, which blew up and killed many more insects. The number of insects was reduced immediately. After struggling, the mutant centipede at the back finally calmed down. But just as it stopped moving, another bullet hit it, hitting the injured eye again. This time, the bullet finally hit the head and exploded in the brain. The giant mutant centipede finally couldn't bear the burden and fell down limply. Fong Xian didn't dare to stop. Ordinary insects can survive even if their bodies are broken into several sections. She immediately fired a few more shots until half of the head was completely blown up and crippled. The besieged mutant insects seemed to have reduced their attack speed and were not as swift as before. Their movements actually slowed down. She guessed correctly. The mutant centipede had the ability to control mutant insects. Everyone saw that the big mutant centipede behind was dead and no longer a threat. This boosted morale. Everyone fought more and more bravely, gradually suppressing the insect swarm, and finally successfully eliminated the attacking mutant insects. Everyone also sat on the ground exhausted, thankful that they had survived the crisis this time. A life was saved, and 2 truckloads of supplies were saved. Fong Xian quickly walked to the side of the mutant centipede, picked up a machete, and chopped the more than 1 meter long mutant centipede into several sections. She heard that the mutant centipede had high medicinal value, so she wanted to take it back to Grandma Li for research, and she didn't expect that she could develop an amazing medicine. She put several sections of the mutant centipede into a bag, dragged it back, and stuffed it into the car. Yukiki came over curiously. "Why did you bring this thing back?" "It has its own use, you will know later." "Okay." The captain squatted down and helped the team members to treat the wounds of the injured team members. First disinfect with iodine or alcohol, then apply the powder to the wound. Finally wrap it with gauze. The two seemed to be injured frequently, and treated their wounds skillfully. They defended their country before the end of the world, and did not lose their beliefs after the end of the world, and dedicated themselves to the base. Although she is selfish, their spirit is admirable. No matter how much suffering and injuries they suffer, they have no complaints, and they selflessly dedicate themselves to maintaining world peace. But she would never sacrifice herself for anyone. After all, she only has one life, and if she sacrifices it, it will be gone. Everyone rested for a while, and the captain said, "Clean up the battlefield and kill the mutant bugs that are not completely dead." Yes. After receiving the order, the 7 soldiers acted quickly to execute it, while Yukiki and others were a little slow. The difference in execution was immediately apparent. But after all, they had not received formal training, so they could not be too harsh. Everyone spent more than 10 minutes to kill some bugs that were not completely dead. The dog also participated in it, and it was very busy for the little guy. During the battle just now, the dog also made a lot of efforts and crushed many bugs with his claws. The dog's combat power should not be underestimated. The captain spoke again, "Leave this place quickly and rest somewhere else." Chapter 163. The 4 cars drove to an open space 10 miles away and set up tents to rest. Fong Xian lay in the tent, unable to sleep for a moment. The mutant centipede kept replaying in his mind. Has the insect advanced now? Become intelligent? No, it is instinctive, the desire for flesh and blood, that makes it attack humans. But it already has the ability to organize a large number of mutant insects. Fong Xian sighed in his heart. Is this going to exterminate humans? Is the food chain going to be reversed? Forget it. Do whatever you want. Go to sleep. This is not something she can solve alone. The next morning, everyone had a simple breakfast and set off early. During the extremely hot day, you can still see sporadic survivors wandering around. However, as night fell, the survivors on the road hid like frightened birds. The reason is simple. Those creepy insects will come out at night to hunt for food, and many survivors know this rule very well, so they started looking for a safe place to hide early. Nowadays, more and more survivors are gathering together. After all, it is simply a pipe dream to fight against a large number of insects with one's own strength. Although these insects are not big, there are many of them, and they are so dense that it takes time to kill them all. Moreover, for ordinary survivors, their daily food intake is pitifully small. They are in such a hungry state for a long time, and their bodies are naturally extremely weak. How can they have extra strength to deal with the terrible insect tide? If you are not careful, you will be eaten by insects in an instant, leaving nothing but bones. It is not easy for them to deal with the insect plague, let alone ordinary survivors. It is even more difficult to survive in this dangerous land. Without the protection of a strong base, it is really difficult to survive. This may be the survival of the fittest. It took 2 days to drive through the outskirts of the 2 cities of B and C. There was no siege by the insect nest in the past 2 nights, so it was quite smooth. They did not pass through other people's territory in a big way. After all, they were transporting 2 trucks of food, so many important materials, and they could not afford any mistakes. Even if this might require a long detour and take more time, safety is always the first consideration in everyone's mind. While the A city base has its own capabilities, it will also provide some help to other cities. However, all this is based on the premise of ensuring its own stable and good development. Things are different now. Although City A is the capital, it is impossible to help others without reservation, and for free without considering its own interests. The food in these 2 trucks is not given to the base in City D for free, but the other party needs to take out materials of equal value to complete the exchange transaction. As for what materials to be exchanged, she doesn't know. As the person in charge of this mission, the captain did not reveal the details to her, but it doesn't matter. For her, she just needs to follow the command. On the surface, their mission seemed simple, nothing more than delivering food to the designated location and completing the handover, but in fact, the hidden variables and potential risks were unknown. Everyone remained highly alert along the way. Outside the car window was a desolate scene, and occasionally abandoned building wreckage could be seen. And some skeletons. Everyone prayed that there would not be too many twists and turns, and that they would arrive at the mission location safely, and complete the mission as soon as possible. Finally, after another day of travel, they arrived in City D smoothly. As we went deeper into D City, we saw more and more ruins. The captain's voice came from the headset. Be alert, check your guns. Yes. Fong Xian, who was sitting in the back seat and petting her dog, paused. She saw a large number of people moving around in the ruins more than 80 meters ahead. Her senses were no longer normal. There were at least 50 people in the ruins ahead, and they were holding guns. One of them was holding a telescope and kept observing the surroundings. Something was wrong. She quickly picked up the telescope and looked into the distance. Sure enough, there were many people, and they had already ambushed. She quickly pressed the headset. There is an ambush in the abandoned building on the right. The captain heard the voice, and quickly took out the telescope to check. He looked through the telescope and saw that, as Fong Xian said, there were a lot of people ambushing in the abandoned building on the right. And they were all well equipped, and seemed to have been prepared. What happened? He immediately pressed the headset. Stop first. The 4 cars stopped in place. You can't fight hard, and you will be a sitting duck if you drive the car over. The situation was obviously unfavorable. The enemy was in the dark, and we were in the light. It was obvious that the other party was prepared. It was impossible to make the other party compromise through negotiation. He thought for a moment, and made a judgment immediately. He immediately pressed the headset, and said in a deep voice, "Return to the original route, and retreat to a safe area, quickly." In the ruins on the right. "Brother, their car seems to have stopped. Could it be that they discovered us? Take another look, don't be impatient." The man called brother picked up the telescope again, lying in the ruins of the building, observing the dynamics over there. "Why are their cars moving? Oh no, they're trying to run away. What should we do, brother? Our boss has issued a death order that we must bring the supplies back." "Don't argue." The elder brother shouted angrily, his temper a little impatient. "If we go out of the ruins and fight directly, we won't have the shelter to protect us." While hesitating, the 4 cars have already started moving. The elder brother climbed up from the ruins and yelled angrily, "Chase them. Quick!" Fong Xian kept her eyes fixed on the other side's every move. Suddenly, she saw a group of people driving out of the ruins with a fierce momentum. She quickly pressed the headset and spoke very quickly. "They are moving and chasing us. Our car can't outrun them. There is an abandoned building ruin on the left side of the road we came. Why don't we drive there?" The captain frowned slightly. As Fong Xian said, 2 trucks pulling heavy objects are definitely not as fast as a car. This is the only way for now. It seems that this battle cannot be avoided. He said solemnly, "Just listen to Fong Xian. Everyone, pay attention and drive the car into the abandoned building." After receiving the order, the 4 cars stepped on the accelerator at the same time. The engines made a deafening roar. The tires spun rapidly, rolling over the dry ground, and raising a lot of dust. This time, Fong Xian's car took the lead, leading the other 3 cars to rush towards the abandoned building. And behind them, about 6 cars were chasing them, and the distance between the 2 sides was getting closer and closer. When they were about to catch up. Chapter 164. At this moment, the captain calmly commanded, "Knock off the tires of the 2 cars in front." After receiving the order, 2 of the soldiers lowered the car windows, stuck out their guns, aimed at the nearest car behind, and fired directly. Bang bang. 2 gunshots hit the tires directly. The front tires of the unmodified cars burst instantly. The 2 vehicles lost control and flipped to the sides. One of them blocked the route of the car behind, and immediately widened the distance. Finally, after a gust of lightning, their car successfully arrived at the abandoned building, and the 2 trucks stopped steadily in a position that could be used as a shelter. The captain's deep voice came again. 2 off-road vehicles moved forward and blocked the exit. After hearing the order, Yukiki turned the steering wheel, adjusted the body of the car at a high speed, and together with another car, blocked the entrance and blocked the 2 trucks inside. The captain commanded in an orderly manner, "Find a good cover and set up the guns." Everyone moved again in an orderly manner, found a suitable cover, and set up the guns. "Fong Xian, you have a good sniper, find the best shooting position, and wait for orders." Received. Then, the enemy's vehicles were coming one after another. The doors of the cars on the opposite side opened one after another, and then one after another. There were more than 50 people. In the 2 overturned cars in the back, there were also more than 10 figures who jumped out in a hurry. They were quick and agile, running towards this side quickly, and they were obviously martial artists. There were about 60 people gathered in front of me, which was really surprising. It is not difficult to see that they were well prepared. The enemies hid behind their vehicles, using the bodies of the vehicles as cover, revealing only pairs of murderous eyes. At this time, a loud voice sounded. "Listen, people inside, you have been surrounded, surrender quickly." Hearing this, Fong Xian couldn't help but want to laugh. How come this line would sound different if it was said by a gangster? The captain standing in front saw this, and shouted loudly without showing any weakness. "Who are you? Who sent you here?" However, the other party did not answer his question, but repeated it again. Stop talking nonsense, surrender, or no one can leave. From the other party's forceful attitude, it can be seen that they are obviously relying on their large numbers to be fearless. Nevertheless, if they really fight hard, it is still unknown who will win. After all, everyone on their side is not a pushover. But in this way, it is inevitable that someone will get hurt, and there may even be more serious consequences. At this time, Fong Xian was lying on the roof of the truck, observing the enemy's every move from a high position, and taking in the enemy's situation. She had already hidden the dog in a ruin when she got off the truck. After all, guns have no eyes. She lay patiently and quietly, waiting for orders. She could now shoot the leader of the opposite side in the head, but when working as a team, she could not act on her own. Let's fight. The stalemate didn't last long, and the captain didn't say too much nonsense. Since they couldn't reach an agreement, they would fight. Bang, bang, bang. After hearing the order, everyone pulled the trigger without hesitation. The battle officially started. The captain's steady voice came from the headset. Fong Xian, find the right time to shoot the leader of the opposite side. Understood. Fong Xian aimed at the leader's head through the scope. Bang! The bullet flew out of the barrel, cutting through the air and penetrating the car body. Before the leader of the opposite side could react, his head exploded instantly. The opposite side had never expected that their leader would die so quickly. This had a certain psychological impact on them. Fong Xian kept changing her position and shooting, accurately suppressing the enemy's firepower. Then the enemy quickly discovered Fong Xian's position, and bullets rained down on her. Fong Xian quickly rolled sideways off the roof of the car. But she was still hit in the arm by a bullet. Only a burst of white smoke came out of her arm. It must be said that the combat uniform bought at a high price is powerful, and it will not hurt at all. She quickly ran to a collapsed wall and fired again. Although everyone's shooting skills were very accurate, they were outnumbered after all. The captain shouted again, "Throw a grenade." One of the soldiers immediately put down his gun and quickly threw out a grenade. The other side also reacted quickly and found the iron ball in the air and shouted in fear, "Lie down." Boom! Before the voice fell, a grenade fell on the roof of the car, and there was a violent explosion. The people on the opposite side had no time to dodge. The explosion was so powerful that they were blown up into the sky with a deafening roar. Their limbs and arms flew into the sky, and a large number of fragments swept down the people nearby, and they lost their lives instantly in the explosion. Then, 2 more explosions sounded, and the tails of the 2 cars flew into the air with fireballs burning, splashing countless fragments. The panicked crowd was hit hard again, and more people were hit by the fragments. They fell to the ground and lost their lives. However, the battle had not lasted for 5 minutes, and the other side had lost nearly half of its people. The rest of the people lay on the ground in a mess, their heads buzzing, and they had completely lost the courage to resist. Seeing this, the captain shouted excitedly, hit hard for me." After hearing the order, the gunfire rang out again. Bang, 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 the bullets whizzed away like raindrops. The air was filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. The battle lasted for nearly 10 minutes, and the whole scene was thrilling. However, the ending was no surprise, and we won. When the gunpowder gradually dissipated, the battlefield was in a mess. 2 members of Yuki's team were injured. 2 other soldiers were also injured. A total of 4 people were injured. But fortunately, their injuries were not serious. One of the male team members only had a slight scratch on his arm, and there was a trace of blood on the wound. Another male team member was in a more serious condition. His shoulder was hit by a bullet, but it was not a vital injury. At this time, the captain walked over with big strides and asked with concern, "How is it? Is the injury serious?" Yukiki quickly replied, "Don't worry, Captain, it's not a big problem, and there is no danger to his life. Well, you stay and treat the injuries of the wounded. Others, come with me to check and see if there are any survivors. Leave a few survivors for interrogation, and strangle the rest." After that, the captain waved his hand, and led the 5 people including Fong Xian to the center of the battlefield. Yukiki and Li Xiaomei stayed behind to treat the wounded. Due to frequent missions, injuries have become commonplace for them. After many injuries, they have learned some medical knowledge. Moreover, they have learned a lot of medical knowledge from Lu Su. She handled the injuries of each wounded person skillfully, while Li Xiaomei helped tacitly. Chapter 165. Guzi ran out of the ruins, shook off the dust on his body, and chased after Fong Xian. Soon, several people walked to the center of the battlefield. The scene was extremely tragic. The 2 destroyed cars were still emitting thick smoke, and the ground was charred. Broken limbs and wreckage were scattered everywhere, as well as a large number of car body fragments. The thick smell of gunpowder filled the nose. The captain stepped on a rearview mirror and came closer. Several people were lying on the ground, groaning in pain. Blood was flowing from the wounds on their bodies. The soldier dragged out 2 enemies with less severe injuries and threw them at the captain's feet like trash. The 2 men lowered their heads, their faces full of pain, and the wounds on their bodies were of varying depths, bleeding. The captain stood on his feet, his posture upright, exuding a majestic and cold aura. He stared at the 2 people in front of him expressionlessly and said coldly, "Tell me, who sent you here?" However, the 2 men kept their mouths shut and said nothing, as if they didn't care at all what the other said. Seeing this, the other soldiers raised their guns, lowered the muzzles, and pointed them at the 2 people on the ground. In fact, Fong Xian and the captain had already guessed the mastermind behind the scenes, and they just wanted to get something for free. But without solid evidence, we can't jump to conclusions. Seeing that the enemy was stubborn, one of the soldiers stepped forward and kicked the 2 people fiercely. Only 2 muffled sounds were heard, and the 2 people were kicked and rolled on the ground twice, groaning. However, it didn't work at all. The 2 people had received strict training, and their temperaments were far superior to ordinary people. They knew very well that they would die anyway. Even if they died, they would never let the enemy get what they wanted. The captain frowned. He didn't expect the 2 men to be so stubborn. It seemed that they had to use some tough tactics. Hit them hard until they opened their mouths. After hearing the order, several people picked up the butts of their guns and smashed them at the 2 men. Muffled groans continued to sound. They beat them for 5 minutes. Their bodies were covered with bruises, and it was horrible. There was not a single piece of good flesh left. However, the 2 men still gritted their teeth and refused to utter a word. Fong Xian stepped forward. "Let me try." The captain stepped aside upon hearing this, and several soldiers also stopped what they were doing and stepped aside. Fong Xian slowly squatted down and slowly pulled out a sharp dagger from his sleeve, with a flash of cold light. Puff! The dagger pierced straight into a man's thigh. Blood gushed out instantly. Fong Xian said expressionlessly, "If you know what's good for you, tell the truth. This way you may suffer less physical pain." The man groaned in pain, gritted his teeth, and veins on his forehead bulged. "If you have the ability, kill me." Fong Xian didn't say anything, but increased his strength, turning the handle of the knife, stirring the flesh and blood with the blade. Ah! The man finally couldn't stand the pain and screamed, subconsciously raised his fist, and hit Fong Xian. "You bastard, you will die a miserable death." Fong Xian raised his hand and pinched his wrist, twisting it hard to the outside, and the wrist broke with a snap, completely losing the ability to resist. Ah! The scream sounded even more harshly. Fong Xian's mouth curled slightly. It turned out that he would scream when in pain, and he was not a hard bone. The knife in her hand kept stirring the flesh and blood, which fell to the ground piece by piece. The man finally fainted from the pain. Fong Xian ignored him, and continued to move his hands, scraping the bones and the flesh. The hair on the backs of several soldiers standing nearby stood up, and they were glad that they were not her enemies, otherwise it would be worse than death. The man was awakened by the excruciating pain of scraping his bones, and a shrill roar came out of his throat. "Beast, you are simply not a human being." Ah! The howl of pain sounded again. The man's body could not bear such pain, and he kept rolling, twisting, and struggling on the hot ground. "I advise you to save your energy. This is just the beginning. Next, I will shave off your flesh bit by bit." The cold voice whispered in his ear like a devil. The man's eyes were finally filled with fear. Although he was not afraid of death, at this moment, this torture that was worse than death made him feel terrified. He did not want to be tortured to death. "No, if you have the ability, just kill me." Fong Xian remained unmoved and continued his actions. I tell you. The man roared, and the body of Hun Luozhao was soaked with sweat. Fong Xian sneered at the corners of her mouth when she heard it, then slowly stood up and stepped aside. She took out her mobile phone from her pocket and started recording. In the man's intermittent narration, the truth finally surfaced. It was just as Captain Fong Xian and the others had guessed. The base commander of the D-City base had no intention of making an equal replacement as agreed. In order to avoid paying a price, and not to damage the relationship between the two bases, the selfish base commander actually sent a team to rob this batch of supplies. But no one expected that they would fail when the number of people on both sides was so huge. After hearing this, the captain's face darkened. All dealt with. Then clean up the battlefield and confiscate useful supplies. Yes. After receiving the order, several team members immediately took action. The captain turned around and walked to the other side, turned on the communicator on his wrist, and began to report the situation to the A City base. Yes, that's it. Please give instructions. After the captain finished the call, he walked up to Fong Xian and said, rest for 2 days, and then go to the D City base. Fong Xian nodded, indicating that he had no objection. After all, there were still several wounded soldiers who needed to be healed. After the battlefield was completely cleaned up, the 4 vehicles left here again. They moved forward along the road and stopped 2 miles away. There were several abandoned and collapsed buildings here, which was perfect for resting here. The 2 teams acted quickly, with clear division of labor and tacit cooperation. Some of them skillfully built tents and placed the wounded in the tents to recover. Yukiki and Li Xiaomei set up a small pot to prepare dinner. The male team member who could cook was injured, so Yukiki rolled up his sleeves and picked up a kitchen knife. Fong Xian went out to find some dry firewood. Dry firewood in abandoned buildings is not difficult to find. Some beams and furniture can be used as firewood. After a few days of getting along and fighting side by side, the 2 groups of people who were originally strangers have established a deep friendship, and the 2 groups naturally eat together. Fong Xian took out 2 bags of dried goose meat and some dried vegetables from her backpack and handed them to Yukiki. Let's eat this tonight. Yukiki took it excitedly. Okay. For her partners who had been through life and death together, she would not be stingy with the food in her hand, and the people here were not pretentious, so she liked them very much. As for those she didn't like, she would not let them take advantage of her. Chapter 166. After a while, a small pot full of fragrant meat, stewed over a high fire, gradually gave off a fragrant aroma. Everyone gathered around the pot, staring at it eagerly. They sniffed the aroma in the air, their throats rolled up and down, and their mouths kept secreting saliva. Yukiki joked, a bunch of little greedy cats. Just wait 5 more minutes. Finally, the meal was served, and they felt that these 5 minutes were a long time. Everyone held their own bowls, waiting for Yukiki to share the meal. Yukiki picked up a big spoon and served Fong Xian the rice first. Then she served the others. Her hands were steady, unlike the auntie who served the food at school, who kept shaking the spoon. Everyone had a big bowl. She served the rice for several wounded soldiers, and then she served the rest in the pot to her own bowl. Everyone found a place to sit and started eating. For a while, there was no sound of talking, only the sound of chewing. Although the weather was hot and everyone was sweating, they were all very satisfied. At night, the captain led a few people to check the condition of the car. They made sure that there was no damage to the car before arranging people to keep watch. They still picked up a pile of dry firewood to enclose the rest area. After everything was ready, everyone went into the tent to rest. Fong Xian sprinkled some insect-repellent powder outside his tent. A basin filled with ice was placed in the tent, and the man and the dog finally rested. After 2 days of rest, the wounded had begun to heal and were not seriously affected, so they set off for the D City base. According to the captain, they came here to exchange some medicinal materials. The amount of medicine used in the A City base is very large. Since the other party did not succeed, then just pretend that they were unaware of this matter and continue the transaction. 4 cars drove into the gate of the D City base. They did not choose to enter the base rashly. The car stopped steadily, and a group of people stood beside the trucks in a well-organized manner. After revealing their identities, the guards at the gate quickly reported. Fong Xian looked inside through the gate of the base. The ordinary survivors in the D City base were skinny, and everyone's eyes were numb. They walked with difficulty, hunched over, as if walking was a waste of energy, as if they would fall down in the next second. Although the ordinary survivors of the A City base were also thin, they were in good spirits. The A City base had never given up on ordinary survivors, and they still had hope of survival. You never know until you compare, and you'd be shocked when you compare. The 2 bases formed a sharp contrast. When the base manager knew that the material truck had arrived at the base safely, he was stunned for a moment, which meant that the people he sent out to carry out the mission had failed. He pounded the table in anger and cursed inwardly that they were useless. He immediately sent his assistant to receive them. After receiving the order, the assistant turned around and ran out. The base commander was still a little unwilling. The person in charge ran out politely, with a smile on his face. "Oh, thank you for your hard work along the way. It's okay. The supplies you need have been delivered. Where are our supplies? You have traveled for such a long time, and it is really hard. Rest and settle down first. We will deliver the supplies tomorrow. No, hand it over as soon as possible. We still have to rush back." The person in charge smiled. "Don't worry, the supplies are ready. just waiting for you. Okay, let's quickly complete the handover procedures. Come in and have a drink of water first. Brothers must be thirsty on the way. No. The person in charge saw that this person was not interested and smiled awkwardly. Okay, then let's inspect it first. Inspect it. He turned around and quickly found some people to open the boxes and inspect the goods. When the door of the truck compartment was opened, bags of grain were revealed inside. Seeing the full truck of grain, his eyes suddenly lit up. He took out a pair of pliers and pierced each bag to make sure that they were all genuine food. The other truck was full of dried vegetables. The person in charge strode over with a smile. We checked everything, and there's no problem. Okay, where are our supplies? Don't worry, brothers. Why don't you go inside and take a break and cool down? He made a gesture of invitation. Your supplies will be here soon. The sun outside is very hot. Come in and sit down for a while. The captain waved his hand. Don't bother, we just wait here for a while. Okay then. Then the person in charge turned around, his face darkened, and he shouted at some people, What are you guys dawdling about? Drive the car in quickly, you ignorant people, don't block the road here. The captain stretched out his hand to stop him, and said seriously, this is against the rules. We haven't seen our supplies yet, how can you drive the supply truck away? Besides, we have to drive our car back. The person in charge was shocked by the captain's murderous aura. He quickly wiped the big drops of sweat from his forehead and smiled. Yes, you were right, I didn't think it through. After waiting for about half an hour, they still didn't see the materials they wanted to replace. The captain looked down at his watch and said to the person in charge, Is it that the things are not ready yet? When you are ready, we will come over. The person in charge hurried forward. No, wait another 10 minutes, and come right over. Fong Xian watched the person in charge coldly. He had a sharp face, spoke vaguely, and did things in a sloppy manner. It was obvious that he had bad intentions. At this time, the base commander wanted to get rid of these people at the base, but he suppressed his greed. The A City base must have known what they did, but there was no evidence, and it was just speculation. He couldn't do such a thing in his own base, nor could he make things too ugly. He couldn't make enemies with the A City base now, so he finally gritted his teeth and exchanged materials as agreed. Finally, not long after, the material truck slowly drove out. The person in charge breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the material truck coming, and said with a smile, It's here, please check it. The captain waved his hand, and the two team members immediately set off, opened the compartment, and began to check the goods. After confirming that the materials were fine, the captain also breathed a sigh of relief. Unload the goods. At the order, everyone immediately took action, and finally it took an hour to unload all the materials from the two trucks, and then load the replaced medicinal materials. The herbs were neatly stacked in a truck. There was a truck in total. The person in charge walked forward with a smile on his face. Captain, the supplies have been handed over. It's getting late. Why don't you take a rest for a night, and leave tomorrow morning? Have a few drinks, and I find some beauties to accompany you. What do you think? No. The captain suppressed his disgust and waved his hand. Thank you for your kindness. We still have a mission to complete. We can't stay for long. Please forgive us. The person in charge nodded tactfully. Yes, business is more important. I won't force you to stay. Be careful on the road. Chapter 167. After confirming that the supplies were okay, the captain gestured to leave. The team members walked towards the car in unison, and even got on the car in an orderly manner, showing the quality of the soldiers. The empty truck led the way, followed by two off-road vehicles behind. The vehicle loaded with supplies was in the middle of the team, closely protected by the vehicles in front and behind. Accompanied by the roar of the engine, the four vehicles left in a mighty manner. The wheels rolled, and dust rose on the dry ground wherever they passed. At this time, the smile on the face of the person in charge, who was watching from the spot, disappeared. These people were very alert, and did not enter the base at all. The order issued by the base commander was to kill these people without any loss of life and swallow up the supplies they brought. However, their plan failed, and the other party did not give them the opportunity to carry out their conspiracy. If they chose to take action outside the base, although it might succeed, these people were extraordinary and might escape in the chaos. Not only will the supplies not be available, but the already fragile friendly relationship between the two bases will also be seriously damaged. In this way, there will be no possibility of any form of cooperation with City A in the future, but only City A has a large amount of food, and they don't want to make things too awkward in public, but they want to get it for free. They are typical bad and stupid. Drive faster and pay close attention to the surrounding situation. Yes. At this time, the captain looked serious, and he didn't dare to relax even though he was far away from the D-City base. After all, the D-City base is insidious and cunning. The 4 cars sped along the way, and even had a simple dinner in the car. In this way, the originally long journey was shortened to nearly half. Finally, after being completely away from D-City, that is, at noon the next day, everyone was able to rest. The hot traffic above was scorching the earth. Everyone was thirsty in the hot weather, and the sweat soaked their clothes, which were evaporated by the hot air. Everyone's body seemed to be drained of water, and became dry. It felt that if they rubbed their clothes hard, they would catch fire. Everyone quickly set up the tent, leaving only one person to guard it. The others could not wait to get into the tent, fell to the ground, and fell asleep as soon as they closed their eyes. The quality of sleep was excellent. Fong Xian and Guzi also got into their own small tent, quickly took out the ice basin to cool down, and put 2 ice cubes in their mouths. The cool feeling spread in their mouths, and they felt much more comfortable. She was wearing a constant temperature suit, so her body surface temperature would not be too high, but the skin exposed to the outside would still feel hot and burning, such as the eyes and ears. The dog's mouth, eyes, and ears were also exposed, so it was naturally very hot, and it kept sticking out its tongue to cool down. Fong Xian also stuffed 2 ice cubes into its mouth to cool it down. She didn't want to eat alone in the off-road vehicle. The dog and the man ate several ice cubes in a row before they were finally satisfied, so they closed their eyes and rested quickly. I don't know why, but I always feel sleepy in hot weather. I fell asleep as soon as I touched the pillow. I was tired after traveling for a day and a night. Everyone stayed in place to rest, and time passed slowly until 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when they got up and stretched their bodies out of the tent. After a simple dinner, the captain decided to travel at night, as the temperature at night was much lower than during the day. In this way, people would not suffer too much. The 4 cars started their engines again, and set off on the return journey again. Fong Xian sat in the back seat and yawned. Yawning seemed to be contagious. When one person yawned, everyone in the car yawned. Yukiki covered her mouth. A teardrop hung in the corner of her eye. Did you not rest well? Not bad. It's like this when you're out. You have to travel day and night. Yeah, it's not easy. Close your eyes and rest for a while. Okay. Fong Xian closed his eyes and leaned back against the seat, his body relaxed. The night was shrouded in darkness and silence, with only the headlights of the cars emitting strong light, illuminating the road ahead. At this moment, Fong Xian, who was resting with her eyes closed in the back seat, suddenly opened her eyes. She sat up alertly, and the dog beside her pricked up her ears. Bang, bang, bang. A burst of dense and rapid gunfire rang in Fong Xian's ears, tearing apart the tranquility of the night. Rustle, rustle, rustle. It seemed that a large number of objects were moving quickly. What else could this sound be but a large number of mutant insect swarms? She was too familiar with this sound. Judging from the sound, someone should have been besieged by a swarm of mutant insects. Yukiki, who was sitting next to him, was keenly aware of the alertness in Fong Xian's eyes, and asked hurriedly, "What's wrong?" It seems that someone is besieged by a swarm of mutant insects. Another insect. Yukiki's face turned pale. She hated the dense insects the most. Where is it? Is it far from us? Fong Xian's eyes fell on a certain place in the darkness ahead, and he said in a deep voice, "Not far ahead." Fong Xian immediately pressed the headset, and told the captain this information very quickly and accurately. The captain's steady voice came, "Go over there, and take a look." As the vehicle gradually approached, the originally vague sound became clearer and clearer, as if one could feel the tension and danger approaching. From a distance, one could see a large black tide of insects, like a surging tide, tightly surrounding a group of more than a dozen people in the center. A rough estimate is that there are tens of thousands of these densely packed insects. Compared to the last time they encountered an insect tide, this time the scale is obviously twice as large. Fortunately, there were no terrifying giant insects up to 1 meter long at the rear of the insect swarm. At this moment, a team member accidentally fell into the swarm of insects. In an instant, countless insects swarmed over him, and crawled all over his body in the blink of an eye. Just 2 minutes later, when the crazy gnawing insects dispersed, only a pale skeleton was left, which was creepy. Faced with such a horrible scene, the captain was stunned for a moment, and shouted loudly in the headset, "Go help!" After hearing the order, the team members reacted extremely quickly, and picked up various weapons in their hands. Among them, Yukiki and others grabbed the shovel without hesitation, although the simple tool seemed a bit backward compared to other professional weapons. It was obviously at a disadvantage in the face of so many bugs. After returning to the base, she had to find a way to get a few handy weapons. The previous guns were useless against bugs, and she was reluctant to spend points, but this time on the mission, she clearly felt that the bug tide was increasing. Chapter 168. Fong Xian put the dog in the car. Be good, wait for me in the car, don't come out. After saying that, he ignored the dog and gently closed the car door. The number of insects, this time, was really shocking. Fong Xian was worried that he would not have time to take care of the dog's safety. If an accident happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, the captain decisively gave the order, throw 2 bombs first. Before he finished speaking, 2 team members quickly took out 2 grenades and threw them at the swarm of insects coming like a tide from behind without hesitation. Boom! A loud bang resounded through the night. The flame shot up into the sky, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Under the terrifying high temperature, a large number of densely packed insects nearby were instantly blown away. The insects were swept up by the air waves of the explosion, and their broken limbs and debris flew all over the sky, and they were dismembered in an instant. The group of people who were surrounded by insects and in desperate situations raised their heads in horror after hearing the loud bang. When they saw a group of people rushing towards them from a distance, their faces immediately revealed an uncontrollable ecstasy. One of them shouted excitedly, "Captain, look! Someone is coming to save us! We are finally saved!" The captain's tense nerves relaxed at once, and he secretly rejoiced in his heart, thinking that they were all dead today. Someone actually came to save them, and the captain was excited. The captain raised his arms and shouted, "Brothers, work harder, let's kill these damn bugs together." The people who were exhausted and almost desperate were full of strength again. Kill them. Brothers, kill them all. The group picked up their guns again and fought back desperately. But their ordinary guns had little effect on the many insects. Some people even stepped on them directly, causing the insects to burst and splash all over the ground. Fong Xian and his group quickly joined the battle. Fong Xian threw the flamethrower in his hand to Yukiki. "What about you? What do you use?" "I use this." Fong Xian took out the insect repellent powder from his pocket. Although the insect repellent powder cannot kill the insects immediately, the insects will run away immediately when they touch the powder, and then the drug effect will take effect and slowly die. "Okay, then you should be careful." The crowd hurried and soon came to the back of the bugs. They quickly formed a tight circle, facing the bugs, holding their own weapons in their hands, and began to attack frantically. The captain and 7 others held modified shotguns. The bullets used in the shotguns were not ordinary bullets, but incendiary bullets. Although the range was short, the coverage was wide, and had a strong firepower of continuous shooting, which was completely different from the shotguns before the end of the world. It was so useful to deal with this kind of bug tide. She would also get a few when she returned. If you sell some and use pistols to the base, you can get some points. For a moment, the fierce gunshots and the sound of shovels hitting the ground intertwined and echoed in the dark night. Fong Xian kept waving the insect repellent powder in his hand, and the white powder fell like snowflakes. When the insects came into contact with the powder, they would make a harsh hissing sound, which was very painful. It is worthy of being the powder made by Grandma Lee. It is easy to use. It is just a bit too wasteful, a bit painful. Watch your step, be careful not to get bitten. The captain yelled at the side. The shovels of the 3 people in Yuki's team could not hit the bugs under their feet at all. Fong Xian quickly sprinkled a handful of powder, and the bugs immediately ran away with a hiss. After 2 battles with insect plagues, the fuel in Yuki's flamethrower was finally exhausted. She sprayed a few more times, and it was completely empty. Yuki's eyes were red, and she swung the big flamethrower and smashed it towards the ground. Like a female man, she didn't care about her image as a beautiful woman at all. With the participation of Fong Xian and 12 other people, the bugs were finally eliminated after more than half an hour, and some of them ran away. But no one cared. As long as they didn't attack them, they were too lazy to chase them. Everyone collapsed on the ground, not caring about the dead bugs on the ground, and gasped. The dozen figures on the other side were also exhausted, and they all collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. "Captain, we are not dead." A team member spoke hoarsely, with a tone full of relief and disbelief for surviving the disaster. "Yes, we survived," someone echoed. Before he finished speaking, one of the team members started crying. Tears streamed down his dark face, and he cried with his big white teeth bared. He vented his fear in joy. The captain's chest rose and fell violently, and he obviously had not fully recovered from the thrilling battle just now. He knew very well that if no one came to rescue them in time, the fate of their group of people could be imagined. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Everyone take a rest first. I go over and take a look. Captain, let's go with you. The other team members struggled to stand up and said they wanted to go together. The captain nodded. Okay, let's go. So, a group of people supported each other and staggered towards Fong Xian. More than a dozen people stepped on the insect corpses. Their legs were soft and weak. Due to the long and fierce battle, their legs had already lost strength. After a while, they came to the rescuers. The captain stretched out his big hands and held one of them tightly, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for helping me today. If it weren't for you, the consequences would be disastrous. The team member patted the man's shoulder and said with a smile, I'm glad you're okay. He pointed in the direction of the captain. This is our captain. Hey, okay. He let go of the team member's hand, staggered forward, stretched out his big hands to hold the captain's hands, and expressed gratitude. Brother, thank you so much for helping me. Then, he turned his eyes to everyone present, full of gratitude, and bowed deeply. Thank you so much. The captain patted the man's arm vigorously. We are all compatriots. No need to be so polite. Then he asked, which base are you from? We are from City B. We were resting here, but we were suddenly besieged by a swarm of mutant insects. Now the mutant insects are rampant. Be careful when you go out. Next time you can't beat them, run away quickly. The man sighed. I ran away, but I couldn't run away at all. Xiaoyu, the man shouted immediately. A man walked out of the crowd. Here. Go get our food. Yes. Soon, Xiaoyu returned with a heavy backpack in his hand. Captain, here are the things. After taking the backpack, the man turned to face Fong Xian and the other 12 people and said sincerely, thanks to your help this time, we still have some food supplies here. Although it's not much, it's also a little gift from us. Don't despise it. As he said, he handed the backpack in his hand to the captain. The captain raised his hand to refuse. No, we didn't think of anything when we saved people. Okay, it's getting late, we have to leave. You should leave here quickly. Chapter 169. The captain turned around and waved to everyone. Let's go. After saying that, everyone turned around and walked away quickly. Some thin men stared at the backs of everyone leaving in a daze. In this desperate apocalypse, there are very few people willing to help. Even teammates who have experienced many life and death situations may not necessarily lend a helping hand. Seeing so many mutant bugs, they will subconsciously run away. Some people walk in the dark and are eventually swallowed by the darkness. There are also very few people who, although in the dark, still have light in their hearts. He frowned, and as his eyebrows moved, the scar on his forehead also moved slightly. Whether it was before or after the apocalypse, no matter how hard he tried, he could receive very little kindness. Captain. Seeing that the captain was still standing there, Xiaoyu hurriedly shouted a reminder. The captain came to his senses, and turned his head to look in Xiaoyu's direction. Xiaoyu walked quickly to his side, and said anxiously, let's leave here quickly. The man nodded. Yes, leave here. Then, the group left quickly, and gradually disappeared at the end of the darkness. Fong Xian and the other 12 people quickly left the battlefield and got into the car. When Fong Xian opened the car door, the dog swung its tail, rushed over anxiously, and sniffed Fong Xian's scent with its nose. You didn't take me with you in the fight. Let me smell if you were injured. The master was always rubbing his body, and he always rubbing his body after a fight. It didn't smell good, but he was not injured. Woof. Fong Xian sat down, raised his hand and stroked the dog's head to comfort him. Okay, I'm fine. Little Tunton is really cute. Yukiki reached out and touched the dog's shiny fur. Come here and let me hug you. Woof. The dog turned his head away in disdain. He leaned closer to her. No. Yukiki saw the dog's disdain and said coquettishly, oh, you actually disdain me? I'm not going to be with you anymore, I'm angry. After that, Yukiki crossed her arms and tilted her head to the other side, not looking at the dog. The dog had no choice but to exhale a heavy breath of hot air from his nose, turned his head towards Yukiki, and poked Yukiki's arm with his mouth. Yukiki was unmoved, muttering, humph, angry, the kind that can't be coaxed. The dog snorted again, and the force of his mouth increased, poking Yukiki's arm hard. Then let me hug you, and I won't be angry. The dog sighed. Okay. It put its head on Yukiki's thigh and let Yukiki ravage it. In this way, time passed quietly in the interaction between a man and a dog. Unconsciously, the car sped all the way until noon. The sun was scorching in the sky, and the scorching sun made it impossible to open your eyes. At this time, they found that they were about to enter the area of City B. Considering that the people were tired, and the remaining distance was not too far, there was no rush at this time. Everyone decided to stop here to rest for a while, intending to rest until the evening before continuing on the road. The weather was too hot, and everyone did not have much appetite. They simply filled their stomachs and returned to their tents to rest. Fong Xian slept until the evening, and the ice water on his head had long melted into water. He washed his face directly with this basin of water, and the water turned hot. After washing her face, she felt much more energetic. She hadn't rested for 2 or 3 days, and she felt a little heavy all over, and her lazy muscles were a little hard to stretch. She must have a good sleep when she goes back. Oh, right. She can't go back with them for the time being. She has to go out and smuggle a car out of the space. Fong Xian first put the things that shouldn't be in the tent into the space, such as the basin of hot water. Then she climbed out of the tent. The air outside was fine except that it was a little hot. Fong Xian raised her arms and moved her body. The dog followed and walked out of the tent, shook his body, yawned, and then stretched. After stretching his body, he began to dismantle the tent. He patted off the dust on the tent and took down the ground nails and windproof ropes. At this time, other people were also walking out of the tent one after another. Li Xiaomei saw Fong Xian busying himself and walked forward with her thick long legs to help. Why didn't you sleep a little longer? I woke up and got up. Me too, I was woken up by the heat, and then I ran out to sleep directly. It was too hot. Yes, it will be cool for a while at night. With Li Xiaomei's help, the tent was quickly packed up and stuffed into the trunk. Okay, done. Li Xiaomei clapped her hands. Let's go and have dinner. The meal was ready. The dinner was beef, dried potatoes, and whole grain pancakes. They had finished their white flour pancakes, leaving only the whole grain pancakes. Fong Xian couldn't swallow it. She had eaten the whole grain pancakes that Yukiki and the others brought yesterday, but she always felt that they were stuck in her throat and couldn't go down. She stretched her neck while eating. I stretched it every time I swallowed it. It was just like the dry yogurt that I couldn't swallow. Fong Xian declined directly, because he really had no appetite. Aren't you hungry? Yukiki said angrily, just have a bite to fill your stomach. No, you guys eat. I just have some biscuits later. Okay, next time we won't bring dry biscuits. Everyone chewed the dried biscuits in their mouths, and then swallowed them bit by bit with water. It's not good not to drink water, it's really dry. Fong Xian returned to the car and took out a pack of biscuits and a bottle of water. She walked back to the place where everyone was eating, squatted down, unpacked, took out a piece, and put it in her mouth and chewed it slowly. The biscuits were a bit dry, so she ate 2 and put them aside. She took 2 gulps of water and swallowed the biscuits in her mouth. She would secretly eat something else later, as she was completely immune to dry things now. Fong Xian turned her head and looked at the captain, who was silently biting the dry biscuits, and said, Captain, I won't go back with everyone. I need to go out for a while. The captain stopped chewing, looked up at Fong Xian, and did not ask where she was going. He asked with concern, Are you alone? Yes. Can you do it alone? Yes, don't worry. Okay, then you should be careful. Yukiki interrupted, Shinshin, shall we go with you? The other 3 people also echoed, Yes, 1 more person means more strength. Anyway, we are fine. Fong Xian smiled, It's okay, don't worry, I can go by myself. After that, Yukiki and the others did not insist. They knew Fong Xian's character. If she said she didn't need it, she didn't need it. If she needed them, she would say it directly without beating around the bush. Fong Xian looked at the captain again. My gun and headset are in the car. Okay, I got it. Chapter 170. After finishing their meal, everyone started to pack up again. Some people were dismantling their tents, some were packing their belongings, and they put everything into the car. The scene was busy and orderly. Yukiki saw several packages in the trunk, raised her head and asked, Shinshin, your bag is still in the car. Fong Xian walked over and took out her 2 large bags and sniper rifles. Yukiki closed the trunk and said, We are leaving, please be careful. Well, don't worry. The engines of the 4 cars started, and the wheels rolled slowly, raising a little dust. Everyone got into their own cars, and waved to Fong Xian through the open windows. Fong Xian watched the 4 cars gradually drive away, and gradually disappear from sight. Turning around, she raised her hand to put the backpack on the ground into the space. She touched the dog's head standing beside her. There are only 2 of us left. Woof. Fong Xian directly took out the modified off-road vehicle in Country C. A luxurious and domineering off-road vehicle appeared out of nowhere. Things disappeared and reappeared out of nowhere, and the dog was already immune to this kind of scene. The dog stuck out his tongue to cool down, and there was no ripple in his heart, and he was very calm. Since I bought it, I haven't driven this car many times. This time I can finally have a good time. But the car is too new, it will be very eye-catching when driving out, and it needs to be made old. Let's drive to a hidden place first. First open the passenger door, and signal the dog to jump in. The dog jumped onto the pedals nimbly, and jumped onto the passenger seat with his body. Then he sat down obediently. It seemed like the first time for the dog to ride in this car. His little head swayed back and forth, his eyes full of curiosity. Fong Xian gently closed the passenger door, strode around the front of the car, came to the other side of the car, and opened the driver's door. He lifted his feet and sat in, adjusted the seat, and fastened his seat belt. Fong Xian stretched out his hand, and the key appeared in his palm out of thin air. He inserted the key and started the ignition directly. Everything was prepared in advance, and the gas was also full. Buzz, accompanied by a low and pleasant engine sound. The first thing to do is to turn on the air conditioner on the center console. After a while, a hint of coolness continued to flow out from the air outlet, gradually dispelling the hot breath that originally filled the car. Feel the cool and pleasant air blowing on your body. Huh? Comfortable. Fong Xian turned the steering wheel, and the wide and solid wheels rolled over the dry ground and rolled slowly. Driving a car that is handy, even the mood is happy. At this time, the sky was gradually getting dark. Fong Xian found a dirt slope, drove the car to the dirt slope, and entered the space with the car and the person. He planned to stay in the space for a day before going back. Get a good sleep, eat a good meal, take a good rest, and reward yourself. The car flashed directly in front of the villa. Woof woof. Seeing the familiar scene, the dog wagged its tail excitedly. Don't say the dog is happy. She stayed outside for a long time, and she was gray and white, without a trace of vitality. She was afraid that she would get depressed if she stayed outside for a long time. When she returned to the space and saw the lively space, she was also happy. The car door opened, and the dog jumped out immediately. Whisper, whine. The chestnut horse heard the dog's movement not far away, and ran over in a messy pace. The dog saw the horse and ran over. Woof woof. Whisper, whine. The horse and the dog communicated without any obstacles. The chestnut horse snorted heavily. Whisper. Woof woof woof. Fong Xian ignored them, and walked into the villa. Turn on the lights in the villa. Start preparing dinner. I haven't had anything good to eat these days. My mouth is so dry. I must eat something tasty today. Eat the whole pot. Take out all the food you like. I want to eat to my heart's content today. Tripe, mutton, beef, prawns, duck intestines, shrimp paste, and all kinds of vegetables. Make a vegetable platter. Potato chips, bean curd, bamboo shoots, and a tomato base. After the fire is turned on, start putting the ingredients in. Add a little bit of the same. Soon the aroma of the hot pot wafted out. In the hot pot, the meat slices rolled in the rich soup. Fong Xian couldn't wait to pick up a piece of mutton, dip it in the sauce, and put it into his mouth. Yeah, it's delicious. The dog smelled the fragrance, left the horse behind, and ran into the villa quickly. The bay horse snorted heavily. Whisper, whine. It's disloyal, eating without a horse. The dog ran very fast, and in the blink of an eye he came to Fong Xian. Woof woof woof. The owner is not a dog when he eats delicious food. Tunton is back. Wait a minute, I make it for you. Fong Xian stood up and took out an empty plate, and put all the cooked ingredients on the plate. A whole big plate. Then he poured the ingredients on the plate into his steel basin. The dog waited anxiously, squatting on the ground with his 2 little feet. Don't be impatient, be careful of the burns. Seeing the dog's anxious look, Fong Xian couldn't help laughing. Eat it. Woof. Today's tomato hot pot is also for dogs. But now the pot is almost empty, so start adding new ingredients to the pot. While waiting for the ingredients to cook, Fong Xian got up and walked to the refrigerator, opened the refrigerator door, and looked at the dazzling array of wines. What to drink? His eyes were fixed on plum wine. Eating hot pot and drinking some cold fruit wine is simply too much fun. After sitting down at the dining table, he gently opened the bottle cap and slowly poured the fruit wine in the bottle into the glass. Fong Xian raised her head and drank a glass of fruit wine directly. The cool, sour and sweet taste slid down her throat into her stomach, giving her an incomparable sense of satisfaction. Yeah, that's the taste. Fong Xian couldn't help but admire. At this time, the house was filled with a steaming hot pot and the faint fruity aroma of fruit wine. It was intoxicating. The dog ate up all the ingredients in the bowl in a short while. It raised its furry little head and looked at Fong Xian eagerly. Woof. Seeing this, Fong Xian smiled knowingly, and then stood up and picked up a full plate of ingredients for the dog and put it in the steel basin. Eat slowly, there's not enough for you to eat. Woof. Fong Xian saw that the dog was eating very quickly, and the little guy really didn't eat well these days. At this time, the ingredients in the pot were empty again, and Fong Xian added new ingredients to the pot again. But she was so busy that she didn't even eat a few bites. Finally, after the dog was full, Fong Xian started to eat quietly. Finally, he was full. The little guy showed his bulging belly and lay on the floor. Fong Xian leaned on the back of the chair and touched his bulging belly. Satisfied? After eating, she took a long time to relax. Fong Xian got up to clean the table. Today she wanted to give the dog a bath. It hadn't been washed for several days, and had become a dirty dog. She rubbed the dog for half an hour before washing it clean. Then she threw the dog into a large drying box. After taking care of the dog, it was her turn. She really couldn't imagine if she could handle another dog. She lay in the bathtub, the warm water gently wrapped around her body, and closed her eyes in satisfaction. It was so comfortable. Chapter 171. Inside the base of City A, in a villa in the surrounding area, a man said to the communicator failed? 50 or 60 people were dispatched, and they still couldn't do it? The man raised his voice in disbelief. Has the person come back? Okay, I got it. The man hung up the phone in his hand. In an instant, the man's face immediately became ferocious, and he roared angrily, waste, a bunch of complete waste. Accompanied by the roar, he suddenly grabbed the glass on the table, and smashed it hard on the floor. Bang! With a loud bang, the glass was immediately smashed to pieces, and glass shards flew everywhere. Such a good opportunity was not seized, and no one was killed. What a bunch of good-for-nothings. The bald man cursed viciously, while pacing back and forth in a rage, and the broken glass under his feet made a crisp creaking sound. I wanted to kill those annoying guys with a borrowed knife, but I didn't expect that the people sent by City D were such a waste. He had already told the detailed plan and how many people in City A were escorting the supplies. He still failed under such favorable conditions? He stamped his feet in frustration, his eyes were red, and he was furious. He looked like a completely different person from the gentle and successful technical professor he usually was. He looked like a manic beast. On the other side, Fong Xian was in bed, stretching his limbs comfortably. Finally, he had enough sleep. It felt so good to wake up naturally. The temperature in the space villa was suitable, and there were no noisy neighbors. It was so comfortable. Woof woof woof. The dog squatted beside the bed, and saw his owner wake up. He was the first to say hello. Master, it's time to get up and feed the dog. Fong Xian stretched out his hand to the bedside, and the dog took 2 steps forward and put his little head in Fong Xian's palm. Woof. I get up right away. He pulled his hand back, and sat up directly. He put on comfortable home clothes, got out of bed, walked into the bathroom, and started to wash up. He first prepared a large bowl of food for the dog. He sat lazily at the dining table, opened the tablet, and found a cheerful variety show to play. Fong Xian yawned. What to eat in the morning? Let's have a bowl of noodles. I haven't eaten for a long time. Immediately, he took out a bowl of mushroom meat sauce noodles from the storage space. And soup? How can we miss soup? Then let's have a bowl of tomato beef brisket soup, and 2 dishes of side dishes. A dish of braised duck intestines, a dish of cold lotus root slices. Well, a simple breakfast. Let's eat. After breakfast, the man and the dog walked leisurely towards the planting area and pasture area. When Fong Xian just opened the fence gate of the pasture area, a sturdy bay horse immediately noticed Fong Xian. The bay horse neighed excitedly. Whisper, whisper. For long and powerful legs galloped towards Fong Xian. When it came close, it gently nudged Fong Xian's arm. Whisper, whisper. The chestnut horse made a friendly sound. The master hadn't ridden a horse for a long time. Fong Xian reached out and patted its big head in response. He took 2 steps to the side of the horse and put his palm on the horse's back for leverage. Then he turned over quickly and rode on the horse's back with 2 long legs. Whisper. The bay horse felt the person on its back, neighed excitedly, and then ran out like an arrow. The horse's hooves stepped on the soft grass vigorously, making a crisp and rhythmic sound. Feeling the wind passing by his ears, the gentle warm wind caressed Fong Xian's cheeks. The surrounding trees were lush and green, various poultry were leisurely walking and grazing on the grass, and dogs were barking and running behind. It formed a peaceful picture. All the scenes passed quickly in front of his eyes. Woohoo! Fong Xian couldn't help but shout loudly, releasing his inner joy. Woohoo! Woof woof woof. Whir whir whir. After running for half an hour, Fong Xian patted the horse's back. The horse slowed down and walked slowly with Fong Xian on its back. Fong Xian reached out and pulled down a big apple. He bit it right away. The rich juice flowed down the corner of his mouth. Fong Xian wiped it off without caring and continued to eat. The horse turned around, whirl. This guy eats to his heart's content in the space every day, and he still hasn't had enough? So Fong Xian reached out to a pear tree, pulled down a big duck pear, and put it into the horse's big mouth. Crunch, crunch. The horse chewed it with a crisp sound, and finished a fruit in a few bites. He tilted his big head to look at Fong Xian again. Pick it yourself. Who? The horse walked to a lemon tree full of yellow and orange lemons, and shook his big head. LOL, this report time. So it walked a few steps to an apricot tree, and bit off a yellow peach apricot with its mouth. Almost every fruit tree was loaded with fruits, weighing down the branches. Fong Xian hadn't picked these fruits for a long time. He couldn't pick them all, and he was too lazy to do so. The ripe fruits fell directly to the ground, and eventually became fertilizer for the soil. The dog was wagging its tail in the distance, using its claws to dig up a yellow object, but it didn't dare to use force, and was very careful. Looking closely, it turned out to be a big durian. When he got closer, he saw ripe durians all over the ground, and the ground was covered with yellow. They are all very big. Fong Xian walked over and picked up the durian under the dog's paw. Fong Xian asked the dog, "Want to eat?" Woof. So he sat directly on the soft grass. He took out a dagger and pried open the durian. As the durian shell was slowly opened, a rich aroma instantly spread. The bay horse was attacked by the overbearing smell and raised its front hooves and neighed, neigh, neigh. It's good to get it together. Fong Xian picked up a big, golden and plump one and handed it directly to the dog. The dog swung its tail and ate happily. The horse was far away from the two of them, its big eyes full of confusion. The food was broken. Why did it still come back? Fong Xian also picked up a big piece of meat and put it in his mouth. The fragrance overflowed after entering the mouth, and the taste was as dense as cream. Every bite was a carnival for the taste buds. The man and the dog ate happily, and soon finished a big durian, leaving only the hard shell to throw aside. When the dog saw that there was no more food, it swung its tail and ran to the side. Soon it found another one it liked, and used its claws to carefully pry it to Fong Xian's feet. Do you want to eat more? Fong Xian looked at the greedy girl with interest. Woof. The dog stared at the big durian on the ground eagerly, obviously not having eaten enough. Okay, then I let you eat enough. So Fong Xian sat on the ground and easily pried open another durian with a dagger. The huge and plump durian meat inside was exposed. Fong Xian picked up a husk and handed it to the dog. The dog carefully bit it from Fong Xian's hand and ate it with satisfaction, shaking its tail. Fong Xian's hands kept moving and opened the whole durian. There were 5 husks in total, all placed next to the dog. Fong Xian turned his head in confusion. Huh? Where's my horse? Chapter 172. The chestnut horse in the distance was looking at them with a pair of curious and puzzled eyes. She just thought it was funny, so she picked up a durian, stood up and hid it behind her, then walked towards the chestnut horse. She said mysteriously, "I get you something delicious." Nick. The chestnut horse snorted, totally unconvinced. You're lying, I can smell it, come closer, and eat it. It's really delicious, I didn't lie to you. Open your mouth, come on. The chestnut horse took 2 steps back, away from Fong Xian, with rejection written all over its body. Fong Xian followed him again, forcing the sale, prying its big mouth open and stuffing it in. The chestnut horse broke free from Fong Xian's hand, and immediately spit out the lump in its mouth. Phew whiv! It opened its eyes wide, and chewed the taste in its mouth carefully. What's going on? The one in its mouth is fragrant, and the one outside is not. It shook its big nose, and lowered its head to smell the lump on the ground. He snorted in disgust. Fong Xian bent down to pick up the durian meat on the ground and took out the core. He handed it to the horse's mouth. It's really delicious. I'm not lying to you. The horse bit it from Fong Xian's hand doubtfully, and chewed it slowly. Then he widened his eyes. It was really delicious. Fong Xian looked at the horse with amusement. Just like the dog, the more he disliked it at the beginning, the more he liked it later. The horse quickly finished the durian meat in his mouth, lowered his head, and nudged Fong Xian to ask for more. So Fong Xian sat down again and opened the durian for Mayor. After opening 4 more durians, she regretted that she shouldn't have let Mayor try durian. This guy has a big appetite, and 1 or 2 are not enough. She kept her busy. After Mayor finished the 4th durian, he saw Fong Xian's hand stopped, so he nudged Fong Xian's back with his head. Urged. No more opening, eat next time. Tired. Okay, open it next time. It was noon soon. After lunch, Fong Xian placed a recliner in front of the villa. She lay down lazily to rest, covered with a small blanket, and fell asleep while rocking. It was so comfortable to sleep after eating. The dog lay at his feet. When he heard Fong Xian's breathing gradually stabilized, he also closed his eyes. Not far away, the chestnut horse also lay down and slowly closed its eyelids. Fong Xian slept until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. She stretched lazily on the recliner. Then she stood up. She went out for a walk. Woof. Wait. Little horse, don't go out. Be careful that bad guys will catch you. Where? Okay, I find a place where there's no one and take you out. Fong Xian and the dog got into the off-road vehicle in front of the villa and flashed out of the space. The chestnut horse looked at the man and the dog disappearing again, with a hint of loss in its big eyes. It also wanted to go out and play with its owner. The car appeared out of thin air behind the earth slope, and immediately looked out through the car window. After confirming that there was no one around, it was relieved. The car started. Fong Xian turned the steering wheel and left the dirt slope. This place belongs to the outskirts of City B. After turning around twice and repeatedly confirming that there was no one, he and Guzzi got out of the car again and raised his hand to put the car into the space. Then he raised his hand again, and the chestnut horse appeared out of thin air. The chestnut horse suddenly changed its place, and its eyes widened in fear. It couldn't help but neigh near. But when it turned its head and saw the familiar figure, it swung its long tail and ran to Fong Xian. It lowered its head and gently rubbed Fong Xian's arm. Fong Xian smiled slightly, touched its big head, and raised his hand. This is the kingdom I have built for you. Do you like it? I'm glad you like it. Come on, I take you to patrol the territory. She climbed on the horse and patted the horse's back. Run. The horse received the command and spread its 4 hooves, and its powerful hooves stepped on the cracked land. The horse was very excited. It had never seen anything here before, and it was very novel. Moreover, this place was also very large, so it could run freely. The dog was chasing the 2 people from behind. The horse was even faster than the car, but this one had a panoramic sunroof. 1 kilometer took 1 apple. When encountering any obstacles, the horse stepped forward and easily jumped over. After running for more than an hour, a huge crack appeared on the ground in front of it, as if the earth had opened its mouth. The width was 5 meters. The horse saw the crack in front of it, snorted, exerted force on its hind legs, jumped high with its front legs, and jumped over it with its body in the air. At the same time, the horse kicked back and stepped on some broken soil, which fell into the crack. Because it ran too fast, the dog didn't brake and fell directly into the crack. Fong Xian immediately jumped off the horse and looked down the crack. This crack should be caused by a big earthquake. Listening carefully, she seemed to hear the sound of water flowing. Fong Xian was not very worried. With the dog's ability, it would not be a problem if it fell down. When she was about to go down to check, she heard the dog's cheerful barking coming from below. Fong Xian squatted down, turned around and said to the horse, "Wait for me here, don't run around." The horse dug the soil with its front hooves. Phew. He carefully went down the slope next to him to the bottom of the crack, which was quite deep. About 8 or 9 meters deep. It was not as hot as outside, but rather very cool. It turned out that there was a different world under the crack, with a rushing water source, and next to the water source, there was actually a patch of green plants. It was well known that the land outside was already wasteland, and even if crops grew there, there would not be a good harvest, but here there was a large patch of green plants. She had never seen this plant before, and she didn't know what it was. The dog ran around excitedly, splashing in the water. Fong Xian walked to the water's edge, bent down, clasped his hands together, carefully scooped up some water, and took a sip. It was still sweet. Fong Xian felt that the plants and water here must be different. Bring some back, and throw them to the base for them to study. Fong Xian picked up a small shovel, dug a basket, and filled a small bottle with the water here. After thinking for a while, he dug some more soil and put it in the bag. Put these things into the space first. Fong Xian stood up and walked forward. There is only one kind of plant here, with slender and thick leaves and a well-developed root system. I don't know if it can be eaten. If it can be eaten, if it can be cultivated, in the face of this severe disaster, humans will have a glimmer of hope. Of course, she can't expose her space and give away her food for free to save all living beings. But it's different here. She will tell the base about the situation here without reservation. The crack is very long, and it becomes wider and wider as you go in. It is 10 meters wide. As you continue to walk in, the crack above your head gradually disappears, and a dark cave appears in front of you. Chapter 173. Fong Xian stood 10 meters away from the cave entrance, looking at the dark cave entrance. She didn't know what was going on inside. After a brief hesitation, she decided to go in and take a look. She took out the night vision goggles from the space and put them on her head. She quickly took out a pistol and held it in her hand. Just as she was about to step in, the dog ran over anxiously, whimpering softly, biting her trouser leg and dragging her out. Fong Xian reached out and patted the dog's head to calm its emotions. At this time, the dog's hair stood up all over its body, and its tail was also tucked. Seeing the dog's alert and uneasy state made her more certain that there was something inside. But she still wanted to go in and see what was inside. Fong Xian crouched down, walked lightly, held a gun in both hands, and was fully alert. He walked in step by step. Tick, tick, the crisp sound of water drops kept coming, and a drop of water slowly dripped from the top of the cave, hitting the wet ground, and tiny water splashed. Splash! A stream flowed out along the rugged bottom of the cave. Looking up, the uneven cave wall and the damp ground made her feel uncomfortable. This reminded her of the cave on the mountainside in City A. Dense insects crawled out of it. Where did the mutants go during the day? Could they be in the cave? Although she had experienced many insect waves, she still got goosebumps when she thought of the dense insects. Fong Xian shook her head and quickly threw the insects out. When the dog saw its owner go in, it had no choice but to follow him in. It felt a terrible breath, which made it feel uncomfortable all over, and its skin unconsciously tightened. But it was not a cowardly dog. It wanted to follow its owner and protect him. The dog's ears were folded back, and its little head kept observing the surrounding situation. It stands to reason that her 5 senses are very sharp, and she should be able to hear any movement, but why there was no strange movement at all. She went deeper into the cave, for nearly 30 meters, turned a corner, and saw the scene in front of her, and her pupils shrank slightly. 50 meters away, a circle of big snakes were lying there, motionless. Wartion. It was a thick giant python. She had never seen such a big python before. She had seen it on TV before, eating a child in one bite. She didn't expect that TV would reflect reality. The scene was quite shocking. The black scales were shining like metal, and the length was more than 12 or 13 meters. And the scales looked extremely hard. How to fight it? It wouldn't be enough to swallow her in one bite. Thinking of this, she turned around without hesitation, stepped forward, swung her arms wildly, and ran away. The dog followed closely without hesitation, and his 4 legs moved quickly. At this moment, the sleeping python suddenly opened its eyes. It saw 2 ants breaking into its cave. It opened its mouth and spit out a long tongue. Hiss! The python twisted its huge body, raised its head high, and crawled forward quickly. Fong Xian felt the movement behind him, and suddenly a cold sweat broke out, and his heartbeat accelerated. Suddenly, a fishy wind rushed from behind, and her body rolled to the side. The dog also swiftly dodged to the other side. The original position of them was instantly smashed into a big pit by the python's tail, and the broken stones flew all over Fong Xian. The stones hurt her body. She didn't wear combat clothes when she went out today, only a constant temperature suit. It was the constant temperature suit that resisted some of the damage from the broken stones, otherwise her body would definitely be cut. Fong Xian quickly wiped the dust off the night vision lens, and looked through the blurry lens. The giant python was spitting scarlet tongue in front of her. It seemed to be extremely dissatisfied with them for entering its cave. The vertical pupils emitted a terrifying light, staring straight at her. She knew that she was locked by the python. It was too fast. Fong Xian couldn't outrun it at all, so she simply didn't run, just let it fight. It was still uncertain who would win. So she quickly put away the pistol and took out the sniper from the space. The power of the pistol was too small, and it couldn't penetrate its hard scales at all. Seeing that the first shot missed, the python adjusted the position of its tail, raised its tail high, and slapped it again. The python spit out bloody red tongue and attacked Fong Xian again at an astonishing speed. Its huge tail stirred up a gust of wind. She dodged quickly and rolled to the other side. Its tail hit the cave wall where Fong Xian had just stood, and the gravel flew. After missing twice, the python obviously became irritable. It opened its bloody mouth and revealed its white fangs. After Fong Xian dodged the attack, she quickly set up the sniper rifle. The crosshairs firmly locked onto the python's left eye, which was its weak point. The scales on other parts of its body were extremely hard, and it was difficult for the sniper to cause damage to it. Bang! The bullet whizzed out, but the python dodged it at the last moment, and the bullet only scratched its cheek. The python was obviously enraged, and its vertical pupils locked onto Fong Xian. She opened her bloody mouth again and attacked Fong Xian fiercely. Fong Xian looked at the big mouth that kept expanding in front of her, and suddenly an idea popped into her mind. The inside of the mouth is really the fatal weakness. Isn't this hitting her food? Swoosh! She quickly threw in 2 hands. Thunder. Hand. The thunder was thrown accurately into the giant python's mouth. You can also say that the giant python caught 2 hands with its mouth. Thunder. After Fong Xian threw the grenade, he pulled the dog and kept running in the opposite direction. Bang! He had just run a few steps. There was a dull explosion behind him. Because the explosion was in the giant python's mouth, the big mouth bore all the explosive firepower, and the surroundings were not affected by the explosion. The giant python opened its mouth, and a sharp hissing sound rang out, which made her eardrums hurt. The giant python kept twisting its huge body, struggling and twitching violently. The rocks in the cave were thrown into the air. The mouth of the giant python was charred black, with bursts of black smoke. The smell of burning filled the air. Finally, the giant python's struggle became less and less, and its huge body fell to the ground with a bang, splashing dust. Huh? Fong Xian breathed a sigh of relief, and it was a close call. She wiped off the big drops of sweat on her forehead and stepped forward. The dog found that the danger had been resolved, shook his body, and his fur relaxed. He immediately followed Fong Xian's footsteps. This giant python is about 12.3 meters long. Its head has been blown beyond recognition. After confirming that the giant python is dead, he raised his hand and touched the scales of the giant python. It felt slippery and cold, which was very uncomfortable. The giant python is non-toxic and should be edible. If so much meat is sold to the base, it should be sold at a good price. He raised his hand and put it into the space. He led the dog into the cave again. This cave is damp, and there is no legendary treasure. Fong Xian led the dog back with a lack of interest. Chapter 174. Can't let the horse wait impatiently. We have to go back quickly. Fong Xian climbed up the gentle slope from where he came. The horse's anxious neighing sound came immediately. Neigh, neigh! Fong Xian reached out and patted the horse's back, and felt a burning sensation. The chestnut horse had been waiting here in such a hot day, and its body was already hot. If it had come back a little later, it would probably have been able to eat barbecue directly. Thank you for your hard work. The chestnut horse rubbed Fong Xian's arm. Neigh, neigh! Then Fong Xian led a horse and a dog and flashed directly into the space. Back to the familiar environment, the horse shook his body comfortably. The horse ran to the pasture area with all its hooves. It was hungry. It hadn't eaten for 2 hours. It wanted to eat. The horse couldn't wait to open its big mouth and bite the grass and eat it crazily. It was almost starved to death. There was no conversation that night. The next morning, Fong Xian left the space, took out the off-road vehicle, and took out some tools. It was really a pity to make such a new car look old. Fong Xian took a steel wool and scraped the paint, removing some paint in several obvious places. He then used a screwdriver to scrape a few more scratches. Finally, he threw some dust on the car body, poured some water on it, and threw more dust. There were mud spots all over the car body. It was okay, it was already very old. It couldn't be dirtier. Fong Xian opened the trunk, took out a box of apples, and a box of oranges from the storage space, and put them in the trunk. He also put the things he dug out from the cracks into the trunk. After making sure nothing was missed, he closed the trunk, climbed onto the roof, and tied the giant python to the roof. The giant python was too long to fit on the roof, so he had to tie the snake's head to the roof and let part of it fall to the ground. Finally, everything was done. Fong Xian clapped his hands. Let's go, Tunton, let's go home. Woof. One person and one dog got into the car, started the engine, and drove toward City A. The long snake tail dragged on the ground, and it looked a little scary from a distance. When approaching the base of City A, Fong Xian stopped the car. She couldn't just drive in through the main gate of the base. It would definitely cause a big stir, and she didn't want too many people to pay attention to her. After thinking for a while, she called Instructor Yin. Instructor Yin was shocked to learn that she had hunted a giant python. You hunted a giant python? Well, can I go in through the side door? Yes, you can drive to the side door of the base now. I'll be there soon. Many survivors saw her along the way. An ordinary survivor pointed at Fong Xian's car with horror. Oh my god, look, what is that? Oh my god, it looks like a snake? Is it really a snake? How can there be such a big snake? It's so scary. This is the first time I've seen it in my life. Are there creatures out there that big? This person is really awesome. She actually hunted such a big snake. She could eat it for a long time. Where did she hunt it? It would be great if we could encounter such a big snake. We could sell it and get a lot of points, and then we could move into the base and live there. Don't even think about it. Not everyone can hunt it. We just be a bunch of food if we go. We can't beat it at all. Just give it a try. How do you know it won't work if you don't try? Some survivors on the roadside were scared and curious, standing far away and observing the python. Some brave ones ran over and touched the snake's tail dragging on the ground. They immediately retracted their hands. Hiss, it's icy cold. Some survivors followed the car faithfully. They kept talking. Fong Xian was glad that she didn't go through the main gate. There were more survivors at the main gate, and she could become famous overnight. The car quickly drove to the side door of the base, which was open early. Instructor Yin and some guards stood at the side door, and their attention was attracted by the giant python in the car from a distance. They were all stunned. Fong Xian drove the car steadily into the base. With a slight sound, the door opened, and Fong Xian got out of the car with two long legs. Instructor Yin strode over. He usually walked slowly, and his limp was not noticeable at all. This time he walked too fast, so his right leg, which was not easy to see the limp before, was unusually obvious. Instructor Yin took 2 steps at a time and came to the front of the car, staring at the giant python. There should be a lot of meat. If more are hunted, can the problem of meat shortage in the base be improved? Fong Xian saw the excitement in Instructor Yin's heart and didn't have the heart to pour cold water on him. What if it is not edible? Forget it. Just throw it to the base and let them test it themselves. Instructor Yin suppressed his excitement and raised his head. Where did you hunt? In the northwest of City B. So far? Yes, I passed by there. I found this giant python in a crack. Fong Xian told him all the details. Did you find a water source? Due to the rising temperature, the water source in the base has been in short supply. If the water there is drinkable, then the water source problem can be solved. He felt that Fong Xian was like a savior. Yes, there is a stream under the crack. Fong Xian opened the trunk and handed the water source and the plants he found to Instructor Yin. Here, this is the water there. I bring some back. You can test it to see if it's drinkable. And this basket of grass is the same. Fong Xian took out a small bag of soil from the trunk. This soil is also from there. I give it to you. Fong Xian stuffed all the things to Instructor Yin. Instructor Yin looked at the things in his hand in surprise. Where are these from? Fong Xian nodded, yes. You can also take this giant python to study and see if it can be eaten. Instructor Yin handed these things to the guards next to him. Then he ordered, come here, take down this giant python. Yes. With a neat and loud response, several guards quickly took action. They climbed onto the roof of the car with agility and skillfully began to untie the ropes that tied the giant python. The ropes were untied one by one. Then, several guards worked together to push the huge snake head and slowly moved it out of the car. With a bang, the heavy snake head fell to the ground with a dull sound. Fong Xian saw that the python had been unloaded, so he said, then you guys go ahead, I go back first. Instructor Yin nodded, okay, go slowly. Fong Xian saw his broken off-road vehicle near the door again and asked, can you arrange someone to help me drive the off-road vehicle back? Instructor Yin looked in the direction of Fong Xian's finger and nodded, okay, no problem. He raised his hand and pointed at a guard casually, shall we, go and help Fong Xian drive the car back? Yes. Fong Xian handed the key of the off-road vehicle to the guard. That's hard work. Not hard. Then the 2 cars left one after the other. Instructor Yin quickly called a truck to take the python away. He still had a lot of things to do next. Chapter 175. 2 SUVs were parked downstairs. Fong Xian threw a piece of chocolate to the guard. "Take it and eat it." The guard looked at the chocolate in his hand and immediately refused. "I can't take your things." "Take it. Eat a piece when you are hungry. It will satisfy your hunger." Fong Xian didn't care about him anymore. He picked up 2 boxes of fruit and went upstairs. The guard looked at Fong Xian's back, then looked down at the chocolate in his hand, and then carefully put it in his pocket. There were already 3 cars parked downstairs. He had to find a way to sell one. There were too many cars. Since we already have an SUV, let's sell the broken one. We quickly reached the 3rd floor and knocked on the door of the second elder's house. Grandma Li smiled kindly and concernedly. "Xin is back. Did you have a hard time on the road?" "Not bad. Here are 2 boxes of fruit. I give you some." "Fruit? There's still fruit now," Grandma Li said in disbelief. "Well, I went to the city to buy it." Fong Xian lied without blushing. After all, the SUV downstairs also needs to have a way in and out. Grandma Li immediately squatted down and opened the box. "Wow, these apples look really good, and they are quite big. Xin, we can't eat so many, you can take some back." "No, you keep them, I have some." "Okay. Your grandpa will be very happy to see the fruit when he comes back." "Where's the old man?" "He went to the planting area. It will be harvested in a few days. He went there to water the plants and so on." "Yeah. By the way, Grandma, can centipedes be used as medicine?" "Yes, centipede is a traditional Chinese medicine, and it's quite expensive. We met a big centipede on the road, and we killed it. I wonder if you can use it." "How big is the centipede?" "More than 1 meter long." "That big?" Grandma Li couldn't help but raise her voice. Fong Xian suddenly thought of something. "Where is my centipede? It seems that I didn't take it out in the car." Thinking of this, she quickly called Yukiki. "Are you back?" "Oh, the 3 bags of centipedes you mentioned are here with me. I send it to you." About half an hour later, Yukiki and Li Xiaomei came to the old couple's house. Xin, this centipede has become dried because of the high temperature," Yukiki said as he opened the bag. Fong Xian poked his head out to take a look, and sure enough, it was already dried. Grandma Li also poked her head out to take a look, and the centipede that was broken into 3 sections appeared in front of her. The hard shell and slender toes created a strong visual impact. Grandma Li patted her chest in fear. "Wow, it's so big." "Grandma, if you're scared, don't do it." "No, it's okay. It's just a bigger bug. It's okay, you get used to it." Yukiki joked. "It's okay, Grandma, she's dead." "Yes, it would be terrible if it was alive." Xin, can't you find the shotgun used by our captain in the mall? If you have time, can you go to the inner area to have a look? I want to buy a few." Yukiki put his hands together and held his chin, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Fong Xian. Fong Xian smiled. "No problem, I take you to see it tomorrow." "Really, that's great. Can I also enter the inner area?" "Yes. I go too. Li Xiaomei squeezed over with her big body. "Take me with you." "No problem." The next day, Fong Xian brought Yukiki and the big Li Xiaomei to the inner area. The survivors of the inner area walked comfortably on the sidewalk in groups of 3 or 2, holding parasols in their hands to block the scorching sun above their heads, talking and laughing. When Yukiki and Li Xiaomei saw that the survivors in the inner area were all in high spirits and well-dressed, they couldn't help but open their mouths wide. It was in sharp contrast to the survivors in the outer area who were ragged and skinny. The streets here were clean and tidy, and the houses were solid and thick. The inner area and the outer area were simply 2 extremes. One was like heaven, and the other was like hell. It seemed that the natural disaster had no impact on them at all. It caused a great psychological shock to Yukiki and the others. "Is this heaven?" Yukiki asked in surprise. The patrolmen on the roadside were also strong and powerful, with powerful steps and well-equipped weapons in their hands. The patrolmen here are also stronger than those in the outer areas. They are obviously well-trained and have high operational literacy. Unlike the patrolmen in the outer areas, they are all ragtag soldiers. Li Xiaomei also praised on the side. "Yes, there is really no comparison. I really envy the people in the inner area. They must be very happy living here." As he spoke, the car drove into the store area of the outer area and stopped steadily in an empty parking space. "We're here," Fong Xian said as he pulled the handbrake skillfully. "Let's go. I take you to visit the shops in the inner area today." After that, several people got out of the car. Great. The 2 looked at the dazzling array of shops outside, raised their fists, and cheered excitedly. There were many survivors coming and going in the commercial street, and there were 6-story commercial buildings on both sides. There are food, clothing, and daily necessities here. Take a look and see if you need anything. Okay, let's go to each store one by one, and go to the clothes store first. Yukiki dragged Li Xiaomei straight to the clothing store. Fong Xian followed behind them. After entering the store, they were stunned by the dazzling array of clothes on each counter, their eyes sparkling, but after asking the price, they were stunned by the price again. Because every piece of clothing here is very expensive, an ordinary short-sleeved shirt before the end of the world costs 150 points here. This price is only the cheapest. Fong Xian sighed, it is really easy to earn points from the rich. If she also opened a store here, wouldn't she be able to make a lot of money and rip off these rich people? Yukiki held Fong Xian's right arm and whispered in Fong Xian's ear, Xin, look at that sun protection jacket. It's 188. It's too expensive. Li Xiaomei held Fong Xian's left arm. Yes. Look at that pair of high-heeled sandals. They're 388. Ward, it's the end of the world. Who would wear high heels? Just as the two finished talking, a hot and sexy beauty in high heels walked in front of them, clacking. Li Xiaomei. The slap in the face came so quickly. Yukiki whispered, these are all sold to rich people. We ordinary survivors definitely can't afford them. Li Xiaomei slumped her shoulders. Yeah, I was thinking about buying 2 short-sleeved shirts, but forget it. How many do you want to buy? No, they're too expensive. I have a few here. Fong Xian looked up at the tall Li Xiaomei. You should wear men's clothes. There's nothing women's for you. If you don't mind, I give it to you later. Okay, that's great. Do you have a coat? I want 2 more coats. Yes. Yukiki said anxiously. Xin, I want 2 women's clothes. Do you have any? Yes, we have them all. You two can pick them when we get back. Yukiki lowered her voice mysteriously. Then Xin, do you have a lot of underwear? I don't have any underwear to wear. Mine are all washed to pieces. Chapter 176. Yes. Then I want one too. Is there anything I can wear? Fong Xian scratched her nose. With her big body, she had to wear large sizes for everything. She couldn't remember if there were large sizes for underwear. I go back and look for it. There should be some. Great. Xin, you are my savior. As she spoke, Li Xiaomei held Fong Xian's face and kissed her. Fong Xian quickly raised his hand, firmly grasped her chin, and twisted it to the side. Stop, talk properly. Li Xiaomei was pinched so hard by Fong Xian that it hurt. She begged for mercy. Okay, I won't kiss you anymore. Okay, stop messing around. There's nothing to see here. Let's go to the weapons store. Fong Xian let go of Li Xiaomei's chin. Let's go. So the 3 of them left the clothing store, walked through a few more stores, and came to a weapons store. Now the base has begun to sell various weapons. After all, for those survivors who need to go out on missions, weapons are naturally indispensable. Of course, the price will be more expensive. There are various knives and guns on the shelves. Among them was the large-caliber shotgun that Yukiki wanted. Yukiki pointed with her slender finger. That's the one, the same one the captain used. Yukiki asked the clerk, how much is that one? The clerk replied respectfully, this one is 1288. Yukiki took a breath. So expensive. What about the sub-D? The sub-D is 38 points each. The two looked at each other and widened their eyes. Buy it. A gun is a life-saving thing. Nothing is more valuable than life. Fong Xian spoke. Guns are not expensive, but bullets are expensive. If you encounter a swarm of insects, you won't be able to use them without dozens of bullets. So the 2 of them bought a shotgun each and 50 bullets each. Most of their points were used up in a flash, which made them feel bad. Fong Xian also bought a gun and asked for 200 bullets. The 2 were shocked by Fong Xian's generosity. He spent nearly 10,000 points without blinking an eye. As expected of Fong Xian, he is Fong Xian. Fong Xian picked up his things and looked at the 2 people who were stunned. Let's go? Aw, let's go. After leaving the store, Fong Xian asked the 2 people, is there anything else you want to buy? No, I don't have any money. Okay, let's go home. So the 2 people returned to Fong Xian's house. Fong Xian put the guns on the table. Wait for me for a while. I go find clothes for you too. There are drinks in the refrigerator. You can take them yourself. Okay. Yukiki dragged Li Xiaomei to the kitchen refrigerator. When she opened the upper 2 refrigerator doors, she was really shocked by the contents. There were so many ingredients: fresh meat, vegetables, seafood, fruits, wine, and beverages. Wow, this is really good. Which one do you want to drink? Li Xiaomei was a little embarrassed and didn't dare to take it, so she pointed to the small bottle of mineral water and said, I just drink a bottle of water. What water? Xinxin said you can take whatever you want. Drink this. Don't you always say you want to drink beer? Yukiki picked up a can of beer and handed it to Li Xiaomei. Here, take it. This is not good. Yukiki said with a smile, drink it, you drink with me, otherwise I will be embarrassed. Li Xiaomei's almond eyes curved, okay. The two of them couldn't wait to pull the pull ring open, and stood in the kitchen and gulped down 2 big mouthfuls. The ice-cold beer went down the throat, leaving a long aftertaste. Huh. So refreshing. Li Xiaomei also nodded repeatedly, it tastes good. Fong Xian took out a pile of clothes from the bedroom, and piled them on the sofa. He turned his head to see 2 people standing in the kitchen drinking beer. Don't get drunk in my house. Hey Xinxin, your beer seduces me. Yukiki said a little embarrassedly. We haven't had beer for a long time. Sorry to embarrass you. It's okay, drink if you want. Is 1 can enough? 1 can is enough for us, just to satisfy our craving. Since you like it, I sell you 2 bottles, and you can go back and drink it slowly. Really? Fong Xian nodded. Come and pick some clothes. There are short-sleeved shorts, sunproof clothes and pants, long clothes and pants, and some underwear. The 2 were stunned again when they saw so many clothes on the sofa. Wow Xinxin, you are so great, I love you to death. Don't come, pick quickly. The 2 people's eyes were shining, and they immediately started to choose. This one looks good, and this one is also good. The 2 of them were dazzled by the selection. Yukiki looked up from the pile of clothes and asked with a smile, Xinxin, how much do you want for each piece of clothing? 30 points per piece, you can pick whatever you want. Really? The 2 of them screamed in disbelief at the same time, jumping up and down excitedly. Great, Xinxin, you are really like a god. Okay, stop talking nonsense, pick quickly, and get out of here. As you wish. Fong Xian's desire to open a store was once again strong. Finally, Yukiki picked 3 short-sleeved shirts and 3 short-sleeved shirts, 2 sets of sun protection clothing, 2 sets of long-sleeved shirts and long pants, 10 pairs of underwear, and 3 sets of underwear. So much. Do you have enough money in your pocket? Yes, there is still some in the card. Don't worry, you won't starve. Okay. Fong Xian took out the machine and swiped Yukiki's card. The balance on it showed that there was 1,600 left. Not bad, I won't starve to death in a short time. After swiping Yukiki's card, Li Xiaomei had just finished her selection and put her own selections in a pile. Li Xiaomei's size was not easy to find, and finally she remembered that there were some large-size underwear in the container, but the styles were not very good. All of them were mother styles. But Li Xiaomei didn't mind the styles, and she also picked a lot. Check if the clothes are broken or damaged. I won't return or exchange them here. Don't worry, I won't return them even if you ask me to. Fong Xian laughed, swiped Li Xiaomei's card, and handed it back to Li Xiaomei. Okay, I'm done. Li Xiaomei took the card. Thank you, boss. You are so naughty. Fong Xian said, and then stood up and found a few bags to pack their clothes. 2 cans of beer were brought out from another bedroom, one with 12 cans, and the other with 500 milliliters. The 2 people took the beer with a smile. Okay, it's getting late, let's go back. Fong Xian drove the guests away. Okay, then we go. Fong Xian waved his hand. Let's go. The 2 people left with 3 bags in their hands, chattering. After the 2 people left, she finally had peace of mind. Fong Xian touched her stomach. It was time for dinner. It was time to eat. She had a spicy hot pot today, which was full of her favorite food. At this moment, the communicator rang. She raised her wrist and took a look. It was Instructor Yin. It should be about the giant python. Fong Xian picked up. Chapter 177. Fong Xian pressed the communicator. As soon as the call was connected, the excited voice of Instructor Yin came over. Fong Xian, the meat of the giant python has been tested by experts and is edible, no problem. Although there is a small amount of radiation, the human body can completely metabolize it. The water source is also drinkable. Although the radiation is slightly higher, it is fine if you drink a small amount. Isn't that good? When will you come over? I will give you the money for the giant python meat. According to the discussion of the upper-level leaders, this information is very valuable to the base, and the base will reward you with 2,000 points. That's great. We set off from the base in the afternoon and head for the water source you mentioned. Do you have time? You want me to lead the way? Yes. When do we set off? Today at 3 p.m. Okay, I got it. Fong Xian cut off the communicator and continued to eat. We set off at 3 p.m., so we still have time to prepare. I didn't expect there would be an extra reward, which is great. I originally wanted to rest for a few days, but the journey to the crack is not far and the mission is simple, so I go. At around 2 o'clock, Fong Xian took the dog and drove the old off-road vehicle to the training hall. At this time, the students in the training hall were sweating profusely. Instructor Yin saw Fong Xian at the door and dropped the students in his hands. You can practice first. Then he strode towards Fong Xian and waved to Fong Xian, I'm here. Fong Xian nodded. Little Tunton is here too. Woof. Instructor Yin reached out and touched the dog's head affectionately. Have you been training well recently? The dog lowered his head guiltily. Fong Xian smiled and spoke to help Guzi out. Has the green plant been tested? Green plants cannot be eaten. They have a lot of nuclear radiation. They are mutant plants. Fong Xian nodded. That's a pity. Does that mean that the plants nowadays have also mutated? It should be. The nuclear pollution is serious now. Any living creature that survives will survive in a mutant form in the future. Is the python also a mutant? Yes, it is. Fong Xian didn't understand. She always thought that pythons were big. That means there will be other plant mutations in the future. Is it possible that these mutant plants will have different effects in the future? Perhaps there are already mutant plants in other areas, but they have not been discovered by humans. Give me your card and I will give you the points. Just as Fong Xian was lost in thought, the voice of Instructor Yin came out. Oh, okay. Fong Xian handed him the card. The base has agreed to charge you 6 points per kilogram for python meat. A python weighs 335 kilograms, a total of 2,010. Add the 2,000 I gave you as a reward, a total of 4,010. Fong Xian said politely, don't lose money. The base experts think that the python's skin is very strong. They plan to use it to make clothes, such as combat uniforms. It will definitely not be a loss. Instructor Yin said honestly without reservation. Oh! Fong Xian understood that the python's skin is indeed very strong and is really good for making clothes. If that's the case, a combat uniform is very expensive. TSK, then she will be the one who loses money. Instructor Yin had already passed the points to him while he was talking. Okay, take it. Fong Xian took it and put it in his pocket. By the way, what procedures are required to open a store? Do you want to open a store? Yes, I have this plan. The procedures are not troublesome. You just need to rent a counter in the lobby. Now all procedures are simplified. How much is the rent per month? I really don't know this. Can I ask for you? Then can you help me ask if there are any idle counters? What are you going to sell? Clothes. Okay, wait a minute. Instructor Yin made a phone call. Yes, I have some spare ones. Since you are my friend, of course I can get a discount. 800 points a month. No one else can offer this price. 800? Are you robbing me? Give me a discount. 800 is already very cheap. Others charge more than 1,000 a month. Don't give me that. 500 a month. Brother, you can obviously rob it. You XXX %. Speak nicely, I have friends here. Okay, for the sake of your friend, I will give you some face, so you can give me another 100,600 points. Okay, I treat you to a meal next time. Then it's a deal, I give you a good meal. Instructor Yin hung up the communicator with a smile, and said to Fong Xian as if to take credit, I've negotiated the price for you, only 600 a month. The voices on the other side were so loud that she could hear them clearly. Fong Xian thought to herself that 800 was not bad. If sales were good, she could earn 800 in 2 days. But then she thought that people interact with each other in a give-and-take manner. If she created some value for the base and provided some useful information, the base would give her some substantial benefits appropriately. If she had no value to the base would not bother to pay attention to her. After realizing this, she accepted the kindness of Instructor Yin. He gave Instructor Yin a thumbs up. You are so generous, thank you. You're welcome. If you have men's clothing in your store, you have to give me a discount. That's no problem. I give you a 50% discount. You will definitely be the VIP of my store. Haha, it's settled then. When I come back from the mission, I will rent the counter. No problem. I tell him and keep it for you. Time passed quickly as the two chatted. More than half an hour had passed. Fong Xian looked down at the time and said, it's getting late. I have to go to the side door of the base for a mission. Okay, then be careful on the road. Fong Xian turned around and led the dog away, waving to Instructor Yin. More and more survivors have been going out these days, as if they have developed a certain degree of immunity to the high temperature. The exposed skin is black and red, and the skin is baked red and peeling due to long-term exposure to the scorching sun. Everyone wrapped themselves up tightly. After all, the scorching sun can also burn people. They were still very thin, but in good spirits. One of the women took a sip of the water in the bottle, then carefully handed the bottle to the man next to her, fearing that she would spill a drop. Let's drink sparingly. We only have half a bottle left today. The man took it and took a sip carefully, moistening his dry mouth. Just get through today. I heard there will be water at the base tomorrow. He turned his head and saw a dirty off-road vehicle passing by. There was envy and desire in their eyes. Because those who can drive a car these days are all capable. The car quickly arrived at the side door. He parked the car to the side, pulled the handbrake, and led the dog out of the car. The captain in the distance saw Fong Xian's eyes light up, and ran towards Fong Xian, showing his white teeth. Miss Fong, you are here. Yes, you lead the team again this time. Yes. Chapter 178. The captain's liking for the girl in front of him increased a little bit. He heard that she had hunted a giant python alone yesterday. From the several battles they fought side by side, she was not only good at shooting, but also courageous in combat, with strong observation and a keen sense of danger. Because she discovered dangers in advance many times, he had time to deploy and respond, and to minimize the risks. It can be said that it was because of her that the last mission was successfully completed. Who wouldn't like such a good helper? Fong Xian saw 3 trucks carrying heavy tanks in front of him. They should be trucks for water, which can carry about 40 tons of water. It should be a water truck used to transport water. On the side, there are 3 military trucks neatly arranged. One of the military trucks is fully loaded with various materials needed for building houses, and a group of well-trained soldiers are carrying the materials into the truck in an orderly manner. The other 2 military trucks are obviously used to carry soldiers. Looking at this posture, they are going to be stationed near the water source. The scale of this operation is really large. It can be seen that the water source is important. Looking at this, they plan to set up camp near the water source for a long time. This way, the base's water supply can also be improved. Soon, the convoy set off from the side door of the base. Fong Xian's off-road vehicle drove steadily in front of the large group to lead the way. She held the steering wheel with one hand, and with the other hand, she picked up the combat headset distributed by the captain and put it on her ear. Guzi sat upright in the co-pilot seat, his small eyes looking at the front of the car with sparkling eyes. The road section in City A is relatively good, and the road surface has been repaved to be smooth and flat. As for the materials used, Fong Xian didn't know much, but it looked like common asphalt, but it was a little different. Along the way, some other survivors, seeing that this was a military vehicle from the A city base, did not dare to think at all and retreated to the sides of the road. After all, facing the well-trained soldiers from a city with live ammunition, no one wanted to provoke them. Even if they entered B city, the survivors were afraid of the armed forces of a city, and did not dare to approach. However, such a large-scale battle would inevitably attract a lot of attention. Especially the discovery of the water source. Once the news spread, the consequences would be unimaginable. Water is an important resource for survival. Who wouldn't want to have it? I don't know if City A can hold on. As the car drove out of City A, the road conditions gradually deteriorated. The road was bumpy and full of potholes. Although the car body was constantly shaking, Fong Xian's car had a good shock absorption system, and she didn't feel too strong. It took nearly 6 hours to finally reach the destination. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Fong Xian parked the car at the edge of the crack and pressed the headset to report the situation. We're here. Fong Xian was relieved when she saw the empty crack in front of her. She was really afraid that this place would be discovered by others after she left. The 6 military trucks behind her were parked in an orderly manner. Then she led the dog out of the car and waited for the captain's instructions. After the military truck stopped steadily, the rest of the soldiers all got out. The captain took the lead and looked down the crack. Unexpectedly, the crack was quite deep. The captain waved his hand, "Bring a rope." At this time, Fong Xian interrupted, "No need for a rope, there is a gentle slope over there." The captain walked forward for more than 10 meters after hearing this, and indeed saw the gentle slope. Although Fong Xian had killed the giant python, the soldiers did not dare to slack off. They were still dressed neatly, wearing night vision goggles on their faces, holding sophisticated guns, and ready to go. The captain gently reminded, "Don't relax, be alert, and a team of people will follow me to check." "Yes." 8 people immediately lined up and walked forward in unison. "The rest of you will guard up there and wait for orders." "Yes." The captain led the 8 people down the gentle slope. Fong Xian and Gozi followed the captain. When they came to the crack, they heard the sound of gurgling water. The captain was delighted. There is water indeed. He bent down and scooped up a pool of water, brought it to his mouth, and took a sip. "It's really drinkable." While everyone was immersed in the joy of having water, Fong Xian and Gozi heard a different sound. The sound was very subtle at first, but gradually became clearer and clearer. More and more insects made noises. Swishing. It was the sound of a large number of insects crawling quickly. Fong Xian immediately made a judgment. "Oh no, there are mutant insects." The captain was startled and raised his head suddenly, looking at Fong Xian. Fong Xian pointed in the direction of the cave and said in a positive tone, "In the cave." Everyone immediately took out their shotguns and entered a state of high alert. The captain raised his eyebrows. "Didn't you see any insects that day?" Fong Xian was also puzzled. She only saw a giant python that day, and indeed did not see a single insect. Fong Xian shook his head. "I don't know either. But now is not the time to dwell on this." The team immediately ordered, "Retreat to the upper level immediately. This place is too narrow and not conducive to fighting." At the command, the soldiers immediately took action. They turned around quickly, ran along the gentle slope along the way they came, and retreated in an orderly manner. Not long after, everyone quickly returned to the ground and stood in an open place. The mutant insect nest has left the cave and is ready to fight. The captain gave a loud order. The soldiers held their weapons tightly in their hands, formed a formation, and stared at the cave exit. Fong Xian led the dog back to the off-road vehicle quickly. She hurriedly stuffed the dog into the car, and had no time to comfort the dog. She quickly took out the long-barreled flamethrower from the trunk and ran back to the battlefield. A few seconds later, a large number of dense insects crawled out of the cracks. Rustle. The sound became clearer and clearer. The dense arthropods rubbed against the ground, making a tooth-grinding sound. Each of them has a hard shell, and they move their long toes to crawl towards humans. Their mouth parts keep opening and closing. "Ready!" The captain growled into the combat headset. All shotguns could be heard loading. When the insects were getting closer, the captain growled again, "Fire." With an order, the deafening sound of gunfire instantly resounded through the darkness. The shotgun sprayed a large number of steel balls, carrying sparks, and kept shooting at the insect swarm. In an instant, a large number of insects were crippled, and green body fluids with a burnt smell splashed everywhere. Fong Xian held a flamethrower and sprayed a large area. A large number of insects were burned by Fong Xian and black smoke was emitted. The air was instantly filled with a strong smell of burning. He smelled it carefully, and there was a smell of barbecue. He glanced at Fong Xian with the corner of his eyes, and saw Fong Xian holding a flamethrower. Sizzle, sizzle. Sizzle, sizzle. The smell became stronger, and the captain's throat rolled unconsciously. He shook his head to get rid of distracting thoughts. "Don't be distracted, pay attention to your feet." Chapter 179. After 5 minutes of fierce fighting, the number of insects crawling in front of them did not decrease at all. The crack was like a bottomless pit, spewing out a large number of mutant insects, like a tide. However, no matter how many insects there were, it was useless. There were more than 30 people participating in the battle today, all of them holding sophisticated equipment. They killed as many as crawled out of the cracks. It can be said that the battle was relatively easy. Fong Xian was at ease, and even had time to straighten her back and take a break. She looked around and saw that the soldiers were dealing with the tide of insects in an orderly manner. The atmosphere on the entire battlefield was not tense at all. This unsuspecting battle lasted for more than 20 minutes, and the bugs were finally killed, and no more bugs came out of the cracks. The captain breathed a sigh of relief. "One team will follow me to check the situation, and the rest will clean up the battlefield." "Yes." The soldiers responded in unison. After the words fell, everyone quickly took action and began to clean up the battlefield in an orderly manner. They skillfully gathered the dead bugs on the ground together, and soon, the dead bugs were piled up into 4 large piles. Some of the insects were not completely dead, and their legs were still trembling. Fong Xian, who was standing aside, looked at the corpses of these insects and was surprised. For some reason, he always felt that these insects seemed to be bigger than before. But there was no time to worry about these things. We had to quickly remove these mutant insect corpses. So, someone took a torch and lit up the piles of insect corpses that made people's scalps numb without hesitation. The raging fire rose up instantly, illuminating the entire battlefield. This time Fong Xian did not follow the captain, but strode towards his SUV. He opened the door, and the dog quickly jumped out of the car with 2 woofs. The dog swung its tail and circled around Fong Xian's feet. Fong Xian reached out and touched the dog's head perfunctorily, then put the flamethrower back into the trunk. There was still some warmth on the surface of the flamethrower. He took out a bottle of mineral water from the trunk and closed the trunk. He leaned against the car body, unscrewed the bottle cap, tilted his head back, and gulped down 2 big mouthfuls. The cool water slid into her throat, instantly relieving the heat. In the hot weather, she sprayed fire for more than half an hour, which really made her hot. The captain under the crack was shocked as he walked deeper into the cave. The cave was very long and spacious. It should be cool to stay inside because it is really too humid. Water was dripping everywhere. The humid cave has advantages and disadvantages. It is indeed cool here, but it is not suitable for long-term living. Otherwise, I really want to stay in the cave. About 10 minutes later, the captain and his team finally climbed out from under the crack. After a careful inspection, it was determined that there was no danger inside, and the follow-up work began to be arranged. First, 2 team members picked up 2 water pumps and entered the crack from the gentle slope. The water pump was placed in a suitable water flow position, and then a long soft water pipe was connected to the water pump at one end, and the other end was inserted into the entrance of the tank truck parked nearby. As the power was turned on, the water pump made a low roar, and water flowed into the tank truck along the water pipe. At the same time, the rest of the team members also got busy. Some people unloaded the tent brackets and tarpaulins from the car. They began to build the tent in an orderly manner, preparing for rest at night. Fong Xian sat in the car and watched everyone busy, while she secretly stuffed ice cubes into her mouth, enjoying a moment of comfort. After waiting for about 20 minutes, the 3 tankers were finally full, and Fong Xian followed the water truck back. This mission was finally completed. After returning, the base confirmed that there was no problem with the water source, and sent out 6 water trucks to the water source one after another. However, Fong Xian was not needed for this escort mission, so he took the dog home to sleep. The next day, he slept until the sun was shining. Fong Xian got up immediately after waking up, because there were still many things to do today. After lunch, he went to the hall immediately. The points for the last mission had not been collected yet, so he had to collect them quickly, otherwise he would forget about it. I don't know why there are so many mosquitoes in the base. Maybe it's because there are so many people in the base. As soon as I stepped out of the unit door, I was instantly surrounded by mosquitoes. She immediately retreated, sprayed a lot of floral water on her body, and then walked out. The hall was bustling with many people. When Fong Xian stepped into the hall, she was greeted by many looks, and many eyes fell on Fong Xian. She looked calm and kept walking. Carefully bypassing many ragged survivors, she headed towards the task hall on the right. There were many people queuing at the task window, a long line. Some people looked anxious, as if they were afraid that the task they wanted would be taken away by others, and they would not be able to get a place, and they lowered their heads to talk about something. Fong Xian quickly scanned the team. There were men, women, and even children in the team. They were not tall, about 12 or 13 years old. Their young faces revealed a maturity and determination that did not match their age. There were also many people queuing at the task handing-in window on the other side. Fong Xian strode to the back of the team at the task handing-in window and lined up. I didn't bring the dog here today. There are too many people here. The dog will attract attention as soon as it appears. To avoid trouble, I had to lock it up at home. Fong Xian waited quietly in the team. At the same time, more and more people came behind her. At the same time, the sound of discussion also sounded in Fong Xian's ears. Who is this woman? Is she from the inner area? I don't know. Judging from her clothes, her family must be very rich. Besides, what's the big deal? She was born into a good family. If she was born into a family like ours, she might not be as successful as us. One of the women rolled her eyes. Hey, do you think she is married? If she marries a man like this, she will be very successful, and will never have to worry about food and drink in the future, she thought to herself. Who knows? Who can afford to support such a person? Hey, don't say that about her. Look at her, she is quite capable, and knows how to do tasks to support herself. Besides, what's the matter? Do you like her? I am a very kind-hearted person. If we can bring them together, it will be a good deed. The woman walking with her curled her lips and looked at the thin and dark woman in front of her with droopy eyes and wrinkled face. She thought to herself, I don't know what kind of person you are, but you just want to marry her because she is rich. The thin dark woman saw her companion's contemptuous look. What's that look in your eyes? I'm not telling you. As she said that, she couldn't wait to stretch out her dry black hands to pull Fong Xian, who was standing in front of her. Fong Xian moved and dodged her move lightly. Fong Xian just felt unlucky, and everything came to her. She stood sideways. Her beautiful eyes became unusually cold at this moment. She stared at the two women in front of her and issued a warning. Watch out for your dirty hands. If you don't want it, I chop it off for you. Also, don't chew my tongue under my ears, otherwise I pull out your tongues. Fong Xian's momentum spread out. Chapter 180. The two skinny women were instantly shocked by the powerful aura emanating from Fong Xian, and could not help shrinking their necks in embarrassment. They were particularly familiar with this aura, and this kind of frightening aura could only be possessed by someone who had killed many people. Especially the dark and thin woman, who had previously thought about introducing her son to Fong Xian, but at this moment, this idea was immediately swallowed back into her stomach. She deeply realized that the woman in front of her was definitely a ruthless person. Her mind cleared up instantly. How could someone like Fong Xian, who could thrive in such a cruel apocalypse, be an ordinary person? He must have extraordinary abilities, and he might have killed a lot of people. She regretted that she was really a bad mouth. Thinking of this, the thin dark woman was so scared that she dared not breathe. She lowered her head, and shut her mouth obediently, not daring to say anything again. Seeing that the two of them were quite sensible, Fong Xian spoke again in a cold voice. Get behind me, and don't get in my way. Hey, I go now. The two people shrunk their heads, bent their waists, and hurriedly ran to the back. The people around them didn't pay any attention to the situation of others. They just glanced at them, and then busied themselves with their own things. It was finally her turn in the team. She took out her ID card and handed it to the staff. The staff's originally impatient face immediately smiled when they saw Fong Xian, who was well dressed. Hello ma'am, you have completed 2 tasks. Are you sure you want to collect the points? Get it. Okay ma'am, please wait. The staff member said, but his hands kept moving, his fingers flying, and he kept typing on the keyboard. Okay ma'am, your points for the 2 missions total 3,000, which have been received. Please take your card. The staff member handed the card to Fong Xian with a smile. Fong Xian took it and said, thank you. After receiving the points, she did not stay any longer, and immediately turned around and walked out of the hall around the many survivors. When passing by the 2 thin black women, the 2 people shrank like quails. Seeing Fong Xian leave the hall, someone immediately mocked him. Hey, who was the one who shamelessly introduced someone to a date just now? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? How can you talk to me? Have you forgotten who gave you a steamed bun and saved your life when you were about to starve to death? You are so arrogant that you say you are doing better than others. You should look in the mirror. They argued back and forth, and no one gave in. They immediately started to fight. Then, he was forked out by the guard in the hall. Fong Xian walked to the parking space, got in the car, and drove to the training hall. He saw that the water trucks were distributing drinking water, and many survivors surrounded several water trucks. Everyone line up, don't push, everyone has a share. Don't push, everyone has a share, everyone line up. When someone got the water, he looked at the big bottle in his hand, and only had 800 milliliters, and immediately asked, why is it so little? The staff patiently explained, everyone gets 800 milliliters for free, and if you don't have enough, you can go to the store to buy it. Too little, not enough to drink. The survivors immediately started to shout. That's right, too little. Who will drink with so little? The staff immediately became serious. Be quiet, everyone has this much. Those who don't want to take it don't have to take it. The soldiers next to them immediately stepped forward with their guns. The survivors saw this, shrank their heads, had to shut up, and lined up obediently. The car quickly arrived at the training hall. Fong Xian sat in the car and did not get out, but called Instructor Yin. Soon Instructor Yin came out. We got into the car driven by Fong Xian and drove fast, and soon arrived at the inner area hall. The inner area hall was completely different from the dirty and messy outer area. It was clean, tidy, spacious, and impressive. The guards at the door stood tall and maintained order in the hall. With Instructor Yin, a big shot, all the procedures were handled quite smoothly without any obstacles. The staff in the inner area all knew Instructor Yin and treated her very politely. Under the enthusiastic guidance of the staff, Fong Xian came to the counter she rented. The counter area is less than 20 square meters, which is a moderate size. Behind the counter, there are 2 large shelves neatly arranged, which is enough. The location here is quite good, right in the center of the store, and the flow of customers coming and going is quite considerable. Looking around, I saw that this area is full of all kinds of clothes, which is dazzling. Even underwear and socks are available. After Instructor Yin helped with all the formalities, he returned to the training hall in the outer area. After Fong Xian sent Instructor Yin away, she kept thinking about what kind of clothes to sell. She had a lot of clothes in her space, and a large number of clothes were collected in the warehouse and containers. Spring, summer, autumn and winter, all kinds of styles. Of course, she could only sell summer clothes now, or thin long sleeves. She wanted to take out all the clothes that didn't fit her size, or that she didn't like, and exchange them for points. In this way, she could not only clean up her space, but also create a stable income for herself to support her high expenses. But the only trouble is that she has to pretend to go out of the base to buy goods every time. It's a little troublesome. It's impossible for everything to be so easy. Anyway, she is free, so it's a good time to go out and relax. It's good. Anyway, no one will know where she buys goods. The purchase channel is confidential, so she will not disclose it to anyone. There is another problem at the moment. That is to hire 2 people. You can't sell it yourself. 1 is definitely not enough, 2 is just right. But she doesn't have any suitable candidates. A person suddenly popped up in her mind. Gui Yuan. He is the manager of the outer area and knows many people. Thinking of this, she immediately dialed Gui Yuan's number. Gui Yuan should be working at this time, and the voice on the other end was very noisy. Hello, long time no see. Is there something you need to call me? He said straight to the point. Long time no see. I have something to trouble you. Can you help me find 2 salesmen? Have you opened a store? Yes, I rented a counter in the inner area. Can you help me find 2 people? Oh, you're doing well, you're actually a boss. No, I just want to make a living. Okay, leave it to me, I'll let you know tomorrow. Okay. After that, the 2 ended the call. Fong Xian sat in the car and breathed a sigh of relief. Opening a store is really troublesome. I've been running around all day today. Looking up outside, the sky has turned dark again. This day is really not easy. At this time, the front windshield is already covered with a layer of black mosquitoes. It makes an annoying buzzing sound. The base is too large to spray and disinfect mosquitoes all the time. If you kill one group, another group will come soon. The survivors of the base can only protect themselves and try not to be sucked dry by mosquitoes. She picked up the floral water and sprayed it on herself. Fong Xian had already used up most of the large bottle that Grandma Li sent. This medicine is very useful, and mosquitoes dare not get close to it. After making sure that her body was covered with floral water, she stepped out of the car, locked the car, and walked upstairs. Chapter 181. Fong Xian was sleeping soundly in the morning when she was awakened by a phone call from Gui Yuan. She turned over, touched the communicator on the bedside table, and answered the phone with her eyes closed. She pretended to be awake and spoke clearly. I found 2 people for you. They are both girls, both very capable, and I think they are okay. They are in my office now. Come and take a look when you wake up. Fong Xian opened her eyes suddenly. How did he hear it? She felt that her pronunciation was quite clear. Never mind, go to sleep. Fong Xian threw the communicator in her hand aside and went back to sleep. Because she had something on her mind, she couldn't sleep well no matter how much she tossed and turned. So she simply got up, had a simple breakfast, and drove straight to Gui Yuan's office. Gui Yuan's office was very spacious, but Gui Yuan was not there. He was probably busy outside. As the manager of the peripheral area, he was always busy and had to deal with big and small things. As soon as she entered the office, she saw 2 slender, dark and thin girls sitting on stools uneasily, and they stood up immediately when they saw someone coming. One of the girls' fingers was still tugging at the wrinkled corner of her clothes. It was not easy for them to find a job, and it was even harder for girls to find a good job. If they were not protected by adults at home, it would be difficult for them to survive in this difficult end times. For this reason, they were very eager for this job and very nervous, fearing that the boss would not like them. Fong Xian looked at the 2 girls in front of him, probably the 2 of them, so he asked, were you 2 introduced by Gui Yuan? When the 2 girls saw Fong Xian, who was dressed neatly and so young, their eyes were filled with surprise, envy, admiration, and a variety of emotions intertwined in their eyes. The shorter girl was obviously a little unconfident. Yes. The taller girl had a firm look in her eyes, and answered decisively. Yes. How old are you? The taller girl spoke loudly. I'm 22. The other girl was probably nervous or timid and always stuttered when she spoke. I'm 20 years old this year. Fong Xian was very satisfied with the taller girl, while the other one just felt a toothache. It's been so long since the end of the world, why is she still so timid? Opening a shop in the inner area, the customers are all rich or noble, and it is inevitable to encounter customers with bad tempers and pretentiousness. If there are difficult customers in the store, she will definitely not be able to respond, and will only be scared and shrink back, not daring to stand out. She can't be in the store every day. The clerk must have the ability to solve problems. She doesn't want to spend time and energy to teach her to grow up, or train her. She is not her parents, and has no obligation to do so. So she spoke decisively, looking at the timid girl. You go back? The timid girl was stunned. Tears immediately filled her eyes. Boss, I can do it. I can learn if there is anything I don't understand. Fong Xian didn't know how to be gentle with women, and said in a light voice, No, you are not suitable. The timid girl looked depressed, lowered her head, and walked out of the office in disappointment. Fong Xian walked directly behind the desk and sat down. What's your name? My name is Sukin. Okay, go home today, and clean yourself up, pay attention to personal hygiene, and wait for me here tomorrow. Sukan's eyes lit up when she heard this, which meant that she was hired, and she was happy. As long as she had a stable income, she wouldn't be hungry all day, and her brother wouldn't have to work so hard, one person earning money for two people to spend. Well, I want to ask how much the salary is per month. 100 points per month. You work for a few days first. I see your workability, and you can also see if you like this job. Sukan's eyes sparkled, and he nodded quickly. No problem, I will definitely do a good job. The salary she gave was not high in the inner area, and was even a little low, but it was high in the outer area. How many people could not get a stable job even if they tried their best? Okay, you go back. Okay, boss, see you tomorrow. At this time, Gui Yuan just came back from outside, and met Sukin, who was walking out. He asked in confusion, Why did you leave? Brother Gua, the boss hired me. Thank you for helping me find a good job. Sukan's face was full of gratitude. That's good, work hard. Well, I will definitely work hard. You go and do your work, Brother Gua. I leave first. Gui Yuan nodded, then strode in and saw Fong Xian sitting leisurely on his work chair. He smiled and said, You came quite early? I thought you would have to sleep for a while before coming. Why do you see only one? Where's that one? That one is too timid. Gui Yuan nodded, It's okay. I find another one for you. Don't be timid, and don't be too pretentious. Okay, wait here for a while. He turned around and walked out again. I go out and find a few more for you, you can pick one. About half an hour later, Gui Yuan brought in 3 more people, 2 girls and a little boy. I brought the people for you. Take a look at which one you like. The 3 people stood in a row, all dirty, looking at Fong Xian with hopeful eyes. Why is there a child? Don't look at him as a child. This kid is very smart, and has a quick mind. Gui Yuan continued, This kid often runs errands for me, and he does things very well. Fong Xian looked at the little boy carefully. Isn't this the little boy who lined up to receive the task yesterday? The little boy took a step forward and said loudly, Boss, I will definitely do a good job. The little boy tried hard to promote himself. The child is indeed a good child, and has a strong tenacity, but she really can't use it. Fong Xian waved her hand. I don't need child labor. The little boy lowered his head in disappointment. Fong Xian turned his head, and looked at the 2 girls again, pointing at the one in the middle with lively eyes. What's your name? My name is Li Miyuki. Okay, it's you. Go back and clean yourself up. The salary is 100 points a month. Report here tomorrow. Li Miyuki nodded repeatedly. Okay, boss. Okay, let's go back. The little boy suddenly said, Boss, I only want 50 points a month. Try using me first. Give me a chance. I can do it well. You will definitely not lose out if you use me. The little boy clenched his fists nervously, still trying to sell himself. Fong Xian noticed that his hands were full of calluses. He must have suffered a lot, and done a lot of work. There is a tenacity in enduring hardships, the tenacity of trying hard to survive. Fong Xian raised his eyebrows and smiled. Okay, you are one of them. Report here tomorrow. The little boy's dark and thin face showed excitement, revealing a small tiger tooth. Thank you, boss, thank you, boss, I will definitely not let you down. Gui Yuan touched his head. Okay, go back. Don't be late tomorrow. Okay. Goodbye, Brother Gua, goodbye, boss. The little boy said goodbye to the two politely, and turned to leave. Chapter 182. Wait a minute, Gui Yuan called him, took out a bucket of clean water from behind his desk and handed it to him. Take this bucket of water back, wash yourself well, and come to work clean. The little boy's eyes were full of tears, and he nodded sullenly. Thank you, Brother Gua. Okay, go back quickly. Finally, after everyone in the office left, Gui Yuan sat down opposite Fong Xian. Said, it's not easy for this child to live. He is bullied by the survivors every day. He is like an indestructible cockroach, and he survived tenaciously. Are there no adults in the family? All the adults in the family are dead. His grandfather starved himself to death to save food. His mother died in acid rain. In order to protect him, she was injured by acid rain and had no money to treat her illness. His father was beaten to death by the predators in order to delay the predators and create an opportunity for the mother and daughter to escape. Fong Xian sighed. It was easy for those who survived. Try it first. If it works, keep it. If it doesn't, don't use it. Fong Xian nodded. No matter how miserable his life was, no matter how pitiful he was, if he didn't do a good job, she wouldn't indulge him. The two talked for a while, and Fong Xian drove back to her home. She had things to do today. When she got home, she started to rummage through the boxes and cabinets, taking out all the clothes to sell, putting them one by one, and sorting them all into categories. There was a big bag of women's short-sleeved shirts, a big bag of women's shorts, a big bag of skirts, a big bag of high heels, a big bag of low heels. There were also many men's clothes and shoes. There were 9 big bags in total. She also took 20 boxes of children's condoms, and 20 boxes of cigarettes. You can't have too many things. The fewer, the more precious they are. She had noticed that the stores in the inner area didn't have these two things at all. She wanted to sell all the condoms in the space. Fong Xian also found 2 small ironing machines. The iron clothes will look better when hung up. Let the clerk iron them. She was so tired of packing clothes today that she was too lazy to do it. Finally, she sorted out the clothes that were going to be taken to the store and sat on the sofa to rest. I hope the sales will be better tomorrow. The next day, Fong Xian got up early, took the packed clothes downstairs, stuffed them into the car, and ran 3 times to sell everything. He drove to Gui Yuan's office and picked up 3 shop assistants. The 3 people were waiting at the door early. As for their hygiene, how should I put it, it was indeed cleaner than yesterday. But her hair was a little itchy. After picking up the 3 people, the car went straight to the inner area. He first took the 3 people to the lobby and gave them access to the inner area. This makes it easier to enter and exit the inner area. The staff had seen Fong Xian, so the formalities were handled quickly and without delay. This is how it is easier to get things done with someone. Then he led the 3 people directly to the store. When the 3 people saw the environment of the inner area, they were envious, just like Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden, dazzled and unable to see enough. The 4 people began to unload the big and small bags. The little boy was small, but he carried the things silently and worked very hard. Sukan snatched the big bag from Fong Xian's hand. Boss, leave it there, we do it, she said as she carried 2 bags and left. Other counters in the store were already open for business, as there were fewer customers in the morning. Fong Xian led the group to the counter. She first took out 3 sets of identical clothes from her bag and handed them to the group. Go inside and change your clothes. These will be your work clothes from now on. Okay, boss. The group took the clothes, lined up, and changed their clothes one by one. There is a circular curtain inside for customers to change clothes. They all wore the same white shirt, black suit pants, and black leather shoes. After the 3 people changed their clothes, they looked much more energetic, but they were too thin and their faces were too dark. But there was no way, even those with good spirits might not come to work here. People with abilities, like Yukiki, would think the salary here was too low. She could only recruit people from ordinary survivors. Fong Xian nodded with satisfaction. Okay, let's get to work. The 3 people put on new clothes and were very excited. Although they were work clothes, they were the best clothes they had ever worn. Several people were very motivated and started to get busy. Some were cleaning, some were arranging things. Everyone was rushing to work, showing themselves, hoping to stay. Fong Xian took out 2 ironing machines, one for each girl. The clothes hanging above must be ironed flat. Fong Xian gave instructions, and then sat aside to watch them work. Soon the shelves at the back were filled with all kinds of clothes. Fong Xian looked up, and saw that the clothes were hanging well, and looked pleasing to the eye. On the left were women's clothes, and on the right were men's clothes. On the top were clothes, and on the bottom were shoes. Fong Xian wrote the price of each piece of clothing on a piece of paper. Take a look at the price, and sell it according to the price on it. The price of the clothes was similar to that of other stores, but the styles here were better looking and the quality was average. Although supplies were in short supply now, the quality could not be too bad. The rich people in the inner area were all connoisseurs of goods and could tell the quality at a glance. The three people put their heads together and tried to remember the prices on it. It doesn't matter if you can't remember. Just take a look at the price list if you forget. So Fong Xian put the condoms and cigarettes on the counter again, took out two small storage racks, put them on the counter, and put the two things in one by one. Everything here is sold for 200 points a box. Fong Xian told a few people. The cigarettes were all 30 yuan a box before the end of the world, and selling them for 200 points a box was simply a huge profit. If she sold it directly to the redemption hall, she could only redeem 30 points. Fortunately, she didn't redeem too many points at the beginning. She took out the card machine and put it on the counter. Sukan, you collect the money and keep the accounts. Okay. You two will be responsible for sales. Okay, boss. A few minutes after the cigarettes were put out, someone came over. Cigarettes? There are cigarettes for sale? A man was surprised. Sukan immediately promoted, yes sir, would you like a box? How much is a pack? 200 points a pack. So expensive? Sir, it's not expensive. Cigarettes are very rare now. No one else has them. There are only 20 packs today. They will be gone after you buy them. Okay, give me 2 packs. The man took the 2 packs of cigarettes and handed over his card. Sukan took the card and was a little embarrassed. She didn't seem to know how to swipe it. She looked at Fong Xian for help. Fong Xian came over immediately and operated it in front of her. Sukan watched very seriously, and the other two also leaned over to watch. After Fong Xian swiped the card, a receipt immediately came out from the end of the machine. She tore off the receipt, and then tore off a small slip on top of the receipt, and handed the customer's card and the receipt to Sukan. Sukan took it and looked at it, realizing that it was a receipt for consumption. She also occasionally went shopping, but she never had this receipt. Sukan immediately handed the card and the receipt to the customer with both hands. Please take your card and receipt. He handed the small slip to Sukan. This is the slip, keep it, and use it for reconciliation. It was her first time collecting money, so she was inevitably nervous, and her heart was beating fast. Okay, boss. She took the receipt carefully and put it in the drawer. Then she took out a notebook and started to record the accounts. Recording what was sold today. Fong Xian gave a few simple instructions and sat quietly in the back, watching without intervening. She would only say something when a few people didn't understand, and the rest was up to the people to do it themselves. Chapter 183. The boss of the counter next to her saw the cigarettes on the counter and ran over excitedly. She was a well-dressed woman with slightly curly hair and a sophisticated temperament. Oh, you still have cigarettes at home? How much is a box? Quick, give me 2 boxes. She anxiously took out her card, fearing that the cigarettes would be gone soon. She took the cigarettes, stepped on her high heels, and ran out impatiently. It seemed that she was an old smoker. People in the mall came to buy cigarettes one after another, at least 2 boxes, and the most bought 5 boxes at a time. They were sold out in less than half an hour. For 1,000 points in hand. So happy. Soon there were more people in the mall, most of them dressed very exquisitely, and left after asking the price. From the customers coming and going, Fong Xian found that the people in the inner area were not as rich as imagined. In fact, a considerable number of people here, although they looked bright and beautiful on the outside, were not well off in economic conditions, and could no longer afford the high expenses in the past. Many people are used to enjoying life, and have been living a life of luxury for a long time. They are used to comfort and ease, and are unwilling to lower their status to earn points. They have been spending their old capital, and living off their savings. They have no source of income, and only spend money without earning money. Over time, only the shell of wealth is left to support them. Time soon came to noon. Only 3 pieces of clothing were sold in the morning, 2 women's and 1 men's, but 5 boxes of condoms were sold. With cigarettes hooked, the income was considerable. At this time, most people in the mall were having lunch, and the aroma of food filled the entire mall. Her shop assistants were still standing straight, not even moving. Perhaps they dared not relax since she was the boss. Why don't you eat? Fong Xian asked softly. Boss, we are not hungry yet. The 3 of them said awkwardly. It's time to eat. No one is eating now. She didn't provide food here, so you had to bring your own food. Okay, boss. Sukin said, you two eat first, I watch the store, and I take over after you finish eating. The little boy said, you two sisters, please eat. I just look after the store. You two eat first. Sister Sukan, you two should eat first. I didn't bring any food. The little boy lowered his head after saying that. I only eat one meal a day. I usually don't eat at noon. You two should eat. Sukin looked at him and wanted to say that he would not be able to stand it if he didn't eat, but he stopped talking and said, okay, let's go eat. After saying that, Sukan and Lee Muki took out a piece of black flour cake from the rag bag they brought. You can tell at a glance that this pancake is from a simple stall in the outer area. The price is very cheap. You can buy 2 pieces with only 1 point. I don't know what is mixed in it, anyway, it is black and hard. It is much worse than the ones that Yukiki and the others eat. The two of them squatted behind the counter and ate carefully. While eating, the other hand dragged under the chin, and when a little crumb fell, it was carefully put into the mouth. The two people finished eating quickly, as if they were afraid that Fong Xian would say that they were wasting time eating. The two men stretched their necks and pounded their chests with their hands. Fong Xian sighed inwardly. The survivors in the outer area had exhausted all their strength just to stay alive. Their hands were somewhat dirty after eating. They noticed Fong Xian looking at their hands, and subconsciously rubbed them on their clothes. After realizing that they were wearing brand new work clothes today, they quickly stopped what they were doing. The two looked at each other as if they had done something wrong. They didn't dare to look at Fong Xian. They twisted their bodies left and right, and began to look for things, looking very busy. They finally found the rag, and wiped their hands carefully. Fong Xian's eyes twitched. Their hygiene was really a headache. If the hands were not clean, the clothes would get dirty. Fong Xian said, took out the car keys from his pocket, go to my car, and move the 2 buckets of water in the trunk. Sukin reacted the fastest and quickly took the keys. Okay, boss, I get it. The two people followed behind and walked out of the store quickly. Soon, 2 girls came in, each holding a large bucket of water. The two put all the water under the counter. Some small things can be placed inside the large counter, so as to block the view from outside and avoid the appearance of things being too messy. These 2 buckets of water were filled with water from Lake Baikal in advance, and they were used for daily use, such as washing face and bathing. She did not consume too much water by herself, and she still had a lot of water. She also stored a lot of snow. All the vacant spaces in the space were filled with snow, which was reserved for watering the ground. Besides, she still had a lot of barrels of water in her space. It can be said that the water in her space is not enough for one person to use up. It is no problem for a few more people to consume it. These 2 buckets of water, 1 bucket for you to drink while working, and 1 bucket for cleaning. The 3 people's eyes lit up when they heard it. They were given water to drink? I heard it right. A bottle of water sold in the store costs 1 point, but they were given water to drink? The 3 people widened their eyes in disbelief. After a moment of stunned silence, Sukan was the first to react and express gratitude. Thank you, boss. Then the other 2 hurriedly thanked him. Thank you, boss. Fong Xian ignored the incredulous looks of the few people and continued. And your hands, you must keep them clean, go wash your hands quickly. The 3 people hurriedly responded, okay, boss, I wash them now. And your face? Wash it as well. The weather is hot now, and the water supply has been cut off in the place where they live, so it is difficult for the survivors on the bottom to get water. Every day, they can only go out to collect the water distributed free of charge by the base. Not to mention washing. Even though they were told yesterday to take care of personal hygiene, several people were obviously reluctant to use water, and they still looked a little dirty. And the long and greasy hair made Fong Xian's scalp itch. And your hair, go back and cut it short. Girls should comb it into a neat short ponytail, and then wash it clean. And you, Fong Xian pointed at the little boy, look at your hair, it's like a chicken coop. The little boy quickly stretched out his hands, and tried to smooth down his frizzy hair. No matter how he pressed down, the hair still stood up stubbornly. Helplessly, he quickly reached out, and dipped his hands in the water in the basin, where he had just washed his hands, and barely smoothed his hair. The inner area is not like the outer area. It must be kept clean and tidy. Your dirty and messy image directly affects the perception of customers. Do you understand? Fong Xian finally issued an ultimatum. If you don't clean up your personal hygiene, you don't need to come tomorrow. Several people panicked when they heard it, and said, boss, don't worry, I will clean up when I go back. Fong Xian waved her hand, indicating that they should do what they should do. She said more today than she said in a year. Opening a store is really not an easy thing, especially on the first day. Everything must be handled in place. She also has obsessive-compulsive disorder. If she sees something wrong, she will feel uncomfortable and can't fool herself at all. Especially the hair of those people. Her hair itched for the whole morning. Chapter 184. Fong Xian stood up and walked out of the mall. As soon as she stepped out, a heat wave swept over her. Without the mall's air conditioning, the heat wave instantly enveloped her. At this time, there was no one on the street, and even the mosquitoes ran to the shade. She came to the parking space, found her car, and got in. The car was scorching hot, and it felt a little difficult to breathe. She quickly started the car and turned on the air conditioner. The wipers drove away the mosquitoes stuck on the front windshield. Fong Xian stepped on the accelerator and drove all the way back to her downstairs. Back home, the cool air from the air conditioner slowly drove away the heat on her body. It was true that she would sweat for 2 hours after going out for 5 minutes. The temperature outside was so hot that it could burn people to death. She flashed into the space and took a quick shower, especially her hair, which she washed twice before she felt much more comfortable. Fong Xian cleaned herself up, sat on the sofa, and took out a bowl of cold noodles. She had to eat something cold on such a hot day. She ate a large bowl of cold noodles and drank a large bottle of Coke. She burped loudly with satisfaction. Then he fell asleep on the sofa. He slept until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Fong Xian drove to the store again. As soon as he walked into the counter, he saw that there were 2 boxes of condoms missing from the counter. His eyes turned to the shelves. 3 pieces of clothes on the shelves had small wrinkles that were not ironed well. They were obviously a little different from the clothes hung before. Although the style was the same, it was not the original one. Sukin saw Fong Xian's gaze and stepped forward. "Boss, I sold 2 boxes of condoms and 3 pieces of clothes this afternoon." Fong Xian nodded yes. Fong Xian had been sitting quietly at the counter. The 3 people had obviously adapted to the work and started to get into the state. The work performance of several people was also very good. Sukin had stronger execution ability, was very thoughtful and meticulous, and was very suitable to be a store manager. The business in the afternoon was pretty good. 10 pieces of clothing were sold, and there were only 2 boxes of condoms left on the counter. It can be seen that this thing is still very popular. Soon it was 6 o'clock when the mall closed. The business for the day ended here. The little boy and Li Muki cleaned up and sorted clothes quickly. Su Kan was holding a pen and checking the accounts, counting the inventory, and calculating today's income. Finally, Su Kan handed the account book to Fong Xian. She was secretly surprised when she looked at the account book in her hand. The income for one day was so much. She was afraid of making a mistake, so she calculated it 3 times in total. Fong Xian took the account book handed over by Su Kan and took a general look. When she saw the total amount at the bottom, she was not surprised. She knew today's income. Today, she earned nearly 14,000 points. She was very happy, thinking that it was easy to make money from rich people. After packing up everything, the 3 people changed back into their old tattered clothes, and Fong Xian led them out of the store. The 3 people sat in the car trembling, their bodies tense, not daring to move, not daring to sit down, for fear of dirtying the car. Fong Xian turned the steering wheel. "Remember the way back and forth, so that you can recognize the way when you walk by yourself in the future." The 3 people nodded obediently. "Yes, okay, boss." The car drove into the low-end residential area, and Fong Xian put the 3 people on the side of the road. "I come here to pick you up at 7:30 tomorrow, don't be late." After saying that, Fong Xian started the car and went home. Many survivors saw 3 ragged survivors getting out of a luxury car, and they all ran over curiously and surrounded the 3 people. "Hey, isn't this the skinny monkey? Hey, who is that skinny monkey? How did you get out of his car? Where have you been? What does that man do? Who is that man?" A sharp-nosed and monkey-faced survivor stepped forward and grabbed the little boy, asking questions non-stop. The little boy ignored him completely, pulled his arm out, and walked away on his own. "I'm talking to you. Why are you ignoring me? Oh, you're so great now, you look down on us?" The sharp-nosed and monkey-faced man saw the little boy, who was often bullied in the past, getting off the luxury car, and felt very jealous. "I don't know who was blind enough to fancy you bastards. I don't know what shameful means he used. You have the support of the manager, and now you have climbed up the ladder. I don't know what kind of shit luck you have. Bah, why are you so proud? Maybe one day, they won't need you anymore." No matter how others abused them, or how others asked them. The 3 of them ignored them completely, and didn't listen. They kept their mouths shut and didn't say a word. They didn't reveal anything at all, but they walked faster. Fong Xian returned home, not knowing that she had brought a lot of trouble to the three people just by sending a few people. Fong Xian tiredly took off her clothes and threw them aside. She buried her whole body in the sofa. She sat in the store all day today and was very tired. She found a small group of people in the inner area who were reluctant to spend a lot of money to buy clothes. She thought she should put up some cheaper clothes for sale. Let customers have a variety of choices, while meeting the needs of different consumption levels. Normally, truly wealthy people would not buy cheap clothes, even if they were very cheap. Only people with limited financial resources would buy them. No matter how much money they had, she would search through them all. She closed her eyes and calculated in her mind, but her body did not move. She would do it later. She was just lying there for a while. Time passed by minute, and Fong Xian finally felt that she had lied long enough, so she got up and started to eat, because her stomach was already growling non-stop. The next day, Fong Xian went to the low-end residential area to pick up 3 people. Today, the hygiene of the 3 people finally met the standard. Their hair was trimmed very neatly, and they looked much cleaner and pleasing to the eye. When they arrived at the store, Fong Xian ordered several people to move the goods in the trunk into the store. At this time, the first to come were the owners and salesmen of each counter. Each counter was busy sorting out the goods. When they saw Fong Xian and his friends coming in, several counter owners immediately surrounded them. "You are here? I heard that you sell cigarettes? Give me 2 boxes. Give me 3 boxes. I want some too." Before Fong Xian and her friends opened their shop, they were surrounded by the owners of the counters. "Don't worry," Fong Xian shouted to maintain order, "wait for me to put the things in place. You can line up first. Hurry up, take out the cigarettes first, we're waiting to smoke." These people are old smokers. They haven't smoked for a long time, they can't wait to smoke. Yesterday, when they heard that she had cigarettes, they squatted here to look at Fong Xian, their eyes staring at the door from time to time. As soon as they saw Fong Xian coming in, they immediately surrounded her. Fong Xian thought to herself that the cigarettes seemed to be sold at a low price. Fong Xian had no choice but to take out the cigarettes first. She didn't put them on the counter, but in a counter where others couldn't reach them. Because there were too many people, she was afraid that someone would steal them if she wasn't careful. Chapter 185. "Everyone, please wait a moment. Line up." Fong Xian raised his voice and shouted. "Each person is limited to 2 boxes. Don't worry." Fong Xian took the card from the first person. "How many boxes do you want? Why is there a limit? Can't I have 3 boxes? There was no limit yesterday. Give me 3 boxes." Fong Xian didn't even need to explain. The people behind him immediately became unhappy and shouted, "Hey, don't go too far. We said that the limit is 2 boxes. What will others do if you buy so many? That's right, no one else can buy it. That's right, the people behind can't buy it. If 2 more people come to buy it all, then the people behind will have waited in vain. Don't be so selfish, there are so many people behind. Hey, can you hurry up? There are so many people waiting." The first person blushed, "Then give me 2 boxes." Fong Xian swiped his card happily, and then handed him the cigarettes after swiping the card, so that he wouldn't make a mistake and lose the goods. "You must pay first, and then give the goods." Su Kan and others watched Fong Xian's operation. They were all smart and understood it immediately. Soon, 20 boxes of cigarettes were sold out, and even 3 boxes of condoms were sold. Fong Xian looked around at the people still surrounding her counter, and spoke helplessly. "Boss, we are out of cigarettes today. Please come back tomorrow. Why are there only a few boxes? I can't buy any. Boss, can you sell more? There are not enough to share. I'm really sorry. As everyone knows, cigarettes are really in short supply. I can't get too many. Come back tomorrow." "Oh, okay. The people outside the counter had to leave in dismay. Fong Xian thought that the cigarettes might be sold too cheaply, and it seemed that the price would be raised tomorrow. What? Is it immoral to raise the price? It doesn't matter, is it edible? If you want to buy it, buy it. If you don't want to buy it, forget it, it's not forced." Fong Xian pointed to the bag at his feet. "This is the new style I brought. You can sort it out later, iron a few pieces and hang them up. This piece of clothing will be sold for 99 points each." The price of these 2 clothes was around 60 before the end of the world. The quality of the clothes is average, so they are naturally sold at a lower price. The 3 shop assistants began to work in an orderly manner. The one who ironed the clothes, the one who replenished the goods, and the one who cleaned the place. Fong Xian looked at the busy people, and thought that the store really needed 3 people. These 3 people looked good, so they stayed. Fong Xian had nothing to do, so he continued to sit aside. The slightly curly female boss next to him came over, put her hand on Fong Xian's counter, and lazily looked at the things in the store. Did your store open yesterday? Fong Xian looked at her in confusion and nodded. I see your business is pretty good, and the styles are nice. Your business is really good, unlike mine, which can't sell many sets of clothes a day. Fong Xian continued to nod, motioning her to continue. The slightly curly woman saw that Fong Xian was not enthusiastic, but she didn't mind at all. Your store clerks are pretty capable. The slightly curly woman stood there and talked to herself for 10 minutes. Her mouth was dry. Your cigarettes taste really good. After so many years, I finally smoked one. I want to thank you. Fong Xian thought, you don't look like you're here to thank me. Shouldn't you bring some small gifts to thank others? She sat on the chair, without moving her butt, and smiled faintly. Not bad. How do you preserve your cigarettes? It tastes really good. Fong Xian thought to himself, here it comes. I don't know either. This is someone's secret. How can they tell me? The curly-haired female boss was not embarrassed by asking other people's secrets, and her expression remained unchanged. That's right. Just then, Instructor Yin strode over from the crowd. I heard that you opened yesterday. Why didn't you notify me? Fong Xian immediately stood up and walked to the counter. It's not too late for you to come today. The curly-haired woman's eyes widened. Isn't this Yanji's grandson? She actually knows Yanji's grandson. The curly-haired woman exclaimed, Mr. Yin, why are you here? People nearby heard the noise and looked over. Instructor Yin smiled politely. This is my friend's shop. I came to take a look. So you are friends. Then Mr. Yin's friend is my friend. I will take good care of her in the future. Instructor Yin turned his head and said in a faint voice, What do you have to do? The slightly curly woman smiled awkwardly. Nothing, you guys chat. The slightly curly woman stood aside and had no intention of leaving. It was not easy to get a chance to contact Mr. Yin, so she naturally couldn't miss it. How did you find time to come here? Isn't the training hall busy? No, it's okay to go away for a while. He raised his head and looked at the shelf. Your clothes here are pretty good. Find 2 pieces I can wear. Okay, Su-kan, go get the breathable air conditioning clothes and pants above, and find a size that fits him. Okay, boss. After a while, Su-kan brought the clothes over. Do you want to try it on and see the size? It should fit. Instructor Yin took the clothes out of the bag and looked at them. You can wear them, no need to try them on. He handed over his card. Swipe it. Su-kan took it quickly. Su-kan, Instructor Yin's clothes are half price. Whenever he comes here, they are half price. Okay, boss. She turned her head. Take a look. Is there anything else you like? Do you have socks here? I exercise a lot, so my socks always wear out quickly. We don't have any in the store. I send them to you tomorrow morning. That's fine. That pair of black sneakers looks good to me, just right for your daily training. Would you like a pair? Sure, give me a pair. What size do you wear? 42. Before Fong Xian could give any instructions, the little boy turned around and said, Boss, I go find them. Soon, the clothes and shoes were packed into bags and placed on the counter. How was your business yesterday? Not bad, not bad. Are you here to cause trouble? No. If there is any trouble, just call me. That's great. I rely on you from now on. It's a small matter. Some counter owners nearby were eavesdropping with their ears perked up, their faces full of surprise. In their impression, Yin Laohe was always unkind. He always had a sullen face towards everyone. So people in the inner area secretly gave him a nickname, Yin Laohe. Is this still the same Yin Laohe? Okay, then you go ahead, I'm leaving. I see you off. No need, it's quite hot outside, you stay here, don't go out. That's fine. Fong Xian was a down-to-earth person. Hearing what he said, he took back his foot and said, then go slowly. Instructor Yin picked up his things and strode away. Chapter 186. The bosses of the counters around came over curiously. How did you meet? Why did young Master Yin come over to support you? I've never seen old Black Yin be so enthusiastic towards anyone. Is young Master Yin trying to woo you? Yes. Is he crazy about you? Fong Xian was annoyed by the noise, and didn't plan to pay attention to anyone. She didn't want to have a good relationship with anyone, nor was she afraid of a bad relationship. Look at you, why are you so tight-lipped? The curly-haired female boss came over in a familiar manner. Tell us quickly, How did you know each other? Fong Xian looked at her coldly. Who are you? Why should I tell you? The curly-haired woman froze. She didn't expect Fong Xian to be so disrespectful to her. She smiled awkwardly. Look at you. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. Why are you still angry? Fong Xian ignored her, turned around and walked into the counter, moved his small stool inside, and ignored everyone. The people around Fong Xian's counter dispersed in boredom when they saw that Fong Xian ignored them. The curly woman twisted her buttocks and returned to her counter. Her eyes were like poisonous snakes, and she glanced at Fong Xian's back sinisterly. A man with a full beard walked to the counter of the curly woman. Sister Wang, are you interested? As he spoke, the bearded man tilted his head towards Fong Xian. The curly woman sat at the counter, of course. She crossed her legs lazily. Who wouldn't be jealous of such a good source of goods? If something goes wrong, what about Yin Laohe? What are you afraid of? People die every day in the base. Without evidence, what can he do to me? Then let's do it. The two of them laughed sinisterly. Today Fong Xian sat at the counter bored all day. It was really boring here. During the lunch break today, she didn't go to the store until after 3 in the afternoon. She was afraid that the little guys would not understand something when she was away. She hoped that the little guys would get familiar with the business quickly. When they were proficient in the business, she could be a hands-off manager. The day passed quickly. Today's turnover was better than yesterday's. More than a dozen pieces of clothing worth 99 points were sold. A total of 16,000 points were earned. She decided not to sell cigarettes for a few more days. Cigarettes were too eye-catching. Even without cigarettes, the income would not be low enough to support her expenses in the base. After waiting for her 3 shop assistants to pack up everything, she led the 3 of them off work. As long as the time came, she was the most active one to leave work. The temperature at night was still very high. As soon as the 3 little guys left the mall, they felt the heat. The happiest moment of the past 2 days was staying in the mall. There was central air conditioning inside, so it wasn't stuffy at all. Fong Xian turned the steering wheel and drove away from the inner area. She habitually glanced at the right rearview mirror and found that a car was following her closely. It followed her from the inner area to the outer area. Who is it? So anxious, it must be someone in the mall. Who is it? Fong Xian's lips curled slightly, and he continued to turn the steering wheel without making a sound. Arriving at the low-end residential area, he dropped off several people. Fong Xian sat in the car, but did not drive away immediately, but stopped for a long time. The car behind him unexpectedly stopped not far behind. Fong Xian started the car. The car behind him also started. She was sure that he really had his eyes on her. Money can move people's hearts. I don't know if several people can handle it. The car behind him followed Fong Xian all the way to the downstairs of her building. Fong Xian got out of the car, locked it, and went upstairs as if he hadn't noticed them. 3 people in the car. Brotherly, she lives here. Humph, so she lives in this shabby place. Take a look at which floor and room she lives in. Sure. When it got dark, Fong Xian stood at the window for a long time, fearing that the few people would not be able to find her home. A man was chased and bitten by a group of mosquitoes. He finally ran to the front of the car and stretched out his baggy hands to open the door. Fuck, this mosquito is too poisonous, it's biting me to death, he said while scratching his neck. Stop scratching. Did you see clearly which room you live in? I saw it clearly, living in 301. Brotherly showed a bit of lust. Live in 301? Humph, wait until tonight, and see how I deal with you. The man in yellow clothes in the car showed a mouthful of yellow teeth. Brotherly, when you are done, can you let me use it too? Sure, we all have a share. I heard that the girl is very pretty, with a good figure and good looks, right, Brotherly? Yes, it's quite nice. That must be very satisfying. The other man had no intention of discussing women. He kept scratching the big lumps on his body from mosquito bites, feeling uncomfortable all over. It's so itchy, Brotherly. Do you have any ointment? No, you can't buy it in the pharmacy. Where can I go? Just bear with it. It will be fine after tonight. The man couldn't stand the itch and kept scratching. He had already scratched several lumps. Pus and blood were flowing out, and blood was dripping on his face, neck, and arms. It's really itchy, Brotherly. Why don't I go home first and come back after applying the ointment? Brotherly's face was full of impatience. I told you to bear it. Can you bear it? After this job, you can apply whatever you want. The man was scolded and shut his mouth embarrassedly, not daring to say anything else. The 2 people didn't care about their companion's injuries at all, and were still discussing the evening's affairs fiercely. That girl has a lot of points in her card. If we get her supply channels, after tonight, we brothers will be rich. The man in yellow clothes also said excitedly, great, if we succeed in this deal, our pockets will be full again. At 1 o'clock in the night, the world fell into a deep sleep. The man and the dog sitting on the sofa in the living room slowly opened their eyes. Here they come. She heard several deliberately low footsteps in the corridor. Following that, there were several slight noises from the door lock. Someone was using tools to pry the door lock. It seemed that he had done this many times and was very skilled. The dog immediately stood up, his hair stood up, and his sharp fangs were bared. Fong Xian reached out and touched the dog's head, then patted it, signaling it not to worry. Not long after, the door was successfully pried open, and 3 dark shadows crouched quietly and walked into the house. After entering the house, they gently closed the door. Fong Xian said softly, "Are you here?" He greeted them like he was meeting a friend. The 3 people were startled by the sudden sound. After adapting to the darkness, they saw a man and a dog sitting not far away in front of them, looking at them quietly. Chapter 187. After a moment of panic, Brotherly reacted instantly, "You knew we were coming?" Fong Xian said nothing, picked up the coffee on the coffee table and took a sip. She never drinks coffee, and today is her 3rd cup to refresh herself. It can be seen that she is sincere in welcoming guests. What does it matter if you know? You must die today, whether you die or not. A bad premonition flashed through his mind, and Brotherly pretended to be calm. Things have come to this point, and she must die today. He spoke fiercely, as if to give himself courage. "Brothers, grab your weapons." How could Fong Xian give them time to prepare? The coffee in her hand flew towards the 3 people. The coffee cup hit the man in yellow clothes on the head, and the coffee in the cup splashed out, splashing all over his head and face, interrupting his action of pulling out the gun. At the same time, she quickly stood up and perched on top. She stretched out her hands, clamped the wrists of the 2 people holding guns with one hand, and she exerted force on her wrists with her palms facing down. Crack. A crisp bone-breaking sound rang out, and the wrists of the 2 people were broken by Fong Xian. Ah! The 2 men unconsciously loosened their hands due to the pain, and the pistols fell to the ground. At the same time, screams broke through the silent darkness and resounded throughout the building. At this time, the dog had already pounced on the yellow-clothed man at the edge and bit his throat, and the man was thrown to the ground by the dog. The panicked yellow-clothed man pounced on the dog with his hands, and the dog let out a low roar, shaking his head and biting non-stop. Fong Xian did not stop, and his hands turned into palms, hitting the chests of the 2 men directly. Bang! With a muffled sound, the 2 men were beaten back by Fong Xian's force. One body hit the wall with its back, and the other hit the door, making a heavy sound. Now Fong Xian's physical fitness is several times stronger than that of an adult man. Even the physically strong instructor Yin is no match for her. Even if there are 10 more instructors Yin, they may not be able to beat her. What's more, where do the 3 little Karami get the confidence from? Do they think she is easy to bully just because she is a woman? 2 people fell to the ground due to severe pain. They covered their chests tightly, with extremely painful expressions on their faces, their chests churning, and finally spit out a large mouthful of blood. Fong Xian stopped what he was doing and looked at the dog. The dog was tearing the man's throat with all its might, and then pulled it out of the man's throat. Blood gushed out instantly, spraying everywhere. It also tore off a piece of flesh. The man in yellow widened his eyes full of fear, and his body began to twitch and shake. The other 2 people looked at the scene in front of them in horror. They stared blankly at the yellow dog with bared fangs and blood dripping from its mouth, and their companion who died miserably. Until this moment, they finally realized that they had kicked a piece of iron that was harder than they thought. They had been successful many times, which created an illusion that they were very powerful. But what should they do now? Faced with death, they were really panicked, and their minds were blank. Just then, the anxious voices of the 2 elders sounded at the door. "Shinshin, what happened? Is there a thief in the house? Are you okay? Do you need help? Do you want to call the patrol?" "I'm fine." A few rats came into the house. "Don't worry. Go back to sleep. I'm fine." "That's good. That's good." Fong Xian turned her eyes back to the 2 of them. She squatted down, twirling the dagger in her hand and swinging the knife. "Tell me, what is your purpose in coming to my house? Who sent you here? Who is the mastermind behind this? Tell the truth, and you may still be alive." Fong Xian stopped the dagger in her hand, and her eyes were as cold as a knife. "Otherwise you will die." The 2 swallowed unconsciously. "I said, I said everything, please don't kill me. According to the two, they are the bearded man and the slightly curly woman's subordinates, often doing some murder and robbery work, and they succeeded many times. For example, if someone's goods are selling well in the mall, they will be targeted by the two, secretly pry open the door in the middle of the night and sneak in, first use drugs to knock them unconscious in their sleep, and then kill them after obtaining the source of goods. Even their family members are killed together. Then all the valuables in the victim's home are taken away. I originally thought that Fong Xian was alone, and the three of them were capable, so it would be easy to solve the problem, but I didn't expect to fall into trouble. Fong Xian asked for the key information, and did not execute several people privately. If he wanted to eradicate the problem completely, he must notify Instructor Yin to handle it. Besides, this is also a matter under the jurisdiction of the base, and it should be handed over to the base to handle it. Why bother to solve it alone? Instructor Yin came over soon. The two elders who had not left the door also came in together. They had been worried about Fong Xian and waited anxiously outside. When Instructor Yin saw the situation in the house, he couldn't help but gasp. A man was bitten to death by the dog. He was amazed at the dog's fighting power. He praised, "Tunton is awesome." Woof. The dog was very pleased to be praised, and wagged its tail to show that it was very happy. Instructor Yin raised his head. "Leave these people to me, I will deal with them." Fong Xian nodded, "Okay." Fong Xian turned and walked to the back of the living room, raised his hand, and picked up the video recorder on the table. He handed it to Instructor Yin. "Here is the whole process of them entering my house. You can take it back and have a look, it should be useful." Instructor Yin couldn't help but praise, "It's you. I found someone following me on the way back, and I guessed their intention, so I recorded the video and kept it as evidence." Instructor Yin took it. "Okay, then I take it, copy it, and then return the machine to you." Just then, 6 patrolmen came in a hurry. At the same time, several people who came to watch the excitement stood in the corridor. When they saw the patrolmen coming, they dared to go out. They stretched their heads to look inside the house. Seeing the dead body on the ground, he couldn't help but exclaim. Instructor Yin ordered, "Take these two away, and take the body away." "Yes." "Okay, then I go first, and I try the case myself when I get back." "Okay. Then you should rest early." After Instructor Yin and his group left, the two elders finally came forward, and Grandma Li checked Fong Xian's body from head to toe. "Are you injured?" "Nothing, don't worry. Nothing is wrong. I heard someone screaming, and after listening carefully, it was your room." Grandpa Li frowned. "Who are they?" Fong Xian saw that there were too many people watching in the corridor, so he didn't explain too much. The two elders also realized this instantly, and didn't ask any more questions. Grandpa Li reminded, "The world is different now. You must be careful in everything, and you must tell us if there is anything." "Don't worry, I know you should go back and rest." Chapter 188. Instructor Yin was afraid that things might change, so he arrested the curly female boss and the bearded man overnight. The two were sleeping soundly and dreaming in their homes when they were taken away by Instructor Yin and his men. The two were still confused and didn't understand why they were suddenly taken away, and they were still complaining. After a day of interrogation, the evidence was conclusive, their charges were confirmed, and the crimes they committed surfaced. 3 serious murders had occurred in the base, and they were the ones who did it. Any prey they targeted would eventually be doomed. They had only one goal, to kill for money. Instructor Yin was swift and resolute. Once the verdict was made, it was executed immediately. All the property of the criminals was confiscated. The crimes of the criminals were broadcasted through the base radio for 3 consecutive days to serve as a warning to others. When the gun was pointed at their heads, they opened their eyes wide, their faces full of fear and disbelief. The days of living a life of luxury and indulgence were still vivid in their minds. They were filled with resentment and regret. They did not feel remorse for their crimes, but regretted why they did not do things more cleanly and neatly, so that they were easily caught. They complained about the injustice of fate. Why did others do evil but nothing happened to them, but they had to die? Why? Which link went wrong? Bang! The gunshot rang out. They did not figure it out until their heads were shot through by bullets. They left this world with big eyes, doubts, and confusion. Fong Xian was not affected by this, and continued to do her small business as if nothing had happened. Only the counter next to her was empty, and the base emptied all the goods in it the next day. Everyone knew what this person had done, and there were a lot of discussions about it. For a long time, it became a pastime for others after dinner. She changed a brand of cigarettes, and directly raised the price to 258 points. Although the price has increased, it is still in short supply. Fong Xian went to the store for 2 more days in a row, and seeing that several employees were already proficient in the business, she became a hands-off manager. She gave Suke a communicator to contact her. Fong Xian only went to the store occasionally in the morning to restock the stock, and was not in the store all day. The store had been open for about half a month, and Fong Xian had to go out to buy stock. She led the dog and drove out of the base. She planned to hang out outside for a few more days before going back. The car stopped and started along the way, and slowly arrived at the outskirts of City C. At this time, the sky was getting dark, and Fong Xian planned to find a ruin to stay. In the distance, a group of people besieged 6 people. Among the 6 people surrounded in the middle, one was very tall, a head taller than the people around him. From a distance, although he was very thin, he looked very energetic, and did not look decadent. The 6 men had emptied their magazines, and were surrounded by many people. The battle was obvious, but he still did not give up or panic. He was still looking for a breakthrough, and trying to break through. Fong Xian did not intend to meddle in other people's business. He stepped on the accelerator, and left without hesitation. Wang Kai, we finally caught you. Today I will kill all of you with my sword. Kill him. Kill him. Revenge for my brother. Wang Kai gritted his teeth. His face was fierce and resolute, his 2 sword-like eyebrows gathered together. Even if I die today, I will take a few of you away. Wang Kai's companions also tightly grasped the spear in their hands. Yes, even if I die here today, I will take you away, and accompany us to the underworld. At this time, an off-road vehicle in the distance backed up again. What did she hear? Wang Kai. What was Xiao Kai's last name? Yes, it was Wang. Is it Xiao Kai? So she turned the steering wheel, turned the car around, and headed straight for the crowd in the distance. Buzz, a loud engine sounded. The car rushed straight into the crowd at a very fast speed. No matter if it was or not, drive over to see first. If it wasn't, then drive away. Fuck, everyone get out of the way. They heard the roar of the car's engine, turned their heads in confusion, and saw a sturdy off-road vehicle accelerating towards them. Several people were hit because they couldn't dodge in time. Instantly, screams like ghosts and wolves howling rang out. Ah! Ah! The tires ran over several people mercilessly. When they got closer, they finally saw clearly that the telephone pole was really Xiao Kai. Although he was taller, how did he become so thin? After not seeing him for more than a year, or almost 2 years, she couldn't recognize him. He was completely skinny. Woof woof. At this time, the dog sitting in the passenger seat also recognized Xiao Kai and wagged his tail. Fong Xian turned the steering wheel sharply again, adjusted the front of the car, and hit the people over there again. The 6 people who were besieged also realized that the off-road vehicle was helping them. The besieging formation was quickly dispersed by the off-road vehicle. The 6 of them ran out immediately. Brother Kai, hurry up. The 6 people ran to a safe area and looked at Wang Kai, who had stopped, and shouted anxiously, Brother Kai, hurry up. You go first. The car was covered with anti-peeping film, and the people in the car could not be seen at all, but he seemed to hear the barking of dogs. The voice was familiar. He had to find out who helped him. Could it be? Seeing that he was not leaving, several of Xiao Kai's team members also stopped. If you don't leave, we won't leave either. The group of people were scattered and attacked the car, with a few bullets left in their hands. The bullets fell on the car body, making a ding-dong sound, leaving only shallow marks. It turned out to be an anti-D vehicle. Fong Xian lowered the window, and stuck out the barrel of the submachine gun. Run, she is charging. One of them shouted, but before he could make any move, Fong Xian shot him dead. Bang, bang, bang. The dense bullets from the submachine gun suddenly sounded, and everyone within the range was knocked down. Seeing this sudden scene, everyone was frightened and screamed, and fled in all directions. But how could Fong Xian let them go? She turned the steering wheel sharply, turned the car around quickly, and rushed towards the fleeing figures, and stretched out the gun barrel again. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots rang out again. Every bullet hit the target, and every shot hit the head. In this way, a thrilling chase began. He ran and she chased, and he couldn't escape. In less than 5 minutes, nearly 30 people were hit, and fell to the ground. Seeing everyone fall to the ground, Fong Xian skillfully turned the steering wheel, and turned the car around. At this time, Xiao Kai, who had been watching the battle in the dark, saw the off-road vehicle slowly enlarged in front of him, and as the car slowly stopped, it stopped not far from them, and the door slowly opened. A tall, heroic woman walked out of the car. Xiao Kai's pupils trembled violently. looking at the familiar figure in disbelief, extreme surprise bursting from his eyes, and he shouted excitedly, "Sister!" He took two long and thin legs, ran over, and then hugged Fong Xian fiercely. His voice was choked with excitement, and even a little aggrieved. "Sister." Chapter 189. He hugged Fong Xian tightly, and tears flowed out. From time to time, he thought of his parents, his sister, and the days with them, going out to find supplies together, fighting bad guys together, and growing up together in hardship. Those days were the best time since the end of the world. In the early days of the end of the world, when he was desperate, it was his sister who led him to grow up. Otherwise, a 12 or 13-year-old child would not grow up in the end of the world. She was his benefactor, and Fong Xian had an important place in his heart. Fong Xian smelled the strong sour smell on him, and couldn't help tightening her nose. She stretched out her hands, and immediately pushed him away with disgust. "How long have you not showered?" Xiao Kai smiled embarrassedly and scratched his scalp. "Hee. Sister made you laugh." Fong Xian looked at the telephone pole in front of her in disgrace. "Look at how you messed yourself up like this." Xiao Kai lowered his head and listened obediently. Woof woof. The dog ran over and raised his head to bark at Xiao Kai twice. "Tunton!" Xiao Kai shouted excitedly. "I knew it was you. I heard your voice just now. Come here and let me hug you." Xiao Kai squatted down and opened his arms. The dog took 2 steps back. Woof woof. Xiao Kai smiled awkwardly. "Okay, then let me touch you." Woof. The dog stepped forward, stretched out his head, and let Xiao Kai touch it. Fong Xian looked up at the battlefield in the distance. "Okay, go clean up the battlefield quickly and leave here." Xiao Kai stood up. "Okay, sister." He turned sideways and shouted to the brothers behind him, "Hurry up and clean up the battlefield and collect all the useful supplies." "Okay, Brother Kai." Several people in the distance had been paying attention to the situation here, and when they heard Wang Kai's voice, they immediately took action. 6 people in the distance turned around quickly, and 2 worn-out pedal tricycles came out from nowhere. The black tires of the tricycles had disappeared, leaving only the iron wheels rolling, which were still a little deformed. They walked into the battlefield, carefully collected all the useful things, and put them into the tricycle. Even some clothes that looked good on the dead were stripped off. After about 10 minutes, several people cleaned up the battlefield and came back on 2 tricycles. One of them said loudly, "Brother Kai, it's all collected." "Sister, do you want me to move the things to the car?" Fong Xian said indifferently, "I don't want it, I give it to you." Xiao Kai knew Fong Xian, she would not want these rags. "Okay, thank you, sister." Xiao Kai asked cautiously, "Shall we go now?" Fong Xian nodded. "Let's go, find a safe place to rest." Xiao Kai happily called out to his companions, "Come on, don't get lost." "Don't worry, Brother Kai, we're on fast pace." Fong Xian opened the car door and got in, saying to Xiao Kai, "You come in too, show me the way." "Okay," Xiao Kai grinned happily. Fong Xian started the car and turned on the headlights to illuminate the dark road ahead. Turning the steering wheel, the car drove slowly in front, followed by 2 broken tricycles. After driving for about half an hour, the car slowly drove into a ruin. "Sister, let's rest here for one night." "Okay." Xiao Kai turned his head and ordered. "Xiao Wu, take out our stuff and make a delicious meal tonight." "Okay, Brother Kai, leave it to me." The other 6 people began to sort out the things in the tricycle, taking out the broken rice they thought was the best, and some unknown meat. They found some bricks in the ruins, built a stove, and placed a pot on it. Fong Xian glanced over there, and saw the dried meat in their hands. "What kind of meat is that?" That is the meat of mutant insects." "Can mutant insects be eaten?" "Yes, sister, a piece of meat on the lower left side of the insect's chest cavity can be eaten. There are no viruses or bacteria. But only that piece can be eaten, other parts cannot be eaten." Fong Xian really didn't know that the meat of mutant insects could be eaten, and he was quite curious. "Bring a piece here, let me try it." "Okay, wait a minute, I get you a piece." Xiao Kai ran away quickly, took out some dried meat from a bag, and ran back. He opened his hands and handed it over carefully. "Here, try it." Fong Xian picked up a piece, held it to her mouth, and took a bite. The dried meat was very hard, and it was a bit difficult to bite. She finally bit off a piece, but she spit it out after chewing it twice. "It's too bad, fishy and woody." "Well, it's a bit bad, but it's the best meat you can eat." "Don't you have anything for sale at your base? Don't you have a breeding area?" "Sister, we are not at the base." Fong Xian nodded, without asking any more questions. "Go get some food from my car, I treat you." "No need, sister, we just eat this, you can cook for yourself." I can still afford a meal, go get it. Xiao Kai smiled widely when he heard that. Okay, I listen to you, sister. Xiao Kai walked quickly to the back of the car, opened the trunk, and was surprised by the dazzling array of supplies in the trunk, including meat, rice, dried potatoes, dried carrots, and dried vegetables. He was a little afraid to take it, and hesitated for a long time without making any move. What are you doing, dithering? Sister, these things are too expensive, we still don't want to eat them. Why are you dithering more and more? Take them out quickly, don't be so nagging. As he spoke, Fong Xian pulled out a bag of 10 kilograms of rice, 2 bags of goose meat jerky, a bag of dried potatoes, a bag of dried radishes, and a bucket of water. Fong Xian made all the common livestock meat into jerky. If he took out fresh meat, it would arouse suspicion, so he could just cook it normally when he ate it, and it tasted very good. She put all the things on the ground. Take them over. Xiao Wu had been observing this side, with sparkling eyes. He was really shocked to see Fong Xian actually taking out so much food from the car. They hadn't eaten these things for a long time. Today was as unreal as a dream. When he found out that these things were their night rations, the surprise in his eyes never ceased. He hurried over and said excitedly, Brother Kai, do you need help? Yes, take all these things over. Sister will treat us to dinner tonight. Okay, thank you, big sister. Xiao quickly took all the things to the stove. The others also exclaimed when they saw so many rich supplies. Wow, am I dreaming? How can there be so many delicious foods? Where did these come from? Everyone's eyes were sparkling, as if they had seen gold and jewelry. These are all supplies from Brother Kai. Big sister, please treat us. Wow, thank you, big sister. Thank you, big sister. Waves of excited thanks came from afar. Chapter 190. Fong Xian retracted his gaze, looked at Xiao Kai and asked, You are so short of supplies. Why haven't you come to take your supplies? Xiao Kai was silent for a while, and said softly, In fact, I didn't plan to take those supplies back at all. Sister, I give you all those supplies. Fong Xian waved her hand. I don't want your supplies, yours is yours. I live well in the base, and the base sells whatever I want to eat. Xiao Kai nodded. Okay, I go get them when I have a chance. Take it away quickly, I keep it for you. Xiao Kai quickly responded. Okay, I got it. Are grandparents okay? They are doing well. They have leased an acre of land in the base, and have a considerable income every month. Xiao Kai nodded. That's good. Go see them when you are free. They miss you too. Yeah. Xiao Kai nodded sullenly. Okay, I go see them when I have time. Fong Xian asked curiously again, Aren't you planning to live in the A City base? Xiao Kai shook his head, looking helpless. We brothers are used to being free outside, and we don't like being controlled in the base. Fong Xian nodded, showing his understanding. Everyone has their own ideas. Xiao Kai said to himself, The people in the base are too calculating. They want to push us out as cannon fodder and die in vain, but we don't get any credit. We naturally don't want to be manipulated by others, so we secretly escaped and have been living outside since then. We don't trust any base. Which base? Sea City base. Fong Xian understood. No wonder, it was the Sea City base that exchanged supplies with the A City base in bad faith, and even wanted to swallow up the supplies. That was indeed an unreliable base. After about half an hour, the food was ready, a pot of white rice and a pot of stew. Xiao Wu came over and greeted the two with his big teeth. Brother Kai, big sister, the food is ready, come and eat. Let's go, sister, it's time to eat. Okay. Fong Xian opened the car door, and took out her own bowl and chopsticks, as well as the dog's food bowl. She prepared the dog's food first, including chicken jerky, beef jerky, and some dog food. When the others saw that the dog's food was several times better than theirs, they couldn't help but envy the dog. They even wanted to ask, Big sister, are you still short of a dog? Xiao Wu picked up a big spoon and filled Fong Xian's bowl with food. Big sister, eat more. Okay, that's enough. The group squatted down and couldn't wait to eat. They ate without raising their heads, buried their heads in the rice bowls, and chewed and swallowed even the bones with care. As they ate, one of them couldn't help crying, Wow! It's so delicious. It had been a long time since he had eaten a proper meal. He ate dry mutant meat every day, and he felt like he was going to mutate. One person's emotions seemed to be contagious, and they all cried one after another. They chewed their food in big mouthfuls while sobbing. One of them said with tears in his eyes, Thank you, sister. You are our brother Kai's sister, and naturally our sister. That's right. As long as you say so, we will go through fire and water without hesitation. The rest of the people echoed, their tone firm and sincere. In this way, several people called her big sister one by one, and judging from their age, they were even a few years older than her. However, at this moment, Emile almost made several people rebel, and burst into tears of gratitude to her. She looked at the scene in front of her, and thought secretly that she felt that it was not a bad idea to occasionally take out some ordinary food to win people's hearts. Anyway, she didn't eat those ordinary foods, so it was just sitting there. This way, when she needed people in the future, she would not be without manpower. And she didn't need to worry about managing these people. She could just call them when she wanted to use them. It was very cost-effective. Despite this, she still had to observe the moral character of these people. After all, if the character was too bad, there would be constant trouble. After the meal, the group began to set up tents. Their 2 tents were actually full of patches, but they were still in use. After all, there was a place to shelter from the wind and rain. She always saw Fong Xian also setting up the tent, so he ran over and said, "Big sister, I help you." Xiaokai also ran over at this time. "Sister, you take a rest, I do it." Fong Xian did not refuse, and stepped back and handed the work to the 2 of them. She suddenly remembered that in the past, Xiaokai did all the hard work and never let her interfere, which was very worry-free. The tents were all set up, and Fong Xian handed Xiaokai 2 packets of medicine powder. "Sprinkle the insect repellent around the tent to prevent insects from crawling into the tent when you sleep." "Okay." Xiaokai casually handed the powder to Xiao Wu. "Xiao Wu, go and sprinkle some insect repellent powder outside the tent." "Okay, Brother Kai." I didn't expect that my Xiaokai is grown up, and has a group of brothers under him. Xiaokai was embarrassed by what he said, scratched his head. "We can't make it in the base, so we all gathered together to form a group. We don't accept everyone. We don't want to kill innocent people." "Yeah, that's good. How many people are there in total?" "There are 11 of them. 5 of them are looking after the base." "Are they all men?" "There are 3 girls doing logistics and stuff." Fong Xian didn't ask about his parents. It was obvious that he hadn't mentioned them. The 2 chatted for a while, and Fong Xian decided to go to his base tomorrow. "Sister, it's getting late, you should get some rest." "Okay, will you arrange someone to keep watch at night? Leave the night watch to us, you can get some rest." Fong Xian knew that as long as Xiaokai was there, she didn't have to worry about anything. So she turned and went into the tent. No words were spoken that night. The next day, in the morning, they had vegetable porridge and rice. Each person had a big bowl of thick rice. Although it was tasteless porridge and rice, everyone was very satisfied. After eating and drinking, everyone started to pack up and prepare to set off. Fong Xian looked at the broken tricycle of several people and frowned. "How long will it take to get there by riding this thing?" Xiao Wu, who was standing next to him, keenly noticed Fong Xian's eyes and immediately said, "Sister, you and Brother Kai go back first. We will ride slowly behind you." "That's fine." Fong Xian didn't act pretentiously, otherwise it would take a long time to get there. So Xiaokai happily sat in Fong Xian's passenger seat and unceremoniously took over Gozi's exclusive car, which Gozi was a little unhappy about. "Woof woof. Tunton, or I carry you," Xiaokai grinned. Gozi glanced at Xiaokai and jumped onto the back seat nimbly. Fong Xian started the car and slowly released the handbrake. "Is it far?" "It's not far by car. It will take about 2 hours." After saying that, Fong Xian stepped on the accelerator, and the car drove away from the ruins smoothly. Xiao Wu and others in the back were pedaling the 2 dilapidated tricycles with great effort, trying to catch up with the off-road vehicle that was gradually moving away in front. Chapter 191. 2 hours later, under Xiaokai's guidance, the car arrived at the foot of a high mountain. From a distance, there was a well-preserved building at the foot of the mountain, with a high wall and a watchtower outside. Fong Xian seemed to be familiar with this building, but couldn't remember it for a moment. Xiaokai spoke up at this time. "Sister, do you still remember similar buildings?" "No. Have you forgotten the time when we got lost in S City at night, and later found a weapons supply warehouse?" "Weapons supply warehouse?" "Yes, this is a weapons supply point. Although it has experienced earthquakes and acid rain, the warehouse here is still intact, without any problems. Only 2 rows of 2-story buildings where people live have collapsed." Fong Xian nodded. "This place is really good. The terrain is remote, and there are intact buildings for people to live in." The car slowly drove in, and saw a large crack in the ground caused by the earthquake in front of it. The width is about 10 meters. "Sister, be careful. There is a big crack in the road ahead. We have to go around it from the right." So he turned the steering wheel again, and drove the car to the right. Fong Xian walked around the big crack, and found that the crack was very long, almost surrounding the building. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This crack was simply a natural barrier that could resist a large number of covetous people. It was a good place that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. There were mountains behind to block the enemy from behind. Even if someone attacked from the front, they would have to take a long detour. During this detour, they had enough time to react and fight back. The terrain here is really good. Yeah, I think it's good here too. Many people wanted to attack us, but they were all beaten back. The car drove for about 20 minutes before arriving at the place Xiaokai designated. At this time, someone on the observation tower was observing this place with a telescope. He blew the whistle in his mouth. For people quickly moved out, climbed up the high wall, and set up their guns. Fong Xian praised sincerely, not bad, they are very vigilant and alert, and their combat skills are also good. Xiaokai said proudly, that's right, I trained these people. After Xiaokai finished speaking, he immediately pushed the door, and got out of the car, raising his hands and making a gesture. The people on the observation deck exclaimed, don't shoot, it's Brother Kai. Brother Kai? Several people looked at each other after hearing the voice, their eyes full of confusion. Why did Brother Kai get out of the car, and Brother Kai brought back a car? They subconsciously thought it was the spoils that Brother Kai had collected. They quickly put away their guns, climbed down from the battle wall with agility, and ran out to open the door immediately after landing. The wheels rolled over the dry ground, and slowly drove into the gate. Two people got out of the car, one was the familiar Brother Kai. The other was a figure they had never seen before. She was dressed neatly, and exuded an extremely strong aura. What was even more eye-catching was that there was a majestic big yellow dog following closely beside him, with shiny fur and bright eyes, following closely at the feet of its owner. Seeing outsiders, their eyes were alert and their muscles unconsciously tensed up. Xiaokai got off the car and shouted, don't be nervous, this is my sister. When they heard this, their eyes widened and their jaws dropped to the ground. They looked at the two men suspiciously, trying to find similarities. But after looking for a long time, they didn't see any similarities. His brother Kai was dark and thin, so thin that he was even a little ugly. In comparison, the woman standing next to him looked radiant, and her temperament and appearance were very different from their brother Kai. Facing the puzzled looks from several people, he scratched his nose in embarrassment and said with a dry laugh, okay, stop gathering here, go get busy. After saying that, the 5 people turned around and left, whispering to each other as they walked. The people here are all dark and thin, but in good spirits. Fong Xian looked at the building in front of him, and there were 5 warehouses on each side. One of the warehouses was used as a kitchen, with 2 stoves in the kitchen, the innermost of which was filled with firewood, and a simple shelf next to it with pots and pans, and 2 water tanks on the other side. Fong Xian walked and observed, how do you get water? Xiaokai pointed to the right. There is a deep well over there. The water in it is drinkable, but the weather is dry, so there is not much water in it, barely enough. Fong Xian nodded and continued walking. Seeing a large piece of reclaimed land in front of him, he asked in confusion, can we grow crops here? No, I plan to cultivate the land to see if it can be repaired. Every day we sprinkle the ashes from burning wood and soil into the soil, and also make homemade organic fertilizer, hoping to repair the soil. It will definitely be repaired. If you take care of it slowly, there will always be a day when you can plant crops. Yes. Xiaokai couldn't help but imagine the day when the land can be planted, and people will have hope. How long has this land been cultivated? 2 months. Take your time, don't rush. Fong Xian bent down and grabbed a handful of dust and held it in his palm. Turning the land from time to time can also disinfect it. Yes. Sister, it's hot outside. Why don't you go underground? Underground? Well, there is a basement here. It is cooler inside than outside. Let's go and take a look. When we came to the basement, we felt that the temperature dropped a lot, about 30 degrees, which was indeed much cooler than outside. The basement was also very spacious, with about 8 large warehouses. We will stay here at night, it is cooler here. The innermost is my room. Sister, pick a room and I will decorate it for you at night. Don't bother, I will leave in a moment. Xiaokai was a little disappointed when he heard that. Why are you in such a hurry? Why don't you wait a few days before leaving? I've been out for several days. I came to see you, and will go back. Fong Xian noticed his disappointed expression and comforted him. I will come again after I deliver the goods. Really? Well, I bring your supplies to you by the way, so that you can have some money. My things are not urgent, so you don't need to make a special trip to deliver them. It's okay. I'm free anyway. Okay, it's a pity for you to make a special trip. It's okay. It was almost noon when the 6 men under Xiao Kai finally came back on their broken tricycles. They saw the off-road vehicle parked at the door, and rode inside excitedly. Xiao Wu asked, "Where's the elder sister?" "Elder sister?" A girl in a gray short-sleeved shirt asked in confusion. "Is it the pretty girl who came today?" "Yes, she is our elder sister. The elder sister saved us yesterday. I tell you, the elder sister is so handsome. She drove the car and killed everyone with a submachine gun." Xiao Wu danced excitedly and recounted the rescue process. "Also, the elder sister took out so much delicious food yesterday. I tell you, it was the most delicious thing I have ever eaten in my life." Chapter 192. The other 5 people were stunned, watching Xiao Wu's mouth opening and closing. They didn't hear what he said before, but they heard "delicious," which made their mouths water. Fong Xian and the other person walked up slowly from the underground floor. Xiao Wu saw Fong Xian coming up from the underground floor at the first time, and his face was full of smiles, and he shouted excitedly, "Big sister, we are back." Fong Xian looked over and nodded to him in response. "Okay, I'm leaving. Let's go after lunch." "No, I have something else to do." "Okay, then go slowly." Xiao Kai was reluctant to leave. Fong Xian opened the car door and got in. At the same time, Xiao Kai opened the passenger door. Woof woof. The dog jumped onto the passenger seat flexibly and sat down obediently. Xiao Kai and his friends followed the car reluctantly, waving their hands. Fong Xian drove slowly out of the gate and honked the horn in response. The car gradually went farther and farther in the eyes of the group. Xiao Wu asked in confusion, "Why did the elder sister leave? Why don't you stay a few more days? She has something else to do." Xiao Wu's voice suddenly became a little depressed. "Oh. Okay, let's all go back." One of the girls in a gray short-sleeved shirt exclaimed, "Brother Kai, here are some food." There were 20 kilograms of rice and millet, 2 bags of dried goose meat, and 2 bags of dried vegetables on the ground. Xiao Kai ran forward quickly when he heard the voice, and his eyes turned red when he saw some food in the corner. Fong Xian drove away quickly. He returned to the place where he rested last night, observed the surroundings, and after making sure that there was no one, he drove the car into the space. After entering the space, she filled her stomach first and took a nap for an hour. After sleeping, she found some clothes from the storage space, packed them, and put them in a bag. Then she stuffed them all into the car, filling it up completely, and even tied 2 large bags on the roof. After doing all this, she continued on her way. The earth was getting drier and drier due to the scorching heat, and the dry ground was full of cracks, and the car rolled over and raised high dust. Suddenly, a touch of green caught her eyes, and she thought she was seeing things wrong, so she stopped the car immediately and looked over, and it was indeed green plants. She drove over, pushed the door, and got out to check. Under a ruin, there was a small cactus. Compared with the common cacti, it was a little smaller, only about 5 centimeters tall, but the leaves were thick and dark green. Mutated? Even if it was a mutation, it was a good thing. Maybe one day, this place will be covered with green again. She immediately took out a shovel and dug it away. If this cactus can survive, then try to transplant it, maybe it can improve the land. Dig it up and give it to Xiao Kai. She put it into a flower pot along with the soil and watered it. Fong Xian stood up and looked around again. He found that there was only this one, so he left in a huff. He carefully put it in the car. It seems that cacti can be eaten, but I wonder if the mutated ones can be eaten. It took more than 2 days to get back to the base. There were a lot of ordinary survivors living outside the base, trying to seek shelter from the base. Or the base would come here to recruit workers, so they could eat something to fill their stomachs. Some of the houses they lived in were simple houses built with discarded bricks, and there were also many simple tents. Most of the survivors looked at the car passing by, especially the things tied to the car, with hopeful eyes. A woman saw the car coming from a distance, and she immediately led a few children and ran forward, hunched over and begging, "Kind people, please give me something to eat, and have mercy on my children, they have been hungry for several days." The children next to the woman were so thin that only skin was left, wrapped around bones, and there was not a pound of meat on their bodies. They raised their hands and opened their mouths numbly and mechanically, "Give me food, give me food." The woman banged on the glass, seeming very anxious, "Give me food, please, the child will starve to death if he doesn't eat." Fong Xian slowly turned the car into the direction of the base's gate, letting others bang on the car window without stopping. After the car drove away, a thin man walked out of the darkness and asked the woman sternly, "Didn't you get food again?" The woman shrank her head and stammered, "No, no. You useless thing, you haven't gotten a single grain of rice in a day, what's the point of having you?" The man raised his hand and slapped the woman hard. "You useless thing that can't eat." The woman fell to the ground, holding her head with both hands and not daring to say a word. "And you," he pointed at the children, "you are all useless too." He raised his leg and kicked the children hard. "I will beat you all to death today, so that you won't be able to live up to your expectations and won't be able to get any food." Several children were kicked to the ground, but they did not beg for mercy, because they were beaten every day and they were even numb. One of the children fell to the ground, and his chest was no longer moving. After kicking for a long time, the man seemed tired and finally stopped, bent over and propped his knees, panting, "If you can't get food today, I will kill you one by one." Fong Xian turned the steering wheel and parked the car steadily in the parking space downstairs. Grandmolly upstairs saw Fong Xian's car coming back from the window, and there was a big bag of things on the roof, so she turned around immediately. "Come on, old man, Xinshin is back. There are big bags tied to the car. Let's go down and help." Grandpolly was sitting in the living room drinking tea. Hearing the voice, he quickly put down the teacup in his hand. The two of them changed their shoes and walked downstairs quickly. "Xinshin, I help you." Grandpolly took 2 quick steps. Grandmolly followed closely behind. At this time, Fong Xian was untying the rope on the roof of the car. Her forehead was already covered with a layer of fine sweat beads under the scorching sun. She raised her head when she heard the voice. "Grandpa and Grandma, how did you two get down?" "I can do it myself." Grandmolly replied lovingly, "How can you do it alone? Let's come down and help." As she spoke, Fong Xian had already untied the rope, and she carefully lowered a bulging bag down the roof of the car. Looking at Grandpolly, who was reaching out to catch it, she said, "Grandpa, don't reach out to catch it. This bag is too heavy. I just throw it on the ground." Grandpolly immediately retracted his hand, stepped aside, and nodded repeatedly, "Okay, you put it down." Bang! As soon as the words fell, a bulging bag fell heavily to the ground, raising some dust. Bang! Then another big bag was thrown to the ground. After throwing the things, Fong Xian jumped down from the roof of the car nimbly. After landing easily, she patted the dust on her body. She walked to one of the big bags, picked it up, and put it on her shoulder. At the same time, the two elders also hurried forward. One of them grabbed a corner of the big bag and walked towards the door. Fong Xian followed behind, and lifted a corner of the big bag in the hands of the two elders with one hand to reduce the weight in their hands. The 3 people finally carried the things into the elevator one by one, and the 2 elders also breathed a sigh of relief. Fong Xian also put down the big bag on his shoulder, and put it on another big bag. Chapter 193. The 2 elders helped Fong Xian move his things to Fong Xian's house, and temporarily placed them in the living room. At this time, beads of sweat rolled down the 2 elders' cheeks. "Where should I put Xian's things?" "Put them in the living room first. I clean them up later. Sit down and rest for a while." Hearing this, the 2 elders sat on the sofa to rest. Fong Xian immediately turned on the air conditioners in the living room and bedroom. He quickly went to the refrigerator and took out 2 bottles of electrolyte water and handed them to the 2 elders. "Grandpa and Grandma, have a drink of water, cool down." "Okay." The 2 elders took it and were really thirsty. They unscrewed the bottle cap and took 2 gulps. "It's really hot today. I'm so hot after being outside for a while." It wasn't long before Grandmolly felt a little cool. She raised her hand to wipe off the big drops of sweat on her forehead. "Your room is still cooler." The dog finally didn't have to endure the heat outside. He shook his body comfortably, raised his little feet, and walked straight to the water dispenser. He lowered his head and stuck out his little tongue and started drinking water. Fong Xian also took out a bottle, tilted his head back, and drank it in big gulps. The cool and refreshing feeling instantly spread from his mouth to his whole body, driving away the heat in his body. After drinking the water, he raised his hand to wipe the corners of his mouth and said, "I saw Xiaohai." "Xiaohai?" Grandmolly asked with concern, "Is he okay?" So Fong Xian slowly recounted the whole process of his meeting Xiaohai. Grandmolly sighed and said with some heartache, "This child is really suffering outside." Grandpolly also grumbled with some complaints. "Why doesn't this child come to City A to find us?" "Don't worry. I send his supplies to him after a while, when my shop is not busy. Then I dry some vegetables for him, and bring them over when the time comes. You need everything when you live outside. I make him some medicine powder." Okay. The few people chatted for a while, And then the two elders got up and left. Fong Xian got up and stuffed the two large bags of things into another unused bedroom, which became a warehouse. She went downstairs without stopping and moved the bags in the car upstairs. After finishing her things and changing into comfortable home clothes, she curled up on the sofa. She fell down, pulled over a small blanket, and fell asleep in the cool and comfortable afternoon. Fong Xian slept for more than an hour and finally got enough sleep. She got up lazily. It was past 4 in the afternoon, and she was free anyway, so she went to the store to have a look. She got up and changed into a thermostatic suit, long clothes and long pants, picked up the car keys, and went out. She drove directly to the store. After entering the mall, she saw a group of people gathered in the direction of her counter. I bought a piece of clothing from your store yesterday, but it's torn after I wore it all morning. Please return it to me and compensate me. A woman who looked luxurious but had a haggard face stood beside her counter with her hands on her waist, completely ignoring her luxurious image and shouting at the top of her voice. It's the clothing from your store. Why don't you admit it? Madam, this piece of clothing is really not from my store. Think about it carefully and see if you bought it from our store? Sukin argued with reason without being humble or arrogant. I bought it in your store. You little bitch, you sold some rags to fool us rich people. What's wrong? Do you think we don't know the goods? The woman in front of him was sarcastic and insisted on the matter. Madam, how many points did you buy it for? Do you have a receipt? What receipt? Who still has that thing? Don't make up useless things. It's just clothes from your store. Don't try to quibble. The woman angrily threw the rags in her hand on Sukan's face. Hurry up and pay me. Sukan was hit in the face by the clothes, but was not angry. Her voice was still sonorous and powerful. Madam, I don't have this kind of clothes in my store. If you can't show me the receipt, how can you prove that the clothes are from my store? Look at the shabby clothes you sell yourself. You are trying to fool us rich people who don't know the value of goods by selling us these shabby clothes. Our money is not earned by the wind. The woman kept repeating the same thing and was still unyielding. She had observed that there were only a few employees in the store these days, and the boss was not seen at all. As long as she was confident and insisted that the clothes were hers, these cowards from the outer area would definitely make her pay for it. A group of onlookers were also jealous. Why could they easily earn so much money while they were struggling? So they watched the fun and started to make a fuss. Yes, you can't lose your conscience. Just return the money to them and pay them back. Don't make them angry and beat you up. You will behave yourself after being beaten up. Black-hearted merchant, you sell tattered clothes so expensively. Have you lost your conscience? Bah, profiteer. When the woman saw so many people speaking for her, she felt more confident and shouted with her neck stiff. See? So many people are condemning you as black-hearted profiteers. You should pay me back quickly, or I will shut down your store. Let me see who is so arrogant. A stern voice came from the back of the crowd. The crowd turned their heads in confusion and found that it was Yin Laohe. They quickly made way for him. Instructor Yin walked out of the crowd with a stern face, followed by Fong Xian and several patrol officers. Sukan and the other kids saw that it was the boss who came back and immediately looked over. Fong Xian gave them a reassuring look. When she saw someone asking for compensation for clothes that were not from the store, she immediately realized that this was blackmail, and she immediately called Instructor Yin. It would be a waste if she didn't use such a thick thigh. Besides, this happened in their base, and he also had this obligation. Instructor Yin picked up the torn clothes on the ground and said in a cold voice, I don't know when the base's transactions were decided by you. Yin, Master Yin. When the woman saw that it was Yin Laohe, her face turned pale. Yes, it was a misunderstanding. What misunderstanding? I mean, just now I. Instructor Yin raised the clothes in his hand. Did you buy this clothes in this store? The woman looked at Yin Laohe, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and swallowed unconsciously. No. If it was not bought in this store, what compensation do you want? I am old, I forgot for a moment, and I am a little confused. Do you feel that life in the inner area is too comfortable and want to experience life in the outer area? No, I don't. The woman's face turned pale, and she waved her hands repeatedly. You are suspected of extortion. Come with me. Instructor Yin's voice was cold and did not allow any discussion. The patrol officers waiting on the side immediately stepped forward and took the woman away directly. Young Master Yin, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I will never dare to do it again. Please let me go. The woman was taken away, shouting heartbreakingly. Instructor Yin glanced coldly at everyone present. What are you doing here? Walala. The crowd of onlookers dispersed immediately, as if they were afraid that Yen Laohe would arrest them. Chapter 194. Fong Xian thanked him earnestly. Thank you. Instructor Yen waved his hand nonchalantly. It's okay. It's just a small matter. It's not good to bother you every time. How about you give me the contact information of the patrol leader? Maintaining the safety and order of the base is also my responsibility. It's no trouble. Just call me directly if you have any problems. Fong Xian smiled. Then trouble you. By the way, I brought you the socks I said I would bring you last time. They're in my car. I get them for you. I go with you. I leave right after I get it. Okay. Then the two of them walked out of the mall one after the other. Fong Xian opened the trunk of the car and took out a bag of things from the car. She handed the bag to him. There are 10 pairs of socks and a set of sportswear in it. It's just right for you. Take it back and wear it. How many points? No, it's my thank you gift. Fong Xian felt that since he always bothered Instructor Yin, it was only right to give him a little thank you gift, and it was not good to let him run errands for nothing. Instructor Yin took it without hesitation. Okay, I won't be polite then. Then, the two of them started chatting. Did you have a smooth trip to buy goods this time? The mutant bugs outside are much bigger now. Not bad. I burned all the bugs I saw. Well, I knew that a few bugs wouldn't be a problem for you. Fong Xian suddenly thought of something. By the way, the meat of mutant bugs can actually be eaten. Instructor Yen was very surprised to hear this and asked, can it be eaten? You know, survivors have always avoided mutant bugs when they saw them, and everyone generally believes that they carry a lot of viruses and bacteria. Many people have died after eating them, so no one dares to try them again. Yes, there is a piece of meat on the lower left side of the chest that can be eaten, but it doesn't taste good. But for ordinary survivors, it's good to have one more kind of food. Instructor Yen nodded without comment. That's right. I report it to the base later. Okay, then you go ahead. Okay, I leave first. Contact me if you need anything. Fong Xian watched Instructor Yen walk away and turned to enter the mall. After standing there for a while, she felt that her head, which was not protected by a constant temperature suit, was about to explode. The temperature outside was like a steamer, making it hard to breathe. She walked quickly into the counter. At this time, the three little guys stood in a row, lowering their heads, not daring to look at Fong Xian. They didn't do things well today, and they were nervous and waiting for training. Fong Xian saw how cautious they were and spoke slowly. It's not your fault. You handled it very well. Hearing this, several people felt relieved and secretly admired that their boss was so nice. He didn't blame them at all, but comforted them instead. Their hearts were immediately filled with warmth. In the past, no matter whether they were right or wrong, they only got scolded, even beaten, and not paid. At this moment, they swore in their hearts that they must work hard in the future. In the future, if you encounter such troublemakers, if it is difficult, you must contact me as soon as possible. Okay, stop standing here and go to work. Fong Xian said, sitting on a small stool. Show me the account books for the past few days. Sukin quickly took out the account book from the drawer and handed it to Fong Xian respectfully. Fong Xian flipped through the account book, glanced at it roughly, and handed it back to Sukin. Although there were no cigarettes these days, the turnover was very good. She didn't plan to sell cigarettes anymore in the future. She saw that Sukin's ability to deal with things was still good, so she decided to promote her to store manager. After all, she was not here all the time, and the store needed someone who could handle big and small things. You will be the store manager in the future, and your salary will double. Sukin was overjoyed when she heard this, and her excited voice trembled a little. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. Fong Xian waved her hand. Okay, go and get busy. The two shop assistants were also happy for Sukin and congratulated him again and again. Time soon came to the afternoon shopping mall closing time. Fong Xian asked several people to pack up early, and after packing up, she took the three people out of the mall as soon as possible. She didn't care if she sold one more or one less set of clothes. As soon as several people left the mall, they were instantly wrapped in the heat. Fong Xian led the three people to the car quickly, and unlocked the car from a distance. Several people quickly got into the car. Then they quickly started the car, and turned on the air conditioner. Phew, it was really a weather that relied on air conditioning to survive. The car quickly drove to the outer area, and Sukin and Lee Muki got out of the car first. Only the little boy hesitated, and did not get out of the car. Fong Xian looked at the little boy behind him in confusion through the endoscope. What's wrong? The little boy lowered his head, stirred his fingers, and said with some stammering, Boss, I want to advance a little salary, okay? No money for food? The little boy nodded shyly yes. Okay, go to the store tomorrow morning and I transfer it to you. The little boy thanked gratefully. Thank you, boss. Are you going to eat anything today? A little bit. There are a few bags of bread in the trunk, take them back. The little boy waved his hands and got out of the car quickly. No, boss, thank you. Fong Xian had no choice but to get out of the car, stop him, take out 4 bags of bread from the trunk, give 2 bags to the little boy, and 1 bag to Li Muki and Su Qian. Okay, go back. The little boy held 2 large bags of bread in his hands, and tears immediately flowed out. Okay, put it in your pocket quickly, don't let others snatch it away. Hearing this, several people quickly stuffed it into their arms, with uncontrollable joy on their faces. Thank you, boss. Fong Xian sat in the driver's seat. Go back, by the way, I pick you up here tomorrow morning. After saying that, he closed the car door, stepped on the accelerator and left. The next day, Fong Xian stuffed a lot of goods into the car again and drove to pick up 3 people. The store was short of a lot of goods during the days she was away, and they had to replenish them in time. 3 people carried large and small bags to the counter. Then, they sorted them out one by one, and put many styles on the counter. Su Qian recorded the number of items in the warehouse. After being busy for more than half an hour, the store was finally cleared after people came in one after another. Many people came to the counter to ask if there were any cigarettes for sale. After being told that there would be no cigarettes for a while, they left sadly. It can be seen how popular cigarettes are. Give me your card, Fong Xian said to the little boy. The little boy took out his dirty ID card, wiped it with his hand, and handed it to Fong Xian. Fong Xian directly gave him 50 points. Is 50 points enough? The little boy was surprised. Boss, you lent me a month's salary? Who said your monthly salary is 50? Yours is also 100. The little boy was overjoyed and almost jumped up with joy. Thank you, boss. Fong Xian looked at the name on the ID card and asked, your name is Zhang Xuqiang? Zhang Xuqiang nodded. Yes, my grandfather gave me this name. It's good. Chapter 195. After finishing her business in the store, Fong Xian did not stay in the store and drove away directly. As the car drove out, she suddenly thought of something and turned back to the breeding area. She was holding an iron cage in her hand. As soon as she stepped into the breeding area, all kinds of smells hit her nose. Due to the hot weather, the air inside was stuffy, and the ventilation was not very good. It was stuffy, turbid, and smelly. The animal feces fermented at high temperature, and the indescribable stench choked her tears. The old man sitting at the door heard the noise, raised his eyelids and glanced at her casually, and said in a hoarse voice, Who asked you to come? She resisted the discomfort and replied, Instructor Yin. So the old man closed his eyelids again. Go in. After getting permission, Fong Xian stepped on the various garbage on the ground and walked in. He put his hands in his pockets, took out a mask and put it on, and the smell was a little better. Entering the breeding area, various calls were heard, but they all sounded weak. There are several kinds of livestock here, all of which are common species, with a small number, very thin, and not much meat. Due to the negligence of the person in charge of the breeding area, the sanitation was not good, and a plague occurred. The number of surviving livestock in the area decreased a lot, so it became more precious. But the most abundant are rabbits. Rabbits have a very fast reproduction ability, and can give birth to several in a litter. It can also be regarded as the fastest meat that can be provided to the base. Fong Xian planned to buy 3 rabbits, and send them to Shaokai and others, so that they can eat some meat from time to time to improve their meals. Other livestock are not suitable, either they are too big and unlucky, or they eat too much and are difficult to raise. Rabbits are the best choice. There are no live animals for sale in the mall. If you want to buy live ones, you must come to the breeding area. The livestock in her space, whether it is the taste or the special energy inside, are not easy to take out. Buying and selling is also allowed here, but ordinary people cannot enter. She can only come in with the permission of Instructor Yin. Who are you? A skinny old man walked quickly from the long corridor and asked from a distance. No outsiders are allowed to enter here. Hurry up and leave. He walked over here, waving his arms impatiently. Fong Xian took out half a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it over. The skinny old man saw the cigarettes, his eyes widened. He quickly snatched it from Fong Xian's hand, carefully checked how many cigarettes were in it, and then smiled. Okay, what do you want? I want to buy 3 rabbits. Okay, no problem, but you have to give me 20 extra points. Fong Xian did not hesitate and nodded, okay. The skinny old man led her to the rabbit pen. Fong Xian looked at them, and saw that each rabbit was pitifully thin, small, and had dry fur. They looked like they weighed only a little over a pound. We agreed in advance that rabbits are 99 points each, no bargaining. Fong Xian knew that meat was expensive, but she didn't expect it to be so expensive. A rabbit that weighed a little over a pound would only weigh a pound without its fur, and 99 points for a pound. It was really a good price. Fong Xian nodded without hesitation. Okay. Okay, wait for me to go in and catch them for you. I want 1 male and 2 females. Okay, got it. The skinny old man opened the wooden door and walked in. He grabbed one with his hands. The rabbits here are all droopy because they have not been fed for a long time. He caught one with one hand. He pulled out 3 rabbits and handed them to Fong Xian. Here. Fong Xian picked up the iron cage and put the 3 rabbits into the cage one by one. Then he took out his ID card and handed it to the skinny old man. The skinny old man took the card and said, "Come with me." So Fong Xian followed the old man and returned to a lounge at the door. There were only 2 wooden beds in it, and the quilts on the beds were piled up randomly on the beds. There were also some simple daily necessities. The room was very messy, and there were all kinds of things on the floor. It was easy to trip if you didn't look carefully when walking. Fong Xian raised his foot to step over a few wooden sticks on the ground, and then stepped over a broken iron bucket, and finally entered the house. The skinny old man took out the card reader from the drawer of a broken table, and put it on the dusty table again. Swish! He swiped twice, the first time for the points to buy rabbits, the second time for his own commission. He swiped the card quickly and handed it back to Fong Xian. Okay. Fong Xian looked at the 4 clear fingerprints on the card. She pinched one corner with 2 fingers and took it. She thanked him. Holding the cage in her left hand and the card in her right hand, she turned around and walked away from the breeding area. Outside, she wiped the tears from her eyes. She finally bought 3 rabbits and cried with excitement. He walked to the car and put the rabbit in the trunk. He opened the car door and got in. He did not start the car immediately, but took out a disinfectant wipe. He carefully wiped off the fingerprints on the ID card, then turned it over and wiped the back of it clean. He took out another disinfectant wipe and wiped his hands clean, and the psychological discomfort was alleviated. After handling it properly, he started the car and drove slowly towards home. It didn't take long for him to arrive downstairs. She took out the rabbit cage from the trunk and went upstairs. After entering the house, she changed into slippers and kept looking for a place to put the rabbit. Because the rabbit smells very strong, she felt that the smell would come out wherever she put it. Finally, she put the rabbit in the bathroom. She didn't need this bathroom, so this was the most suitable place. Fong Xian took out some green vegetables and carrots from the storage space and stuffed them into the cage. She quickly put some food in it, because she was afraid that if she put it in too late, the rabbit would starve to death soon. The originally dull rabbit saw such fresh food for the first time, and its sluggish body immediately moved. Its 3-lobed mouth kept moving, and its small front teeth chewed quickly. It was really hungry. There were suddenly 3 more members in the family, and the dog ran over to look at them curiously. The rabbit was very timid, and when it saw such a big thing in front of it, its 3-lobed mouth did not move, and it shrank into a ball in fear. Fong Xian pulled the dog's ears, dragged it out, and closed the bathroom door. The dog wanted to open the door and go in to play with the rabbit, but was stopped by Fong Xian. "Don't go in, you scare the rabbit." Woof. The dog left again, wagging its tail. After dealing with the rabbit, Fong Xian flashed into the space, washed her hands carefully, and then left the space again. She changed into comfortable home clothes and prepared to stay at home. It was getting late, and it was time for lunch, so she took out a bowl of cold noodles from the space and started eating. She didn't feel full after one bowl, so she ate another bowl. She rarely ate cold noodles, and there was still a lot in the space. After eating and drinking, she fell down. Chapter 196. A day passed quickly as Fong Xian was playing badly. He turned off all the lights in the house and got into bed. While half asleep, she heard the alarm in the base go off. She sat up in shock and listened carefully. Alarm, alarm. There are a large number of mutant insects outside the base that are invading crazily. All survivors must take comprehensive protective measures and try not to go out. At the same time, all patrol teams please quickly assemble and prepare for battle, and rush to the outside of the base as soon as possible. The piercing alarm sounded through the night sky, echoing over the entire base. This was the first time that the insect tide besieged the base. Without any hesitation, she quickly got out of bed, put on her clothes and combat uniform, and put the combat uniform on the dog. Then, she quickly took out the telescope and the flamethrower from the storage space and walked downstairs quickly. At this moment, the base was already in chaos. The panicked survivors ran around, desperately looking for a safe place. At this time, the number of mutant mosquitoes in the night sky also became abnormally large, flying around and biting people. The survivors were bitten so hard that they could not bear it. She quickly led the dog into the car and turned the steering wheel to drive out of the base. When she arrived at the gate of the base, she was stopped by the guards at the gate. The situation outside is critical. No one is allowed to go out. Fong Xian had no choice but to drive back. The base's combat power was enough to deal with the insect tide. She had to trust the base. After thinking this through, she went back to the downstairs where she lived. But she didn't go into the house, but went straight to the rooftop. Fong Xian sprayed her whole body with floral water, then pushed open the door to the rooftop and stepped onto the rooftop. She stood still, raised the night vision telescope, adjusted the focus, and looked into the distance. Buzz, at this time, the sound of noisy mosquitoes was in her ears. Through the telescope, she saw the slum area outside the base. The crowd inside was even more chaotic, like headless flies, shoving each other, and people fell to the ground from time to time. Trampled by the panicked survivors, no matter how hard the people on the ground struggled, they had little chance to stand up. The sight zoomed out and fell on a large black tide of insects in the distance, rushing towards the base. There were actually two larger mutant insect kings at the back. One was a multi-legged centipede, with countless slender legs swinging quickly. The other looked like a millipede, with 6 thick long legs and a long belly, and was completely black, completely hidden in the darkness. The 2 long tentacles on the top of the head kept dancing, as if directing the attack of the insect tide. About 500 meters away from the base, a well-trained combat team was neatly lined up. Each team member was holding various weapons, and ready for battle. Fong Xian observed that each of them wore a gas mask. At this moment, Fong Xian heard a buzzing sound above his head that was louder than before. Unlike the sound of mosquitoes, this sound was low and powerful. Fong Xian subconsciously looked up, and saw a large number of drones flying quickly overhead. The drones were flying towards the mutant insect tide with great momentum. After flying above the insect tide, the bottom of the drone sprayed a large amount of potion, pouring down like a light rain. The mutant insects surging below were drenched by the potion. The mouth parts on their heads kept opening and closing left and right, and the potion flowed into their mouths along the hard shell. The insect tide attacked by the potion fell into chaos in an instant. They twisted their bodies wildly, and made sharp and piercing chirping sounds. It can be seen that the potion caused great damage to the insects. At the same time, among the many combatants on the open ground, those in the first echelon, each of them held a Molotov cocktail in their hands. As the captain shouted, "Ready, throw!" In an instant, the members of the first echelon raised their arms high, and then threw the Molotov cocktails hard towards the insect tide. For a moment, countless Molotov cocktails drew beautiful arcs in the air, and fell into the insect tide one after another. Boom! Then, a thunderous roar was heard, and the fire shot up into the sky, instantly illuminating the entire darkness. The raging fire devoured everything around it mercilessly, and a large number of insects struggled painfully in the flames, and finally turned into pieces of black charcoal. "Keep throwing!" the captain shouted again. So, more Molotov cocktails were thrown at the insect tide, like dense raindrops. The fire became more and more fierce, and the whole sky was dyed a fiery red color. "Throw again!" The Molotov cocktails flew out one after another. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Accompanied by sharp sounds of breaking through the air, after 3 rounds of fierce Molotov cocktail attacks, nearly 1/3 of the huge number of insects had died tragically in this terrible fire attack. At this time, the raging fire had already formed a wall of fire, blocking the advance of the insect tide. "The first echelon retreats?" the captain shouted again. All the people in the first echelon retreated to the rear of the entire team and waited for the next step. "The second echelon," the captain commanded in an orderly manner. The echelon members rushed into the insect tide with flamethrowers in hand. The insect tide at this time had become manic under the effect of the potion, and even the insects were biting each other, becoming extremely chaotic. The combat team members held flamethrowers, and quickly sprayed a large number of insects with unstoppable momentum. Even one team member could kill several with one foot. After the insects were burned by the flames, their bodies twitched. Even if the shell was hard, it would die under the high temperature. When Fong Xian saw the orderly battle at the base, he knew that it was stable. It just consumed a lot of resources. But it was inevitable. The flamethrowers kept pressing forward, unstoppable, and quickly harvesting a large number of mutant insects. Each combat soldier wore thick combat uniforms, which could not be bitten through even if attacked by insects. Soon the third echelon replaced the second echelon to continue to move forward and harvest the lives of the mutant insect tide. The whole air was filled with a strong burning smell, and Fong Xian even saw people in the building swallowing their saliva. The main reason is that the smell is really a bit fragrant. Time passed by minute, and with the combat team members working in an orderly and close cooperation, the number of insect tides decreased sharply. Most of the mutant insects have been wiped out, leaving only the last two insect kings. The two insect kings at the back sensed the danger, turned around and spread their legs to crawl quickly. But how could it escape successfully? Every move of the insect king was seen by the snipers, who were on high alert. There were about 6 snipers in the back, scattered in different positions, and the black muzzles were aimed at the insect king. Bang bang bang. Dense large-caliber sniper bullets pierced through the barrel, and the bullets fell on the body of the insect king like raindrops. The head was the first to bear the brunt, and suffered a violent blow. The bullets penetrated its hard shell, and were instantly smashed to pieces. Chapter 197. One person stepped forward and carefully checked to make sure that the insect king was completely dead. Later, many patrolmen came out and dragged the 2 insect kings away, presumably to drag them back to the base to test whether they were edible. After the 2 insect kings were completely killed, the battle finally came to an end. There were no casualties, an absolute crushing victory. When the survivors in the base knew that the battle was won, and they would not be besieged by a large number of insects, their uneasy hearts finally returned to their stomachs. Fong Xian put down the telescope and his brows relaxed. The rest was to clean up the battlefield and finish the work. She turned around and led the dog down the rooftop and returned home. She took off her clothes and lay back on the bed to continue sleeping. She lived a routine life every day. She went to the store to restock every few days. She earned points every day, and her life was leisurely and comfortable. After more than 10 days of feeding, the 3 little rabbits grew a lot, their fur became smoother, and they grew meat. Soon she had worked as a clerk for a full month, and she did not withhold her salary. She paid her salary on the 30th day. What salary reduction? There is no such thing as salary reduction for her. That day, Fong Xian went to the store to restock the goods, and went directly to the second elder's home. Xin is here. I just want to find you, Grandmolly said with a smile. When are you going to Shukai's place? Fong Xian saw a lot of bags and some bottles and jars in the living room when he entered the house. I came here just to talk about this matter. I plan to go there this afternoon. Then take all these things with you. Are they all for Shao-Kai? So many? Nothing. 10 bags are soil. 1 bag is dried vegetables I hung up. Grandmolly pointed at the 11 bags. Are those collected before the last acid rain? Well, now the outside is all wasteland. Can't be used for planting. Give these to him, and he can grow some vegetables or something. Won't you keep a few bags? No, it's more convenient for us to eat vegetables. Give them all to him. Grandmolly pointed at the bottles and jars and said again. Those are the powders, pills, and potions I made for him, including insect repellent powder, floral water, bruises, hemostasis, colds, fevers, and other medicines for treating common diseases. How much to take, how to take, and what the effects are all written on them and posted on them. Fong Xian looked at the bottles and jars of all sizes, which totaled more than a dozen. Well, they should be able to use them for a while. I make more for them after they're used up. Okay, I move these things into the car first. Okay, I help you. Okay, you take the medicine, and I move the soil. Fong Xian strode over, picked up a bag of soil in one hand, and walked away, with the muscles on his arms bulging instantly. Grandmolly was no longer surprised by Fong Xian's great strength, and she packed the medicine bottles by herself, filling up a large luggage bag. I also got a few bags of seeds for Shao-Kai, and put them in there too. Okay, got it. 10 bags of soil were moved into the elevator, along with the 3 rabbits, and then carried down together. Xin, are these rabbits for Shao-Kai too? Yes, I bought them in the planting area. Bring them to him. Grandmolly nodded. This is good. Rabbit meat is also delicious, and they reproduce quickly. With a ding, the elevator reached the first floor. Fong Xian took the bags out of the elevator one by one, and placed them on the ground outside. Then, she picked up another bag with one hand, and stuffed it neatly into the trunk. Only 4 bags were stuffed into the trunk, and the rest of the soil was thrown onto the roof. She dragged and threw it with both hands. Finally, there was a bag of dried vegetables left, which she stuffed into the back seat. She climbed onto the roof again and tied up the bags. These were precious resources, and she would feel bad if she lost one. Grandmolly was holding a luggage bag in her hand. Shin, where should I put this? So she climbed down the roof again, took the luggage bag from Grandmolly, and stuffed it directly onto the passenger seat's foot mat. While Fong Xian was busy, the dog was running and playing near the car. After everything was packed, he checked it carefully again to make sure nothing was missed, and then called the dog back. Tunton, get in the car. When the dog heard its owner calling it, it immediately stopped playing, ran to the front of the car, and jumped on the passenger seat. Fong Xian also got into the car and said to Grandmolly, I'm leaving. Hey, drive slowly and be careful. Okay, it's hot outside, let's go back. Okay. Fong Xian started the car, slowly drove away from the residential area, slowly drove away from the base, and slowly passed through the slums outside the base. He saw traces of yesterday's battle, and there were a lot of insect limbs scattered all over the ground. Everywhere was black scorched earth after burning. The thick tires of the car rolled over little by little, making a squeaking sound. Fong Xian turned the steering wheel, and kept his eyes on the surroundings to see if there were any fresh mutant plants or something. He even took a detour to look for it, and he really found another cactus. At the bottom of a small earthen slope, where the sun didn't shine, I found a small cactus. I took out a small shovel, and dug it out directly, and put it in a small flower pot. I was tired of driving at night, so I took the car and the dog into the space to rest. After eating and sleeping enough, I set out again the next day. On the last day, I took out Xiao Kai's supplies, 2 bags of rice, a bag of white flour, a bag of millet, some dried meat, and some guns and ammunition, and stuffed them into the car, until the back seat was full. The car suddenly became very heavy, and even left deep ruts when it drove over the ground. It took more than 3 days of wandering like this before they arrived at Xiao Kai's base. Xiao Wu in the watchtower was looking into the distance boredly, when suddenly a small black dot appeared in his field of vision. He was startled and raised the telescope in his hand to look at the black dot carefully. As the camera zoomed in, an off-road vehicle appeared in the field of vision. He just felt that this car was very familiar. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and he stretched his neck and shouted in surprise, Big Sister is here! Everyone come out quickly! Big Sister is here! Since the people in the base were far away and didn't hear it, he immediately blew the whistle on his neck. When the clear and loud whistle sounded, everyone put down their work and ran out. They all looked up at Xiao Wu on the watchtower, and asked in confusion, What happened? This whistle was not a sign of danger, but just a gathering whistle. When Xiao Wu saw that everyone had come out, he shouted excitedly, pointing in a direction, Big Sister is coming, look, Big Sister is coming. Big Sister? Just when everyone was slightly stunned. Xiao Kai took 2 long legs and ran away. Others also reacted and ran out after him. Xiao Wu quickly got down from the watchtower, and ran away with his thin legs. A total of 11 people stood at the gate, standing on tiptoe, and looking at the car in the distance. Chapter 198. When Fong Xian drove the car closer, she saw 11 people standing outside the base. She drove the car directly into the base gate and stopped it. 1 person and 1 dog got out of the car. Xiao Wu shouted excitedly, Big Sister, welcome. Fong Xian looked over, and saw everyone with hope in their eyes. She said, Okay, unload the car. Hey. With that, everyone started to move. Xiao Kai walked up, Thank you for your hard work. Then the 2 of them started chatting. Soon, a scream came from the other side, What is this? Is this rice? This bag is full of rice. Sister is really great. There are a lot of weapons here. One of them exclaimed with sparkling eyes, There are also a lot of drugs. This time we have some to use. A girl saw the big bag on the passenger's foot mat, and the 3 fat rabbits in the cage above. Her eyes widened and exclaimed, Come and see, there are 3 rabbits. Several people squeezed over and leaned forward. Is it really a rabbit? Is it for us? Xiao Wu picked up the cage and shouted, Sister, is this rabbit for us? Fong Xian nodded. When Xiao Wu saw Fong Xian nod, he jumped up happily, Great, there is rabbit meat to eat. The girl grabbed the cage directly. What are you eating? You can't eat this. Xiao Wu was puzzled. Why can't you eat it? Raise it, and have a few more to eat. Xiao Wu scratched his head when he heard it. You're right, I thought you didn't allow eating rabbits. The girl rolled her eyes at him. You just know how to eat. The girl in gray clothes on the other side tried to lift the bag in the trunk, but she couldn't lift it with both hands. What's in this bag? It's so heavy. A man came over. Let me do it. Everyone worked together to carefully move all the things from the car, and put them aside neatly according to category and size. Xiao Wu walked over with a beaming face, and said excitedly, "Brother Kai, everything has been unloaded." Xiao Kai nodded. "Let's sort them out, and put them in the warehouse." "Okay." Fong Xian glanced over there, and then looked away. "Those 10 bags are black soil, which Grandpa and Grandma gave you. You can keep them to plant something." Xiao Kai felt warm in his heart. Grandpa and Grandma still think about me. Grandma Li also made a lot of common medicines for you. They're in that luggage bag, and there are some seeds in it. Fong Xian explained in detail what was there. Xiao Kai listened quietly, his eyes slightly red, and his voice was hoarse. "Yes, I know." At this time, the night fell quietly, and the originally bright sky was gradually shrouded in darkness. Xiao Kai looked up at the sky, quickly restrained the emotions in his eyes, and said casually, "It's getting late, stay here tonight." "Okay." Xiao Kai was very happy when he heard it. "I cleaned up a room for you early, I take you there." Xiao Kai walked in front, then turned his head and shouted to Xiao Wu, "Make a delicious meal tonight." Xiao Wu responded loudly, "Okay, Brother Kai." The two of them came to the basement, the innermost warehouse. Xiao Kai opened the big iron door of the warehouse. At first glance, it looked spacious, but a little dark. Xiao Kai walked in quickly, and lit a candle with a lighter. The flickering candlelight lit up, dimly illuminating the situation in the room. A large double bed, a cabinet, a table, and 2 chairs, all simple furniture. Although the furniture was a bit old, it was very clean, and the floor, walls, etc. in the house were also cleaned very cleanly. Even the sheets and quilt covers were new, and I don't know where Xiao Kai got them from. Xiao Kai came in from outside again a while later, holding a basin in his hand, and he put the basin on the stool. "Sister, do you want to wash up? The water is here for you." "Okay, put it there. Why don't you take a nap first? You are tired after driving for so long. I will call you when the meal is ready." "Okay, go get busy." "Okay." Xiao Kai responded, then turned around and walked out of the room with a brisk pace, and gently closed the door. Fong Xian stood up, walked to the basin, bent down, put his hands in the water, and began to rub them, splashing water and making crisp sounds. After washing, he felt refreshed. Took off the towel hanging on the chair, wiped his hands and face, and walked straight to the bed. He fell down and lay on the soft bed. The quilt under him smelled good, with a smell of sunshine. I guess he often took it out to dry. After a while, Fong Xian's breathing gradually stabilized, and he fell asleep. On the other side, the dog was very excited. Full of curiosity about the new place, this time, it did not follow its owner's feet as usual, but ran wildly on all 4 legs, patrolling the territory and leaving marks. Running around and having fun. Xiao Kai went to the kitchen and walked around. "We have cooked enough food today. Let's have a full meal today. Don't be reluctant. Take out all the delicious food." The gray-clothed girl responded crisply, "Okay, Brother Kai, don't worry." The 3 girls were busy in the kitchen. Although they were busy, everyone had a smile on their face. When I thought about eating fragrant white rice and delicious dried meat in a while, I felt that I had something to look forward to. The whole base was filled with a cheerful and joyful atmosphere, and everyone's tone of voice became relaxed. About an hour later, the food was ready. But Fong Xian was still asleep, so everyone waited for a while. Xiao Wu moved a small stool and sat in the corridor, waiting for Fong Xian to wake up so that he could eat as soon as possible. An hour and a half later, Fong Xian was awakened by the rumbling of his stomach. She got up reluctantly, stretched, and walked out seeing that it was getting late. Xiao Wu saw Fong Xian going out and shouted, "Big sister, you are awake." Even Fong Xian, who had a strong mental quality, was startled by this sudden shout. "Well, why are you here? We can have dinner when you wake up." Fong Xian covered her lips with her hand and yawned. "Well, okay. Big sister, let's eat in this room." Xiao Wu opened the door next door and made a gesture of invitation. "Big sister, please." Fong Xian walked in. There was a large round table with a few candles on it. "Sister, please sit down for a while. The food will be ready soon." Fong Xian nodded. After saying that, Xiao Wu turned around and ran out quickly. Before he even reached the kitchen, he shouted, "Sister, get up. It's time to eat." The people waiting in the kitchen heard this, and immediately started to move. Some served rice, some served dishes, and some took bowls. Chapter 199. After Fong Xian entered the house, he found a small table and sat down. There were 2 tables in the house, one large and one small. The food was served soon. The first one was Xiao Wu, who was holding a large basin with white rice in it. He bared his teeth and came in. "Big sister, it's time to eat." "Thanks to Big Sister, we will have a good meal today." The people behind him came in one after another, some holding basins, some holding bowls and chopsticks. The dog followed in, wagging its tail. It stuck out its tongue and laid down at Fong Xian's feet. It's done playing. It's tired. It wants to eat too. Soon, the room became lively. Xiao Wu swung a big spoon and started to serve the rice. He first served Fong Xian a big bowl with the tip of the spoon and pressed it down with the rice spoon. After serving, he put it in front of her. She was really shocked. This was too much. Although she could eat it, who could serve so much at once? If it wasn't enough, she could just add more. Besides, with such a big bowl, where would she start eating? "You served me too much, Xiao Wu." Xiao Wu showed his two big front teeth and giggled. "Big sister, eat more." Before Fong Xian could speak again, Xiao Kai stretched out his big hand and patted Xiao Wu's head. "You have so much. How are you going to eat it? Push some back." Xiao Wu was not angry after being hit, and touched his head. "Oh, I didn't think so much. I just wanted you to eat more." Xiao Wu quickly pushed the high tip of rice back a little, and then put it back again. Soon the food was served and arranged. A plate of beef stewed with radish, with some carrots in it, and a plate of stir-fried vegetables. Even the dog had a big bowl, and the crowd was not reluctant to let him go. After all, if Fong Xian hadn't sent them food, they wouldn't have been able to eat it, and she was very generous to her dog. But Fong Xian couldn't let her dog always eat other people's food. They didn't have much food to begin with, and the consumption of an extra dog was not small, and the dog had a big appetite. Let the dog eat its own food from tomorrow. Although the food on the table was not rich, it was already very luxurious in the end times. Fong Xian and Xiao Kai sat at the small table, and the rest of the crowd sat at the big table next to them. At this time, Xiao Wu blinked his eyes and ran over with his bowl. "Hey, I come over and sit at the same table with my elder sister." Fong Xian ignored him. Instead, he was attracted by the vegetables on the table. Looking at the green vegetables on the table, he couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Where did the green vegetables come from?" This is picked from the back mountain." Xiao Wu is a cheerful and talkative person. When he heard Fong Xian's question, he immediately answered actively. "Back mountain?" Xiao Kai nodded. "It seems to be a mutant vegetable. There are only 2 in total. Didn't you transplant them back to see if they can be planted?" "I dug up 2, and they died within 2 days of being planted. They couldn't be planted. There were originally 4, but now there are only 2 left. I didn't dare to move them anymore." Fong Xian understood that if they couldn't be planted, there was no way to plant them on a large scale. "Okay, start eating and try our specialties," Xiao Kai said, as he used chopsticks to pick up a piece of vegetable for Fong Xian. Fong Xian picked up the chopsticks and put the vegetable into her mouth. It felt good, with a crisp and sweet taste. She nodded slightly. "Not bad." Seeing Fong Xian start eating, everyone finally couldn't wait to start eating too. For a moment, the table was very lively, with laughter and joy. Everyone was very satisfied with the meal, whether it was the rice in the bowl or the dishes on the plate. They were all eaten up. Not even a bit of soup was left. After the meal, Xiao Kai chatted with Fong Xian, while others cleared the table and cleaned up. "Is Xiao Wu called Xiao Wu?" "No, he is the 5th child. The one with the square face is the eldest. He is 35 years old this year. The 2nd and 3rd children." Xiao Kai pointed to Fong Xian and said, "The little girl in gray clothes is 21 this year. She is the youngest, Xiaoyi." Fong Xian nodded. It turned out that the ranking was based on age. "Then aren't you the youngest here?" Xiao Wu interrupted at this time. "Although Brother Kai is the youngest, he is the most powerful, so he is our well-deserved big brother." Xiao Kai was embarrassed by what he said, raised his hand, clenched his fist, and covered his lips with a dry cough. "It's okay, not as powerful as my sister." "So Brother Kai's big sister is our big sister, Xiao Wu said while sweeping the floor with a broom. "Okay, go back to sleep after cleaning up. We have a mission tomorrow." Fong Xian asked in confusion, "What mission?" "Go out and catch mutant insects." "Catch them and eat them?" "You can keep them, and we can also exchange some supplies with the meat of mutant insects. The supplies are enough for a few days now. We plan to exchange some more supplies and store them." Fong Xian nodded. It won't hurt to store more supplies. "Sister, can you stay here for a few more days this time? I go out and get you some supplies tomorrow, and I won't be back tomorrow. Then I ask 2 people to help you." "No, there are people helping over there. You guys just do your own thing." Fong Xian naturally couldn't ask others to follow her, otherwise she wouldn't be able to cheat. That's fine. The two chatted for a while, and Fong Xian got up and went back to her room to rest. Although the underground was not hotter than outside, it was still a bit hot at more than 30 degrees, so Fong Xian put an ice basin in the room to cool down. The dog squatted on the ground and poked Fong Xian's calf with his mouth. It didn't eat well at night, so he wanted to cook a little. So Fong Xian took out some energy-rich food for it and filled a bowl. The dog saw the extra food out of thin air, lowered his head, and started eating. She didn't eat well at night either, so she took out a big apple from the storage space and started eating. If she didn't eat well, she took out a plate of braised chicken feet and started eating. The man and the dog finally ate and drank enough. He took out the air freshener and sprayed it in the air a few times, then went into the space to wash up, and finally went to bed. There was no conversation that night. The next day, everyone had breakfast early and went out to do the mission early. When Fong Xian got up in the morning, there were only a few people left in the base, and the rest should have gone out to do the mission. Xiao Shi saw that Fong Xian had already gotten up and ran over. "Sister, you are awake, the rice is hot in the pot. Do you want to eat now?" "Well, I can do it myself. You go and do your work." Fong Xian planned to feed the dog first, and she walked to the car to take out the dog's rations. Pour out some dog food, put some dried meat, and then pour in some goat milk powder, and it's done. She carried the dog bowl and walked to the kitchen with the dog, and Xiao Shi followed behind. The breakfast was rice porridge and a plate of cold vegetables. This was the lightest meal she had eaten in the past few years. It really had no taste at all. Her face was twitching while eating. She only ate a small bowl and put it down. It was not that she didn't want to treat her with good food, but the conditions were like this. At this time, anyone who could have a mouthful of porridge was lucky. Xiao Shi saw Fong Xian only ate a little, and said nervously, "Sister, can you eat more? After eating so little, you won't feel hungry anymore." "I have no appetite, so I won't eat anymore." Seeing that Fong Xian really didn't want to eat, Xiao Shi went forward to clean up, and took out all the porridge in the pot, not wasting a single grain of rice, and carefully placed the food on the ground, in the kitchen outside, where it would easily go bad in the hot weather. Then she returned to the kitchen and saw that there was still some porridge left in Fong Xian's bowl. She picked up the bowl and carefully shoveled the remaining porridge into her mouth. Finally, she washed the dishes and chopsticks. Chapter 200. After finishing his meal, Fong Xian led his dog out of the base, and hurriedly transported 2 loads of supplies before going back. He couldn't get used to staying in other places. The off-road vehicle transported 2 loads of supplies before Xiao Kai's supplies were all taken away. In the evening, Xiao Kai led a group of people back. 7 people rode 2 broken tricycles, 1 person pedaled in the front, and the others sat in the back. When the person in front got tired, he would take over. Gada gada. The chain of the bicycle was still oiled, and it made a sound when it was pedaled. There were some tools, a net bag, and 2 bags of meat cut from mutant insects in the car, all packed in bags. It was only about 30 pounds, but everyone had a satisfied smile on their faces. These 30 pounds of mutant insect meat could also be exchanged for some broken rice to eat at the base. Before the tricycle came close, Xiao Kai jumped off the car. "Sister." Fong Xian nodded. "How was the harvest today?" "Not bad." "Don't mutant insects rarely come out during the day? Where did you catch them?" "In the cave. We caught them little by little, then killed them, and then peeled off the edible part." Fong Xian nodded. "I will stay here for 1 night and go back tomorrow. Your supplies have been shipped back to you." "Stay a few more days." "No, the store needs to be restocked, so I have to go back." Xiao Kai was a little reluctant, but still nodded, "Okay." Everyone had a hearty dinner in the evening, and then went to rest. Although he changed his sleeping place, Fong Xian was not used to the bed. His sleep quality was pretty good. He fell asleep after lying down for a while. The night watchman stood on the watchtower, and was on guard. It was already past 1 in the middle of the night, and Xiao Jiao had just changed his shift for less than an hour. He wiped the sweat off his face. Even at night, the temperature was still very high. He wanted the night to end quickly, so that he could go back underground to cool down. He picked up the night vision telescope and checked the situation in the distance from time to time. It was because it was night that he had to be more vigilant. Every day, he would arrange people to keep watch to make sure that no one else would invade. In the distance, a group of black spots were slowly approaching this side. "Are you sure it's here?" the Mediterranean man asked the younger brother next to him. "Yes, it's here. I've been observing it for several days. It's definitely right." Go forward and you can see a building in front. That building is where they all live. I've observed it. That building is very solid. If we take it down, it will belong to us. The Mediterranean's eyes lit up, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and patted the younger brother next to him. You are still smart. Let's go over and take a look. As the distance got closer, a very wide crack suddenly appeared in front of them. Mediterranean couldn't help but swear, fuck, why is there a big crack here? The people behind also saw the big crack and quickly braked, with astonishment on their faces. Brother, let's go from the right. I have observed that we can pass from the right. However, what they didn't know was that at this time, Xiaojiu on the watchtower was holding a telescope and closely watching the movements here. Through the lens, he clearly saw the swaying figures, sneaking towards this side. Xiaojiu's mouth curled slightly. There are more people coming. He quickly picked up the whistle hanging around his neck, puffed up his cheeks, and blew the whistle in his hand. Beep! The sharp whistle pierced the silence of the night, and woke up everyone who was sleeping. Everyone immediately got out of bed, quickly put on their clothes, picked up the guns placed beside the bed, and ran out quickly. Xiaokai shouted loudly, "What's going on?" Xiaojiu responded loudly, "Enemy attack. There are more than 30 people on the opposite side, all holding guns, and they are bypassing the cracks at 1 o'clock. Xiaojiu reported quickly. After hearing this, Xiaokai quickly ordered, "Everyone, get ready to fight." At the command, everyone moved, and several girls also held guns in their hands. They all dispersed in an orderly manner, and climbed up the high wall with swift movements. Fong Xian also heard the whistle. The whistle sounded in the base at night, and something must have happened. She also quickly dressed and ran out. She quickly ran to her car, opened the trunk, and pulled out a sniper rifle from the car. Xiaokai saw Fong Xian below. "Sister, there is a platform on the left side, go up from there." Fong Xian ran to the left side, jumped onto the 2-meter-high platform with 1 foot, and then jumped from the platform to the top of the wall. The wall was wide enough to accommodate a person. Guzi followed closely behind, jumped onto the top of the wall in a few steps, and also laid down next to Fong Xian in a similar manner. Fong Xian squatted on the top of the wall. The hot evening breeze lifted the corner of her clothes. She looked into the distance through the night vision device. More than 30 black shadows were moving slowly along the cracks, coming towards this side. What they didn't know was that their every move was under control. Brother Kai and the others are bypassing the crack, Xiaojiu reported from time to time. Xiaokai held a telescope in his hand and locked the movement of the figures in the distance tightly, and would shoot immediately as soon as they reached the designated location. Finally, after more than half an hour, the figures of more than 30 people in the distance had bypassed the crack. Mediterranean looked at the high wall, and his heart was full of shock. If he lived here in the future, wouldn't he be able to rest easy? He was extremely excited when he thought that this place would soon be occupied by him. But he didn't know the layout inside, nor did he know where the people lived. He couldn't attack quickly, so he could only lie in ambush here and wait for dawn to ambush. Fong Xian's finger gently rested on the trigger. Through the night vision goggles, he could clearly see the scarred face of Mediterranean, as if there were 2 centipedes crawling. "Brother Kai, they stopped." Xiaojiu continued to report. Xiaokai looked solemn. He looked at those people. They were all equipped with automatic rifles, grenades on their waists, and even wore anti-D vests. Such equipment obviously meant that they were not ordinary predators. Xiaokai blew a whistle softly, and everyone who received the order aimed their eyes at the distance. In the dark night, Hai Di was looking up at the high wall. His eyes were full of greed, and he felt confident that this place would be his after tonight. "Brother Kai, do you want to fight?" Xiaojiu's voice was full of murderous intent. "Wait a little longer, it's not in range yet." At this time, Hai Di raised a hand and gestured to his men, and those people immediately dispersed and looked for shelter. Their movements were clean and neat. Obviously they had been trained for a long time. On a hot night, Xiaokai's forehead was sweating coldly. He suddenly felt that this was a tough battle, and the opponent's professionalism was far beyond his expectations. Chapter 201. Xiaokai clenched his fists, kept observing the other side, looking for a breakthrough. If he couldn't defeat them with one blow, he would have to scare them and hurt them. They didn't have grenades, and their firepower was obviously not as strong as the other side. And the other side obviously knew how to stop outside the range. If they used sniper rifles, it would be just him and Fong Xian. How to fight? He was at a loss, so he crouched and ran to Fong Xian. Xiaokai whispered, "Sister, in this situation, how do you think we should fight?" Fong Xian also saw the situation in front of her. The enemy was not giving up for nothing. They stopped outside the range and crouched behind the bunker. Most of them had charged weapons in their hands, and 2 of them had pistols. They were absolutely invincible in close combat, but the enemy stopped 500 meters away and could not reach them at all. She kept her eyes on the enemy's movements and saw that one of them had half of his butt exposed behind the bunker, and a corner of the grenade on his waist was also exposed. At this time, her eyes were shining, and she spoke decisively, "Shoot the enemy's grenade. Let's shoot in 2 directions, and try to expand the range of the explosion." Xiao Kai's eyes lit up. "Okay. Let's find the right time to shoot together. Don't let the other side have a chance to react." Xiao Kai nodded seriously. "Okay. I have found a best shooting point on the right. This position can blow up a large area." Fong Xian whispered. "And Xiao Kai has not found it yet. The 2 points are difficult to find. The enemy's people always hide behind the bunkers and don't reveal any point. It is difficult to find the target at the same time. But the 2 people are not in a hurry and wait slowly." As time went by, the other side obviously relaxed their vigilance. The people squatting behind the bunkers relaxed their bodies. Some of them showed half of their bodies from behind the bunkers, and some even lay on the ground to sleep. "Sister, I found it." "I found it too." Xiao Kai said solemnly, "Let's fight." Bang! As soon as the words fell, the gunshots in the hands of the 2 people rang. The people hiding behind the bunkers on the opposite side widened their eyes when they heard the gunshots. Before they could react, 2 huge explosions rang in their ears. Boom, boom! The bullets hit the grenades on the waists of the 2 people on the left and right very accurately. Suddenly, a shocking explosion sounded, smoke rose up into the sky, countless fragments splashed, and no one in the nearby group was spared, and all were swept to the ground. The ruthless flames kept devouring all the lives nearby. The explosion and the small mound where they were hiding were razed to the ground. At the same time, 3 more explosions sounded. Boom, boom, boom. The sparks from the explosion ignited the fuses of the grenades on the people nearby, and the sky-high flames became a piece. The wailing continued, and the battlefield was extremely tragic. In an instant, only a few of the 30 people were half dead. Mediterranean was ruthlessly exploded, and one of his arms was broken, and blood gushed out. Mediterranean cursed angrily, "Damn it, these old imbi have found out a long time ago." He gritted his teeth and pressed the wound tightly with his other hand, trying to stop the bleeding. However, blood still seeped out from between his fingers, staining his sleeves red. His face was as pale as paper, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. He endured the severe pain and sat up, leaning his back on the mound. At this moment, he had no time to care about others. The pain all over his body made him sweat coldly. Many people rolled on the ground in pain, wailing one after another. Some people tried to get up, but fell down powerlessly, and could only watch their lives slip away bit by bit. Mediterranean raised his head with difficulty, and looked at the high wall in the distance. He had just imagined that he could move in tomorrow, but now everything has become a bubble. He closed his eyes unwillingly. He didn't expect that the grenade he brought with him would actually explode himself. Everyone on the wall was stunned. My God, this is too shocking. They fired 2 shots, and almost wiped out the enemy. Xiao Kai didn't expect the battle to be so smooth, and he was relieved. He stretched his neck and shouted, "Don't stand there. It's time to harvest." Yes. Everyone responded in unison and jumped off the high wall. The battle was already clear. Fong Xian stood up and jumped off the wall. She followed the footsteps of everyone and walked towards the battlefield in the distance. On the left was Xiao Kai, and on the right was Go Zi, following Fong Xian on both sides. As the distance got closer, the people in front walked into the thick black smoke battlefield, and gunshots were heard from time to time. Xiao Shi was walking on the outside, and suddenly a bullet hit her, grazing her earlobe and flying past. She was startled, quickly turned her head, raised her pistol and pulled the trigger. Bang! The man who was still struggling was hit in the middle of his eyebrows, his head tilted, and he closed his eyes unwillingly. Xiao Shi beside her asked with concern, "Are you okay?" "Nothing." She raised her hand and touched her earlobe. A little blood oozed out of her ear and stuck to her hand. She wiped it on her body without caring. "It's just a little skin broken, it's okay." She was also scared. Fortunately, she moved her head just now, otherwise she would definitely not be able to escape from this bullet. As she walked closer, the scene in front of her was like hell, with broken limbs scattered all over the ground, and the air was filled with thick smoke and blood. She and Xiao Kai soon found Hadian hiding behind the earth slope. Hadian was covered in blood, and was bandaging his broken arm with great effort. He raised his eyelids, glanced at the 2 of them, and smiled bitterly. I never thought that I would be defeated by a few minions now. Shakai looked at him calmly, and did not listen to him talking to himself, but spoke coldly. Tell me, where is your base? Such a ruthless person must have a lot of supplies in his base, and he would not waste them. Since he came to provoke him, don't blame him for digging out his lair. Mediterranean sneered. Do you think I will tell you? Shakai was not surprised. People who have undergone arduous training have a tough mind that is not comparable to ordinary people, and they will not easily reveal it. Shakai said coldly, okay, then I will give you a quick death. The end of this trench will not be good for anyone. It will happen sooner or later. Mediterranean smiled bitterly, as if to comfort himself. Shakai raised the dagger in his hand, and stepped forward. Puff. The knife fell, and went straight to the aorta. In an instant, blood splattered and flowed on this wasteland. At this time, the square-faced boss ran over. Brother Kai, there are still 5 survivors, all of whom have been controlled. Shao Kai nodded and said in a deep voice, ask about the location of their base. Understood. The boss responded and turned around. The others began to quickly clean up the battlefield, carefully searching and confiscating all the resources that could be used. For a while, everyone's busy figures shuttled through the mess, and the atmosphere was tense and orderly. Only about 10 minutes later, several survivors could not bear the torture and confessed everything. According to the confession, their base was actually far away from here, and it would take 2 hours to drive there. There were still 10 people left in the base, but Shakai still decided to go there. Chapter 202. The battlefield was cleaned up quickly, and all the bodies were set on fire. Everything was returned to dust. At this time, the third brother ran over breathlessly. Brother Kai, Brother Kai. What's wrong? There are 2 broken Hummers in the distance over there, which should be the cars of this group of people. Shao Kai's eyes lit up when he heard the voice. It happened that he didn't have a car. Isn't this Chun Chun coming to bring him supplies? It really touched his heart. Shao Kai moved his long legs. Let's go and take a look. The group came to about 1,000 meters away, and saw 2 broken cars parked there. Seeing the car, the group quickened their pace, and soon came to the car. Xiaowu stepped forward and touched it. This car is a little broken, but it looks pretty solid. Fong Xian also stepped forward and took a look. Indeed, the tires were replaced later, and there was no problem driving in high temperatures. Xiaowu opened the car door easily. The car was not locked, and even the key was inserted in it. Xiaowu pulled out the car key, raised his hand, and shouted happily, Brother Kai, the key is in the car. The group carefully checked the car inside and out. There was a barrel of diesel, and 2 bags of broken rice, about 30 kilograms. Very good, they got so many supplies for free, and everyone was overjoyed. Shao Kai walked forward with a happy grin and said to Fong Xian, Sister, these 2 cars, one for each of us. Fong Xian shook her head in disdain. I don't want this broken car. It's not enough to pay for the gas if I take it back and sell it as scrap metal. You keep it. Shao Kai thought about it, and it was true, but he was embarrassed to take advantage of it. After all, Fong Xian also contributed. He was about to say something when he was interrupted by Fong Xian. I don't want anything. I can't use it. Shao Kai opened his mouth and closed it again. Indeed, Fong Xian had everything he had, and even better. He sighed in his heart, and could only find a way to make up for it later. Okay, then I will shamelessly take advantage of you. If you can use me in the future, you must let me know. Fong Xian nodded indifferently. After that, the 2 cars drove back slowly. Shao Kai turned the steering wheel with one hand. Would you like to go with us tomorrow? Shao Kai asked Fong Xian, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Go ahead, I help you settle the situation. The next day, Shao Kai and his group drove the 2 cars that were still hot, swaying towards the distance. Fong Xian followed the 2 cars. After driving for about 2 hours, they finally arrived at their destination. They parked the car far away, and it was impossible to see it with the naked eye. According to the information, their base was in an abandoned town. There were several bungalows built later in the town. From a distance, you could see those lonely houses at a glance, and several piles of building ruins nearby. From time to time, people walked out of the bungalow. Shao Kai and Fong Xian both held binoculars to observe the situation on the other side. One of the sloppy men in the house sat on a worn-out stool, picking his nose with his dirty fingers. Dongzi, when do you think the boss will come back? If everything goes well, he will come back on the same day, and it should be soon. I don't know if that place can be taken down. I heard that the buildings there are very strong and have survived several natural disasters. Dongzi replied confidently, Of course we can. Who is our boss? If we fail, We will soon be able to live in a spacious and bright house. The sloppy man scratched his thigh, his heart full of yearning. Looking through the telescope, he saw about 9 people on the opposite side, probably with weapons in their hands. They were lazy, and no one was standing guard. Xiao Kai decided to act at night. Xiao Kai put down the telescope and called a group of people to discuss in a low voice. A group of people squatted on the ground and listened carefully. They are very relaxed now. I think it is better to act at night to be safe, Xiao Kai said in a low voice. Fong Xian nodded and frowned slightly. Divide the people into 3 waves and attack the 3 houses at the same time. Xiao Kai thought for a moment, took a stick and drew on the ground. This is their main house, and there are 2 side houses next to it. Big brother, second brother, third brother, you 3 attack the house on the left, and little brother 5, 8th brother, and 9th brother, you attack the house on the right, Xiao Kai said while drawing on it with a stick. My sister and I will attack the main house. Everyone nodded carefully, indicating that they understood. In order not to be discovered by others, the 3 cars moved away from this place and moved further away. At noon, everyone did not eat to save food. They usually only had 2 meals a day, and Fong Xian was hungry if he didn't eat, so he cooked a small meal with the dog in the car. At night, everyone had a full meal. After all, they didn't have the strength to work. After eating and drinking, everyone was eager to try. Night gradually fell, the lights in the bungalow were dim, and occasionally a few rough laughs were heard. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the group quietly moved over. Xiao Kai and Fong Xian approached the main house quietly. Fong Xian gently pushed open the window of the main house, and the 2 quickly climbed in. The house was dark, with only a slight snoring sound coming from the corner. Xiao Kai and Fong Xian looked at each other and acted separately tacitly. A few minutes later, the 3 people in the main house were quietly dealt with. The process was quite smooth. Next, the eldest, second, and third in the house on the left, through the shabby window, could see 3 people in the house, sitting around a shabby table, chatting, and not realizing the danger was coming. The boss took a deep breath and whispered to the second and third brothers, "Are you ready?" The 3 nodded and tightened their pistols. Action! At the boss's command, the 3 rushed in quickly, and the people in the house were shot through by bullets before they could react. Bang! 2 people fell to the ground. The other man grabbed his weapon in a panic, but it was too late. He watched helplessly as a bullet shot through his head. Bang! Blood flowed down his head, and then he lost his strength and fell to the ground with a plop. At the same time, gunshots were heard from the right. Bang, bang, bang! The gunshots broke the silence of the night. At almost the same time, everyone completed their tasks and ran out. After making sure that no one was injured, Xiao Kai said in a deep voice, "Check around to see if there are any fish that have escaped the net." Yes. After the words fell, everyone dispersed. The group quickly separated to check, and after confirming that there were no fish that had escaped the net, they began to search for supplies. There were only a small amount of supplies in the house, about 50 kilograms of broken rice, 30 kilograms of black flour, a bag of dried mushrooms, some bottled water, and large barrels of water. Obviously it was not mineral water, but water that was added later. They decided to take it all back. Even if there were problems, they could use it to wash clothes. And bottles are also a resource, and they can be used to store water in the future. They also found some guns, ammunition, and 2 vests. I thought there would be a lot of gains, but it was much worse than expected, so I was a little disappointed. But it's better to have something than not. The people took the confiscated spoils and gradually disappeared into the night. Only silence was left in the bungalow. Chapter 203. Early in the morning of the second day, when Fong Xian got up, he only saw 3 girls working in the distance, but no one else. They must have gone out to do the task again. After all, supplies are in short supply now, and taking a day off means no food. They did not drive out, and the 2 cars were parked in a warehouse. It is obvious that the car needs oil, and the diesel will be gone after it is used up. They are reluctant to drive unless necessary. In the open space in front of the base, Xiao Si, Xiao Shi, and Xiao Shi were together, knocking something. When I got closer, I saw someone hammering nails on a piece of wood that I didn't know where he was. There were already 2 finished products next to him. Judging from their shapes, they should be planting boxes. The 3 people heard footsteps, stopped what they were doing and looked up. Xiao Shi wiped the beads of sweat on her forehead and spoke first. "Sister, you're awake. The food is in the pot. While you guys are busy, don't worry about me." Fong Xian looked around. Everything in the base was neatly arranged and well managed by the 3 girls. The three girls Xiaokai has adopted are really good and capable. Xiaoyi is calm and careful, while Xiaoxi is a quiet girl who doesn't like to talk. She just works hard and is an honest girl. Xiaoshi is a little short, only a little over 1.5 meters tall. Well, she is smart and capable. Are you going to grow vegetables? Yes, sister, make a few planting boxes to grow vegetables, and you can eat fresh vegetables next month. Do you want to grow them outside? Not outside, the temperature outside is too high, and I plan to move them to the underground warehouse to grow them. There's no sunlight in the underground warehouse, so the vegetables won't grow well. It's okay, Brother Kai has a small generator, which is just right for supplementary light. Fong Xian nodded. There was indeed a small generator in his supplies, which he collected when he was in S-City. It's pretty good. Okay, you guys get busy. I have to go back today. Xiaokai will come back and tell him. Sister, please stay a few more days. Xiaoxi tried her best to keep her, and the other two girls also nodded, looking at her expectantly. No, I've been out for several days, I have to go back. Then I take you there. The three girls put down their work and followed Fong Xian. Fong Xian walked straight to his car. He led the dog into the car. The three followed the car all the way to the gate, and stood at the gate, watching the car reluctantly and waving their hands. He rolled down the window, waved to the three people, and then stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the base. The car drove for 3 days, and finally returned to the base. In the following time, Fong Xian continued to live a carefree life. No matter how hot the outside world was, she was not affected at all. She still lived a carefree life, with food and drink every day, and endless points. A small group of rich people in the inner area were unable to make ends meet for a long time, and could not afford the high rent, so they were driven to the outer area by the managers, which was completely squeezed out of all their value. 3 years passed unknowingly. In these 3 years, the mutant insects became stronger and more aggressive day by day. The insect tide would attack the base from time to time, which also caused some troubles, and a large amount of supplies. With the long-term consumption of supplies, the supplies in the base are becoming increasingly scarce. Although supplies are scarce, there are more mutant plants in the wasteland outside, and many of them are edible. But they must be taken back to the base for testing first. Only when they are confirmed to be edible can they be eaten. The base will make the test results public to prevent survivors from eating them by mistake, because most mutant plants are toxic and cannot be eaten. But many survivors still eat them by mistake and die. With edible mutant plants, many survivors go out every day to collect those that can be eaten and bring them back. The mutant plants all grew very large, as if they had eaten fertilizer. Although there were few mutant plants that could be eaten, as long as one was found, it could be eaten for a day. Fong Xian had just finished dealing with the business in the store, locked the car and walked upstairs. Her clothes were almost sold out, and those that she couldn't wear and didn't like were all exchanged for points. There were some left, but she didn't plan to sell them, so she could keep them. There was only 1 container of condoms left. In the past 3 years, her employees' wages have slowly tripled. After paying off the employees' wages today, the store suspended business. The main thing is that now I have more points than I can spend, and I don't need to open a store anymore. Tick-tock. The sound of raindrops hitting the glass was heard, and the rain left long water marks on the glass. Fong Xian heard the sound of rain and walked to the window, staring at the raindrops on the glass quietly. It's raining, and after 5 years of high temperature, it finally rained. The rain changed from the initial drizzle to urgent, and the heavy rain fell, and the dense raindrops hit the glass, ding-dong, crackling non-stop. It fell on the wasteland, and was instantly absorbed by the dry ground, moistening the dry land. The survivors in the base shouted excitedly and in disbelief. It's raining. Look, it's finally raining. Great, we are saved, humanity is saved. The heavens have finally opened their eyes, woo. The survivors were very excited. They finally survived the extreme heat, and no longer had to endure the high temperature and exposure. They ran into the rainstorm, raised their heads, opened their mouths and sucked the rainwater like fish that had been thirsty for a long time, letting their bodies be beaten by the rainstorm. They cried in the rain, laughed in the rain, cheered in the rain, and raised their hands to embrace the rapid rainstorm. On the second day, many survivors caught colds and fevers due to being caught in the rain. The survivors were not in good health, and the temperature dropped suddenly due to the rainstorm, and the temperature difference was large, so they were naturally sick. Some people wondered if there was something wrong with the rain. The temperature also dropped from the high temperature of 60 degrees to a few degrees below zero. When going out, you have to wear long clothes and long pants. In such weather, people are no longer surprised by the sudden change in temperature, and they all change into thicker clothes. The rainstorm lasted for 3 months, and the dry land finally drank enough water. After a rainstorm, the sparse mutant plants on the wasteland became full of vitality, with more varieties, and looked full of vitality from a distance. For 5 years, the soil of the wasteland has not improved, and normal plants cannot grow. All the plants that grow are mutated, some are colorful, and some are ugly, forming a beautiful and weird picture. For some reason, during the rainstorm, the mutant insect tide did not attack the base again, and even the mutant insects were not seen at night. Even the mutant mosquitoes that have troubled humans for a long time have disappeared. But anyway, this is nothing more than a good thing. Chapter 204. The 3-month heavy rain finally stopped. Many survivors were eager to try and ran out of the base to collect some edible plants. Their family assets had long been empty, and some were even starving. If they didn't go out, they would really starve to death. With edible mutant plants, the problem of food shortage was alleviated. Although they couldn't eat enough, they wouldn't starve to death. Human survival also got a chance to breathe. After the heavy rain stopped, the temperature still didn't show any sign of rising, and the temperature stayed at a few degrees below zero. The 2 elders have caught a cold due to the large temperature difference these days, and they are not in good spirits every day. They did not farm anymore. After all, their legs and feet are not so agile anymore. Although they have no income, they have saved a lot of points, and are not short of food and drink. Sometimes Fong Xian also helps the 2 elders from time to time. But fortunately, they have medicine in their hands, but they have to suffer a little. After all, they are old, they are already 70 years old. When they are old, their resistance is weak, and they are prone to illness. This age is considered old in the end times, and few survivors can live beyond 60 years old. Fong Xian did not knock on the door, but went in with the key. Grandpa Li's condition has improved, but Grandma Li still has a little fever. Fong Xian put the supplements in his hand on the coffee table. These supplements were bought from the inner area, mixed with some of his own storage space. Grandpa Li heard the movement and walked out of the house, and greeted Fong Xian. Xin is here. Come if you want. Why bring so many things? It's okay, you can keep them for yourself. We don't lack anything, we have enough food and clothes, don't buy anything next time, it's a waste of money. Okay, got it. He agreed, but he just didn't listen. Fong Xian asked with concern, how is Grandma? Much better. I got the antipyretic patch, I put it on Grandma. Fong Xian took out a box of antipyretic patches from a pile of things, and walked into the bedroom. When she walked into the bedroom, Grandma Li, who was lying on the bed, saw him at a glance. Grandma Li propped up her slightly weak body, and tried to sit up. Xin is here, come and sit down. Grandma Li waved lovingly. Fong Xian quickly stepped forward to help her up, took the pillow beside her, and put it on Grandma Li's back to make her more comfortable. How do you feel today? Are you feeling better? Fong Xian asked with concern, while his hands kept moving, opened the box, took out the antipyretic patch, tore off the outer packaging, and pasted it on Grandma Li's forehead. I'm much better, don't worry. Grandma Li replied with a smile. Her eyes fell on Fong Xian, her eyes full of love and relief. After Fong Xian finished applying the patch and looked at Grandma Li, who was full of wrinkles, she suddenly realized that Grandma Li had really aged a lot. She felt a little uncomfortable. Grandpa Li walked in slowly, sat on a chair beside him, and said softly, this cold is a bit serious. Many survivors in the base have caught the flu. Yes, it has something to do with the sudden drop in temperature. Grandpa Li said softly, I don't know when the natural disaster will end. Grandpa Li's voice was a little hoarse, and there was a hint of loneliness. I'm afraid that the old couple will not see that day, so he didn't say the second half of his sentence. The topic was a little heavy for a while, so Fong Xian changed the subject. Although the natural disaster has not ended, many edible plants have grown outside, which means that things are moving in a good direction now. Yes, you are right. In the evening, Fong Xian cooked a sick meal for the 2 elders, which was mainly light. There was tomato egg soup, vegetable shrimp risotto, 1 rice and 1 soup, light and easy to digest. Fong Xian finished her dinner at the old couple's place, packed up everything, and then returned to her home. After 2 days of careful care by Fong Xian, the old couple's cold finally recovered, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief. After the old couple recovered, Fong Xian drove out of the base. She wanted to see what was happening outside. Forget about the mutant plants that can be eaten near the base, as they have all been plucked up by the survivors. Although it is still a wasteland, the scene has changed a lot. From time to time, A handful of weeds can be seen where the car passes. The weeds were very tall, almost as high as the calf. The car was wobbling as it drove, and it drove straight through the small puddles it encountered. In the endless wasteland, from time to time, you could see groups of survivors collecting together. They were holding torn bags or backpacks, with long-lost smiles on their faces. The further you go to the periphery, the more mutant plants there are, and the fewer survivors there are. The plants now have grown out of shape, and it is impossible to tell what they are from the appearance. Fong Xian parked the car in a place with dense vegetation, picked up a small shovel, and dug it up like a treasure hunt, leaving it for later study. He waved the small shovel in his hand non-stop, digging something that looked like a motherwort and a cabbage, and he didn't know whether the cabbage had grown out of the wall or the motherwort had split its legs. It was as big as a cabbage, with serrated leaves, and the whole thing was green. He dug it out with the roots with a shovel, and put it away for the time being. Fong Xian stood up and walked forward with a small shovel, looking around. The dog followed Fong Xian's footsteps and walked slowly, looking left and right, as if he was also searching. There were some plants like trees on the wasteland, but they had not grown up yet, and were about the size of thighs, scattered here and there. The plants were not very dense, with one plant every 2 or 3 meters. Even the things that looked like grass were only a few here and there, not growing into a hole. He stepped over a bunch of weeds, and came to a small tree. This small tree looked like an apple tree, and also a pear tree. The shape of the leaves was very fragrant, but this leaf was a little big. It looked like a tree, but it didn't look like one either. I didn't know what it was. Whatever it was, I dug it up first, and put it directly into the space with the roots. Fong Xian came to another tree that looked like a willow but didn't look like a willow, and dug up the sapling directly. At this time, the barking of a dog came from a distance. Woof woof. Fong Xian walked over to find the sound and saw the dog digging something there, and had dug out a small hole. What are you digging? The dog's 2 paws kept moving, and it barked twice, woof woof. Fong Xian was also very curious. Did they find a treasure? She squatted down and dug with the dog with a small shovel. After a while, a round thing appeared in front of her. The skin was a bit thick, the color was earthy yellow, and the size was a little bigger than a fist, a bit like a potato. Fong Xian asked in confusion, "Can this be eaten?" Woof. The dog nodded his little head very seriously. Fong Xian was very surprised. "Can you tell which things are edible?" Woof. The dog still nodded. She didn't expect her dog to be able to identify edible things. It was amazing. So she took out the big dandelion from the space and handed it to the dog. "Is this edible?" Woof. The dog nodded his head again. Fortunately, the effort was not in vain. She decided to follow the dog's butt and dig whatever it pointed to. Chapter 205. Fong Xian didn't lack food, she just dug for fun. She was always staying in the base, and she was going to get sick. She walked a little further, then moved the car forward, and then wandered around. She dug up a lot of things following the dog's butt. She had never seen these things before, and she thought they were quite interesting. It would be nice to transplant them all into the space and enrich the variety. After Fong Xian finished digging this area, she moved the car forward again. Suddenly, the thing on her wrist made a sound. She raised her wrist in confusion and saw the radiation detection bracelet, which issued a red alarm. It showed that the nuclear radiation value exceeded the standard. She looked up and looked outside. Where is this? Is this a high radiation area? She quickly turned the steering wheel and turned the car around and left here. Fong Xian didn't stop the car until the alarm stopped. Fortunately, she had been wearing this thing, otherwise, without knowing it, she would be exposed to radiation for a long time, and even the strongest body would not be able to withstand it. Fong Xian planned to go somewhere else and stay away from here. At this moment, a man and a dog suddenly raised their heads. In a tall ruin nearby, a group of people rushed out, all holding large-caliber shotguns in their hands. Fong Xian frowned. My goodness, the cost of robbery is so high now, and everyone is using shotguns. She came out to dig wild vegetables, and couldn't stop. The people in front of her instantly dispersed, and the 36 people formed a siege, quickly surrounding Fong Xian in the middle, and at the same time, the sound of shotguns being loaded came one after another. The dog immediately fell to the ground in the co-pilot seat, baring his fangs, obviously very angry. Fong Xian's eyes didn't waver, and she didn't say anything nonsense. She stepped on the accelerator. Buzz, the low roar of the engine sounded, and the car rushed straight towards the people in front of her. No nonsense, hit them first, beat them first, since they came to provoke her, then don't leave. The moment the car started, the others were not vegetarians either, and they immediately pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The dense marbles mixed with sparks hit the car body, making a crackling sound. The man in front also aimed at the front windshield and pulled the trigger frantically. Unfortunately, both the car body and the glass were anti-tank, and the bullets only left shallow marks on them. The 36 people saw that the situation was not good, and the bullets could not cause any damage for a while. One of them stretched his neck and shouted, "Run, this is an anti-tank vehicle." But before he finished speaking, the 4 people in front were sent flying by Fang Xinchuang. He flew directly out, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, and the gun in his hand flew far away. The 4 people fell to the ground and rolled around for several rounds before they stopped turning. After the body was severely injured, the chest cavity began to churn, and finally a large mouthful of blood spurted out with a wow. Seeing this, Fang Xian did not intend to stop. He immediately turned the steering wheel and turned the front of the car to the other side, where there were many people. Buzz, the roar of the motor sounded again, and it came closer like an arrow from a string. The group of people hurriedly raised their shotguns and pulled the trigger in panic. Bang, 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 ding, ding, ding. The sound of bullets coming out of the gun and hitting the car body intertwined. Bang. The sound of hitting a heavy object sounded again. The 3 people flew straight up. The others saw that they couldn't penetrate the car at all, and suddenly felt that it became difficult, so one of them stretched his neck and shouted, "Hit the tire, quickly." The others immediately pulled the trigger again, and the gun was aimed at the tire. Bang, bang, bang. Unfortunately, the tire couldn't be penetrated either. One person's voice became obviously panicked. "What should I do? The tires are also deep-roof." "Throw a grenade, throw a grenade." One person shouted in panic. "No, it's too close, our own people will be blown up." "Don't think too much, hurry up." It was obvious that the man didn't care about his companions' lives at all. As long as he could achieve his goal, he didn't care whether others died or not, as long as he was alive. The other 3 people bid each other, "Okay, but we have to run farther. This distance is too close, and we will be blown up." The man heard it, raised his legs and ran away, shouting as he ran, "What are you waiting for? Run quickly." After the 4 people ran a distance, they stopped. They estimated the distance and found that this distance was enough. The 4 people took out grenades at the same time and threw them in Fang Xian's direction without thinking. Fang Xian turned the steering wheel with both hands. She also saw the situation over there with her peripheral vision. Seeing several grenades thrown at her, she reacted quickly and stepped on the accelerator. Buzz, the wheels turned quickly and rushed out in an instant. At the same time, the bomb also fell and landed behind the back of the car. Boom! A series of explosions sounded behind him. He was barely hit by the explosion. The strong air wave pushed the back of the car forward. The rear of the car was burned hot. The car body also vibrated violently. Fang Xian's whole body was lifted up with the bumps of the car, and her rear was off the seat. The people near the explosion at the rear were instantly killed. Fang Xian secretly sighed, "This is really ruthless." Even his own people were not spared. There were 36 people in total, and nearly 20 died in an instant. After the car quickly left the explosion area, she quickly turned the steering wheel and headed towards the 4 people on the left. The 4 people finally lost their composure, their eyes were filled with bloodshot, and they cursed, "Why is this guy so hard to kill?" In panic, the man's brain had completely lost its ability to think. Looking at the car getting closer and closer, "Throw another grenade, quickly." "No, the car is too close to us. We will die if we throw another grenade." "Then what are you waiting for? Run quickly." After the words fell, the 4 people remembered to run, so the 4 people swung their thin legs and ran desperately. However, how can human legs outrun a 4-wheeled car? Fang Xian's car had already come close. These people really had some brain problems. They didn't know how to run separately, but ran together. If there was an Angela, they would all be pierced and directly quad killed. Although she didn't have Angela, it didn't prevent her from getting a quad kill. Duong, bang, the 4 people were directly thrown out by the car, and their bodies hit the ground hard. They were hit 10 meters away, and a big hole was directly smashed on the ground, which directly broke the 4 people and almost killed them. Fang Xian pushed open the car door and slowly got out of the car. The dog bared its teeth and jumped down, running away. Whoosh, it disappeared. Fang Xian moved his steps and approached the people little by little. The dog was already harvesting at this time, and it bit a man's neck and wouldn't let go. The man's screams broke through the sky. The 3 people nearby were so scared by the ferocious dog that they kept moving back. Chapter 206. After the man struggled for a long time, the strength to break free disappeared, his hands fell to the ground weakly, and his body stopped moving. Seeing that the man stopped moving, the dog finally let go of his mouth. Then it turned its head again, locked its eyes on another person, and jumped towards the man's neck and bit him hard. Only a scream was heard, and the man had no time to react before he was bitten by the dog. Not long after, his body gradually lost vitality, and his breathing stopped. The two people lying on the ground nearby witnessed the tragic death of their companions. They were terrified and their eyes widened. At this moment, the yellow dog was looking at them fiercely, as if choosing who would be the next one. Blood kept dripping from the corners of its mouth. The scarlet fangs were still steaming. In such a horrible scene, one of the men was completely frightened. His psychological defenses finally collapsed, and he actually begged for mercy. "No, don't kill me. It has nothing to do with us. Someone paid us to hire us. We don't want to kill you. You should go find him." Yes, he's telling the truth. You should go find him." Faced with the man's desperate pleading, Fong Xian crossed his arms, and stared at the two men coldly with a blank expression. Fong Xian was facing the light, and a long shadow poured down. The shadow moved slowly, and slowly covered the heads of the two men. A cold voice came out. "Who sent you here?" The man trembled in fear. He had no loyalty at all. When he heard Fong Xian's question, he quickly sold out their employer. "It's our base commander." "Which city's base commander?" The man stammered. "C, the base commander of C City." "I have no grudge against your base commander. Why did she want to kill me?" "He said you have a lot of supplies." Fong Xian asked again, "How does your base commander know I have a lot of supplies?" Both shook their heads. "We really don't know." Fong Xian felt something was wrong, and he frowned slightly. She had never offended anyone in C City, and she hadn't shown up even during the last mission. But since City C dared to take advantage of her, she would have to pay the corresponding price. If she didn't get rid of the trouble, she wouldn't be able to live in peace. Fong Xian turned around, and it seemed that the two people knew only so much. The two people finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Fong Xian turn around, but before they could completely relax, they heard two gunshots. They felt something hit their head straight. It felt cold. Their brains stopped thinking completely, and they fell straight down. Fong Xian walked around again, picked up all the shotguns that fell on the ground, and stuffed them into the trunk. Fong Xian led the dog into the car, thought for a while, and turned on the communicator in his hand. "Dial Xiao Kai's number." The phone was quickly picked up, and Xiao Kai's hearty laughter came. "Hello, sister. Xiao Kai, help me catch someone." Xiao Kai agreed without hesitation. "Okay, no problem. After the matter is done, I will give you 1,000 kilograms of food as a reward." "Sister, there is no need for us to talk about this. Leave it to me. I promise to do it beautifully for you. If you don't want the reward, I won't use you." After a silence, Xiao Kai's sincere thanks came from the other end. "Thank you, sister. You have always helped me." "Don't give me that." Hee. Xiao Kai laughed embarrassedly in the receiver, and then asked seriously, "Sister, who are you going to kill?" After Fong Xian told Xiao Kai the person, Xiao Kai's murderous voice came from the other end. "Okay, no problem. I've wanted to kill this guy for a long time. You wait for my good news." "Do you have enough weapons?" "Enough, don't worry." "Okay, you pay attention to safety." "Don't worry." "Okay, that's it." After the words fell, the two cut off the call. Chapter 207. In the 3 years, Shiokai's team has recruited 18 more people, each of whom has some skills. Some are good at farming, some are good at machinery, and there is a botanist who can study which plants are edible, what effects and functions they have, and can maximize their value. Before meeting Xiaokai, the old man was old and had no labor force, so he could not go out to collect supplies. He was often despised or bullied by others, and only Xiaokai took him in. When Xiaokai picked him up, the old man was only breathing his last breath. For this reason, Fong Xian specially sent several instruments for this person to study. He also created a lot of value for the base, and contributed a lot of strength. For example, the anesthetic solution he developed, applied some on the shell of the D or on the dagger, even if it was not fatal, it could make the opponent unconscious. Even when surgery is needed for external injuries, some can be used as anesthetics. If you are not sure whether the plants you collect outside can be eaten, you only need to look at them with him to know whether they can be eaten, what effect they have if they cannot be eaten, etc. In short, the old man who was despised by others was a very useful person to Xiao Kai. Xiao Kai hung up the phone with a serious face. Although he agreed readily, he knew the difficulty of this task. He was the head of the base, and had a large number of people protecting him, so it was difficult to start. He frowned and walked around the room. This matter could not be done rashly. He rushed in without thinking about anything. There must be a careful plan. After the number of people in the base increased, he rarely went out to do tasks under normal circumstances, and he stayed in the rear directly. He stopped and walked back. He couldn't think of anything, so he had to find someone with more ideas to discuss with. So he strode out of his lounge, looked up, and saw Xiao Wu wandering in front of him. "Xiao Wu!" He shouted at Xiao Wu. "Hey!" Xiao Wu heard the noise and ran over immediately. "Brother, what's the matter? Where's Wang Bin?" He knew the movements of everyone in the base, so he replied, "Wang Bin hasn't come back from the mission yet." "That's fine. Wait for him to come back." Wang Bin is a middle-aged man in his 40s, who was just recruited last year. He has strong reconnaissance ability, and was framed by the Sea City base and escaped. He knows more about Sea City. Looking further away, on a piece of land far away in the base, various vegetables grow, red, green and purple, and they are growing well. Since someone in the base knows how to farm, the land that was previously reclaimed has been handed over to this person. After 2 years of land restoration, the land has finally regained some vitality. At this time, the land was planted with various vegetables transplanted from outside. Since the vegetable field, the base has never lacked vegetables. While others are still running around to collect supplies, Xiao Kai's base is already self-sufficient, and there are surplus vegetables to exchange for needed supplies. At night, Wang Bin sat in Xiao Kai's lounge, his face a little heavy. "Brother Kai, kidnapping the base leader of City C is not an easy task. Are you sure you want to do it?" Xiao Kai nodded affirmatively. "Yes. We will get 1,000 kilograms of food after the success." Wang Bin stood up from the stool and asked excitedly, "How much?" 1,000 kilograms. "Oh my god, this is a good idea." Wang Bin excitedly clenched his fist and knocked the palm of his other hand. "This is better than going out to kill mutant insects. As the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food." When Wang Bin heard that there was so much food, he also took it seriously. "Let's do it, Brother Kai, let's do it." "Well, how do we do it?" He walked around the room with his hands behind his back, his brain working rapidly. "We have 2 options. The first is to sneak into the base and catch him. The second is to ambush outside the base and catch him when he leaves the base. The former is more dangerous. The latter takes a long time and requires patience. We are not sure when the guy will leave the base. He may not leave for a year or 2. He stopped walking and turned to look at Xiao Kai, who was sitting next to him. "Brother Kai, how do we do it?" Xiao Kai frowned slightly. "Sneak into the base. The second method is too time-consuming. We can't afford it." "Okay, then we have to study it carefully." He kept turning his head, and after a while, he lowered his voice and said, "Let's do this, and then this. Do you think it's feasible?" Xiao Kai nodded repeatedly. Yes, this is okay, although it's a bit dirty, but safe." At night, when it was quiet, Xiao Kai led Wang Bin, the second and third brothers, a total of 4 people, to a sewer outside the Sea City base. Everyone was wearing combat uniforms, wearing a black suit on the outside, a chest bag on the front, a dagger hidden in the sleeve, a pistol on the waist, and a night vision goggles on the head. The second and third brothers bent forward and started to pry with an iron rod. The friction sound was heard, and the manhole cover was slowly pried open. Then the 2 of them lifted the manhole cover and slowly moved it to the side, revealing the well mouth. The 2 had been raised in Xiao Kai base for a few years, and their physical fitness had improved a lot. The muscles on their arms bulged instantly when they exerted force. The second man lowered his voice and turned back to say to the others, "It's done." Hearing this, the 4 of them jumped into the sewer one by one, and a strong, pungent, and rotten smell came over them, enveloping the 4 people's bodies. Almost at the same time, several people covered their mouths and noses with their hands. There was no other reason. It was just too smelly here. Wang Bin was in front, taking out a flashlight from his chest bag, and turned on the flashlight to illuminate the narrow sewer in front. They bent over and walked forward with dirty water flowing down their calves. There were all kinds of household garbage floating on the water. Every step they took, they could feel the coolness and stickiness brought by the sewage. Several people endured the nausea and continued to move forward, and no one complained. Finally, after walking for more than an hour, under the leadership of Wang Bin, they arrived near the residence of the base commander. Wang Bin pushed the manhole cover hard to make a small gap, and looked out through the narrow gap. 6 patrolmen were coming from a distance. Seeing the people coming, he quickly put down the manhole cover, squatted down immediately, and gestured to the few people to keep quiet. The three people immediately kept quiet without making any sound. When the footsteps outside gradually faded away, the three people quickly climbed out of the sewer one by one. The three people took advantage of the cover of the night and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps of the patrolman were heard again in the distance. Hearing the sound, Wangbin gestured, and the four figures quickly ran behind the wall on the other side and hid their bodies in the shadow of the wall. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps gradually faded away. Wangbin poked his head out from the wall and made sure that the patrolman had gone far away. Then the others started walking quickly in the dark. They soon arrived in front of a luxurious villa. There were guards in front and behind the villa, a total of 12 people. Xiaokai gestured to the others and gave them instructions. The three of them nodded in unison, raised their silenced pistols, crouched down, and slowly approached the villa. Chapter 208. The four men were surrounded by darkness and found their own shelters. As Xiaokai raised his hand, the four men raised their guns at the same time. Puff, puff, puff. The puff, puff sound with silencers and blood flowers bloomed at the same time. The 6 guards in front of the villa covered their throats and fell to the ground with a plop. The 4 men quickly stepped forward and dragged the 6 guards to a dark corner. After quickly dealing with the front door, they quickly ran to the back door and dealt with the guards at the back door with the same method. Several people directly climbed over the high wall and quickly came to the back door of the villa. The second man took out 2 thin wires from his pocket, inserted them into the keyhole, and poked the door twice, and easily opened the door lock. He gently pulled the door open a little, and looked into the house through the crack. There was no one in the house. After confirming that there was no one in the house, several people filed in. The villa has 3 floors in total. Several people did not find the base commander's room from the first floor to the second floor. The 4 people went straight to the 3rd floor. When the 3rd man in front was about to step into the corridor on the 3rd floor, he quickly retracted his feet and stopped. He saw 2 guards in front of the door of the room in front. The 2 people nodded their heads, obviously they were too sleepy. The 3rd brother had already confirmed that the room guarded by someone was the base commander's room. What did it mean that there was no one here? 300 taels, isn't it? The 3 people behind him were confused and asked with their eyes. The 3rd brother turned his head to face the 3 puzzled faces, put his finger on his lips, and shook his head. Then he made a gesture, meaning that he had found the base commander's room, but there were 2 people in front of the door, who should be the base commander's guards. The other 3 saw the gesture of the 3rd brother, and immediately understood what he meant. One of the people in front of the door suddenly stopped nodding, opened his eyes, and looked around in confusion. Did he seem to hear a sound just now? But he didn't see anything, so he closed his eyes again, probably because he heard it wrong and scared himself. Suddenly he felt a strong wind near his neck. Something was wrong. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a tall black shadow ran in front of him in the blink of an eye. His pupils shrank instantly, and his body instinctively wanted to avoid it. But Shiukai's physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary people, and his speed was amazing. He raised his arm high, and before the other party could react, Xiaokai held a dagger in his hand and stabbed it at lightning speed. Puff! The dagger went straight into the latter's aorta. Xiaokai raised his arm again and pulled the dagger out of the bone. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Even the slow-witted companion next to him noticed something was wrong. He woke up from his sleep and looked at everything in front of him. The brain instantly sent a command. He shouted subconsciously, "Who?" Xiaokai was not in a hurry, holding the man in his hand and slowly placing him on the cold ground. At the same time, Wangbin quickly flashed from behind Xiaokai, and before the latter finished speaking, Wangbin cut his throat with a knife. Wangbin raised his hand and cut the knife. A deep knife mark appeared on the latter's neck, and soon his body was about to fall down. Wangbin was quick-witted and grabbed the other person's collar and gently placed him on the ground without making any sound. Wangbin secretly complained that they ate the same food every day. Although he had seen the strength of his boss, he was shocked every time. The speed was light and fast, and there was no way to catch up. They thought that their physical fitness was very strong compared to most people, but compared with Brother Kai, they were nothing. They couldn't help but admit it, because he was the boss. The 2nd and 3rd brothers saw that the 2 had easily dealt with the guards at the door, so they ran quickly to the front. The 2nd brother took out the thin wire from his pocket and inserted it into the keyhole. How to say it, this is all alive, a necessary skill for survival in the end times. In order to learn this technique, he studied hard for a long time. Not long after, as the iron wire turned, a slight click sound was made, and the heavy iron door opened. He carefully pushed open a small gap and still looked inside through the gap. What came into view was an extremely spacious living room with a very luxurious layout. It can be said that it was really a luxurious enjoyment. There was no one in the living room, only a few dim wall lamps emitting weak light, adding a touch of luxury and decadence to this luxurious living room. After confirming that it was safe, he turned around and nodded to the three people behind him. Then, the four of them moved lightly and swiftly, without making a sound, and quietly slipped in through the crack of the door. The eyes of several people quickly scanned the environment in the house. There were 3 large rooms, a bathroom, and an open kitchen in the whole house. Several people looked at each other and quickly dispersed. The 4 people came to the outside of a door, put their ears to the door, and listened carefully to the movement in the house. Finally, the third brother heard 4 breathing sounds inside the door. He frowned slightly. Why are there so many breathing sounds? The other 3 did not find anything unusual. They all looked at the third brother. The third brother immediately gave feedback and gestured. So the second brother came on stage again and showed his unique skills. He opened the door in a few moves. The second brother nodded to the others. The 3 of them leaned against the walls on both sides of the door, holding silencers in their hands and ready to go. The second brother quickly opened the door and hid behind the wall. Xiao Kai was the first to put the gun in. His eyes quickly observed the situation in the house. Various high-end furniture appeared in front of him. He quickly scanned his vision, and soon found the big bed against the wall on the left. There were 4 people on the bed, 3 tall and long-legged beauties, lying next to a bloated man in his 50s, sleeping soundly and snoring. The man on the bed had a bulging belly, and those who didn't know would think he was 8 months pregnant. Judging from the shape of his belly, he should be pregnant with twins at least. It's you, Big Belly. He rushed in first. At the same time, the person on the bed seemed to sense the danger, opened his eyes quickly, and said in a duck voice, "Who are you?" At the same time, he reacted very quickly, moving his fat body, flipping over the 2 women's bodies, and rolling off the bed, looking as embarrassed as he could be. Xiao Kai pulled the trigger quickly without saying anything. Puff! The silencer fired 2 shots in a row, hitting the man's sexy big buttocks. Both buttocks were taken care of, one on each side. The man lay on the ground in a mess, and the anesthetic quickly took effect. He widened his eyes, hit his head weakly on the floor, and fainted. At the same time, the 3 women on the bed were awakened by the noise, opened their eyes in a daze, and saw several black shadows in front of them in the dim light at the head of the bed. They opened their pink lips and let out a shocking scream. Ah! Puff, puff, puff. 3 men held silenced guns and aimed at the 3 naked women on the bed. Without any fluctuation in their eyes, they pulled the trigger mercilessly. The gunshots took away the 3 sopranos, leaving a bright red mark between their brows. Xiao Kai raised his hand, quick. The third man pulled out a large bag from his chest bag, stretched out his hand, and spread the bag. Several people quickly stepped forward and put the unconscious pregnant woman into the bag. Chapter 209. The 4 men lifted the big bag and walked away, but their pace was a little slow, nothing else, just because the bag was too heavy, estimated to be more than 200 pounds. The men carried the big bag and quickly left the villa. Not long after leaving the villa, the alarm of the Sea City base sounded harshly. The 4 men instantly broke out in cold sweat, and their muscles tensed up. They unconsciously quickened their pace, and quickly ran to the dark part of the wall. At this time, several patrolmen came quickly towards the villa from a distance. Tap, tap, tap. The few people did not dare to delay, and moved quickly to avoid the patrol personnel coming from the right. Xiao Kai and Wang Bin raised their arms in front to lead the direction, while the second and third brothers raised their thighs, and quickly shuttled between the walls. At this time, hurried footsteps came from the left side of the wall. Xiao Kai and Wang Bin braked urgently, and quickly turned to the right. When they turned hurriedly, the head of the pregnant woman hit the wall with a duong. The few people did not care so much, and quickly got into the right wall. One of the patrolmen heard the sound and looked in the other direction. What's that sound over there? Let's go quickly. If something happens to the base, you and I can't bear it. The patrolman had to retract his doubtful gaze, follow the main force, and leave quickly. The few people hiding on the right wall couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When they heard the footsteps fade away, they also ran quickly. Finally, they arrived at the sewer safely. After looking around and confirming that there was no one, they put down the heavy, pregnant woman. Go to the manhole cover of the sewer. Xiao Kai and his partner put the big bag upright, and the second and third brothers who jumped into the sewer first caught it, and then jumped down lightly, and covered the manhole cover tightly. While the outside was in chaos, Several people had quickly disappeared in the intricate sewage pipes. When they climbed out of the sewer wet all over, they felt like they were rescued. Several people took a few deep breaths of air, and the stench in their nasal cavities immediately dissipated a lot. Several people quickly went to the Hummer in the distance and drove away quickly. Xiaokai called Fang Xian, who picked up the phone quickly. Sister, I caught the guy, what should we do next? Pry his mouth open. Understood. Wang Bin saw Xiaokai hung up the communicator, so he asked, what's the next process? Pry his mouth open. Okay, leave it to me. Then the car swayed to a large field, where there was a small square house with no windows, probably only about 6 or 7 square meters. Several people threw the person in directly, and Wang Bin locked the big iron door again, and then locked the big iron door again. Several people were shocked to see this. Why are there so many doors? The third brother asked doubtfully, will this work? No need to torture. No, just wait and see. The torture of the body is far less than the torture of the soul. The third brother scratched his head. What body and soul? Although he didn't understand, but seeing Wang Bin's confident look, he began to look forward to it. While the pregnant woman was still awake, several people returned to the base, changed their smelly clothes, and felt much better after changing into clean clothes, so they returned to the small dark room. More than 3 hours later, the anesthetic was almost gone, and the person should wake up, but it was not the time to open the door yet. Wang Bin secretly calculated the time. Several people stood quietly, without urging or asking what was going on, and waited quietly. In the small dark room, the head of the Sea City base woke up groggily, feeling a headache, as if his head was hit by something, and he touched his head in a daze. Then he thought of something, and suddenly opened his eyes. When he saw the blackness in front of him, his head was even more confused. Where was this? Why was it so dark? He couldn't see anything. He rubbed his eyes, and opened them again, but he still couldn't see anything. There was not even a window, and there was no sound at all. He couldn't hear anything, no human voice, no wind, no movement, as if he had escaped from the void. He began to panic and get scared. He shouted in a hoarse voice, let me out, who are you? How dare you? Do you know who I am? How dare you catch me? I think you don't want to live anymore. If you don't want to die, let me go. Don't let me catch you, or I will tear you into pieces, and make you live a life worse than death. He shouted and roared for a long time. His throat was split, but no one responded to him. It was still terrifyingly quiet. He had never felt that silence could be so terrifying. He walked forward in the dark, and after just 2 steps, his hand was blocked by something hard, so he tried to feel around, only to find that it was a cold wall. So he moved his feet, and slowly groped the wall in the dark. After a circle, he found that this place was only a few square meters in size. Soon he had finished the whole room. There was nothing inside, just 4 bare walls, and yes, there was a door. So he went to grope for the door again, to see if he could open it. After he touched the door, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open it. The big iron door seemed to be welded shut, and couldn't be pulled at all. He cursed angrily, what the hell is this place? He raised his hand, and angrily pounded the big iron door, which made a clanging sound. The huge sound made his eardrums hurt. In the end, his hands were hurt, but it was useless. He shook his painful hands, panting heavily, and sat down on the cold ground. He hoped that the people in the base would come to rescue him quickly. He was really fed up with this broken place. His temper was really out of control. When he got out, he would tear the kidnappers into pieces, and make them live a life worse than death. He thought bitterly that since he couldn't get out, he should save his energy, and wait for the rescuer to arrive. So he sat quietly on the ground, with his eyes open in the dark room. I don't know how long it has been, it seems like a night has passed, and it seems like a day has passed. Why hasn't anyone come to rescue him? This bunch of rubbish, haven't found any clues for so long. A bunch of rubbish who eat nothing. He stood up again, jumping and kicking his legs randomly, venting his anger incompetently. Bang! One foot kicked hard on the hard wall, he screamed in pain, limped and hugged his foot, and kept jumping on one foot. Woo-hoo-hoo! It hurt so much, it hurt so much. Damn it. So he sat on the ground again, rubbing his feet with both hands. Chapter 210. I don't know how long it has been, but it seems like several days have passed. Although he opened his eyes had become dull. Suddenly, he saw a man appear in front of him, walking towards him. It was a skinny old man. When the man got closer, he could see clearly that it was his third uncle. His pupils were filled with fear, and his eyes widened. Third uncle? No, don't come over. It's not me who hurt you. Don't come over, don't come over. He kept waving his hands, trying to drive away the third uncle in front of him. But he couldn't drive him away even if he used all his strength. The third uncle was getting closer and closer to him. He retreated in fear, leaning against the wall, and kept screaming, "Don't come over. It's not me. It's not me who hurt you." The third uncle's face was pale, staring at him, his eyes full of hatred. "Xiao Hai, why are you so cruel that you killed your relatives? Don't you feel guilty? No, no, you deserve to die. After my father died, you occupied my house and drove me and my mother out. I have to ask you, don't you feel guilty?" His eyes were red, and he growled hoarsely, "People like you should be torn into pieces and made to suffer a fate worse than death. You shouldn't die so easily. Ha ha ha." He suddenly laughed crazily. "You don't know yet. Your sons and grandsons have all gone to hell to find you. Haven't you seen them? They died miserably, and they died with their eyes open. Ha ha ha." He still laughed crazily. "Ha ha ha. And your daughter-in-law is really tender." He couldn't help but have a look of aftertaste in his eyes, and licked his tongue. "It's a pity that I only played with her for 2 months, and she died." Then he roared ferociously, like a beast, "Why can you beasts live so well? Why can your useless son marry a beautiful college student? Isn't it you who occupied my house? Ah, you all will die a miserable death, all of you." He pointed at his uncle in front of him and cursed viciously. Suddenly many more figures appeared behind Uncle San, coming towards him in a black mass. He lowered his eyes, and finally saw clearly that their feet were off the ground, and their bodies were flying towards him. He was so scared when he found this. "Ah, ghosts!" The shrill cry echoed in the small dark room. He shrank into the corner with his fat body, lowered his head, covered his ears, and buried his head in his crotch, not looking at the people in the air. As long as he didn't open his eyes, he couldn't see anything. If you cover your ears, you won't hear anything. But those people still appeared in front of him, questioning him non-stop. The voices penetrated his ears and hit his soul. "You killed me, why? Why did you kill the people? Kill the innocent? You tortured me to death. Are you still a human being? You didn't even let a 10-year-old child go. Give me my granddaughter back. You are a devil, you should go to hell, to the 18th level of hell." All the people he had killed and tortured in his lifetime had their scarlet fangs bared, their eyes filled with hatred, and they cursed non-stop. He had never felt that time had been so long. He couldn't listen any longer, he couldn't watch any more. He stood up, swinging his arms wildly. "Get out of here, all of you bastards, ants. What qualifications do you have to talk to me? You don't deserve it, you don't deserve it. You were born to serve me, understand? I am your God. If I tell you to live, you live. If I tell you to die, you die. Do you understand? You cannot disobey God's orders." He stretched his neck and roared, with veins bulging on his neck. "I am the master of this world. This world belongs to me, you ignorant lowlifes." His eyes were bloodshot, and he rushed forward. "Lowlifes, all go to hell." He beat the people in front of him angrily, not feeling any pain at all. The skin and flesh of his hands were turned upside down, blood was flowing, and white finger bones were sticking out of the flesh. The wall was covered with bloodstains. He was still smashing the wall desperately, trying to kill those people again. After an unknown amount of time, the people in front of him finally disappeared. He suddenly laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, are you scared? This is what happens when you mess with me. I kill you all. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, he felt his body sink, and he kept sinking down. A dark vortex appeared under his feet, dragging his body. His feet sank deeply into the darkness, and then his calves. The darkness was still slowly climbing up and swallowing him. His face was filled with fear and pale. "No, don't." He tried desperately to pull his legs out, but no matter how he struggled, it was useless. Instead, he sank deeper and deeper, as if he was going to swallow him. The dark vortex slowly swallowed his thighs, then his fat stomach, chest, and neck. He felt that breathing became difficult, and he opened his mouth wide to breathe more air, but the air became thinner and thinner, and his face turned purple. He was unwilling to accept it. Why did it happen like this? He had already succeeded and lived a life of superiority. What went wrong when he fell? The end of the world has come, and he can finally show his talents. He defeated the capitalists, corrupt officials, and military personnel, and finally got to where he is today. He had not yet fulfilled his great ambition to dominate the world. How could he die so easily? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Suddenly, a ray of light came in. He saw salvation. It must be God who came to save him. He knew he would not die. After waiting for more than 3 hours, Wang Bin felt that the time was almost up, so he opened the layers of large iron gates. Four figures stood at the door with their backs to the light. He couldn't see their faces clearly, but he knew that they were the ones who came to save him. He was fine, so good. He was ecstatic, tears of joy flowed. At the same time, he felt the black abyss under him slowly faded away, and he was even more overjoyed. So good, he was saved. His body was finally able to move. He didn't have to die. He didn't have to die. So he ran towards the light like crazy, his fat body, flesh waves stacked up as he ran. For people stood at the door, and saw a white Michelin tire running over. They just felt it was eye-catching. So Xiao Kai and Wang Bin, who were standing in front, raised their feet and kicked it. Bang! The latter's whole fat body flew backwards, hit the wall heavily, and bounced to the ground, splashing high dust. The head of the Sea City base was furious. He pointed at the two people at the door and cursed vulgarly, "You dare to attack God? Do you all want to die?" Xiao Kai sneered, "Second brother, he doesn't seem to be very sober now. Go and get a basin of cold water to help him sober up." "Okay." Hearing the sound, the second brother quickly ran away to find a basin. Chapter 211. After a while, the second brother found a basin of dirty water and ran over excitedly. He raised his hand and threw it over. Splash. The cold basin of dirty water was not wasted at all, and it was all poured on the fat white man. The man with a face full of flesh was shocked by the cold water, and his teeth chattered, and his whole body trembled. He woke up instantly, and the madness just now was gone. The pain came, he grimaced in pain, raised his hands tremblingly, and looked at the toe bones turned out from the skin and flesh. He almost fainted from the pain. He looked down at his naked body, and subconsciously clamped his legs together to cover the little thing. He raised his fat face and looked at the people at the door, suppressing the anger in his heart. "Who are you? Why did you arrest me?" "Guess." Xiao Kai crossed his arms and stared down at the man. His brain kept thinking, could it be the B-City management who swallowed the supplies of the B-City base, or the medicines in D-City, or the group of people who were just killed a few days ago? He has done so many things that I don't know which one it is. I don't know. A few days ago. Xiao Kai slowly talked about Fong Xian's assassination. The man suddenly realized, so it's this, but why should I tell you? The man stared at the few people with his scarlet eyes, and he wanted to tear them apart alive. "Oh, it's okay," then continue to reflect on it here. Xiao Kai was not in a hurry and spoke lazily. "Let's go, let's close the door, and don't disturb his meditation." As they said that, several people turned around. The man's eyes suddenly widened, as if they were about to bulge out, and the flesh on his face kept shaking. He thought of the scene just now, the feeling of being unable to live or die. It was too horrible. He didn't want to experience it again. He quickly called several people. "No, don't. I tell you everything." About 20 minutes later, the man explained everything clearly like a bamboo tube pouring beans. Xiao Kai frowned when he heard it. He didn't expect that there would be an unexpected huge gain. Xiao Kai immediately informed Fong Xian of the news. Fong Xian held his chin with his hand. "I see. Send the person over here." The second brother took out a rope from the trunk of the car, and quickly tied the person up like a dumpling. "Hey, where are you taking me?" The fat white man cried out in fear. "Take you to a good place." The second brother smiled evilly. He stuffed the person into the trunk like a dead pig. 5 days later. After listening to Fong Xian's narration, Instructor Yin frowned. He didn't expect that someone would be so ambitious to covet his base. He killed Xiao Zizi, and then came another guy like this. He must not let him off easily. The head of the Sea City base and the bald technician colluded with each other, and had stolen a lot of core technical information and leaked a lot of intelligence. He had discovered the trick long ago, but he had not yet found the time to investigate. He had been taking care of his grandfather during this period. His grandfather was seriously ill, and his health was not getting better, so he put the matter aside. Old man Yin had been gloriously retired due to health reasons, and his power was taken away by his grandson. The fat white man was still naked, lying on the ground, looking very embarrassed, and no longer looked like the high and mighty person he used to be. He had seen his end, the fear in his eyes kept overflowing, and he kept begging for mercy. "I won't dare to do it next time, please let me go." "It's all that bald guy, it's him, go catch him." Fong Xian looked at the bald fat man, and felt that it was hot to the eyes, so she stood up and said, "You are busy, I'm leaving." Instructor Yin nodded at her. A day later, Instructor Yin wanted to reward Fong Xian. "What reward do you want?" "I can't take this reward. This is not my credit, but my friends. Without them, I can't catch such a big fish. You should give the reward to them." Instructor Yin nodded. Okay, you asked them to come see me. Instructor Yin rewarded Xiao Kai with 20,000 points. When Xiao Kai and his group arrived at the A City base, they were all shocked and excited. This was simply incomparable to the C City base they had seen. Xiao Kai first went to see the two elders and stayed with them for more than 10 days. The purchase of supplies was handed over to others. The group went to the inner area of a city and bought everything they needed, didn't have, and were missing in the base at one time, and spent all the points they were rewarded with. Fong Xian also gave them the 1,000 kilograms of food that he promised. They even ran back and forth twice to transport all the supplies back. Xiao Kai and his friends couldn't stop smiling when they saw so many supplies. It was true that following the eldest sister would definitely not be bad. It can be said that this time it was really a big harvest. Instructor Yin has been dealing with this matter for several days in a row, and sent some people to take over the C City base. With this identity, it will be much easier for Xiao Kai and his friends to exchange supplies at the C City base. The fate of the bald man is self-evident. He was shot directly. Fong Xian also helped the A City base avoid a huge crisis, and strangled the enemy's conspiracy before it was fully implemented. If the bald man had not been vindictive and sent people to assassinate Fong Xian, their plan would not have been exposed early, and Fong Xian would have accidentally hit them. It can be said that both of them regretted it. In the end, this potential catastrophe was completely eliminated, and a city was spared. It also prevented the entire base from falling into turmoil and chaos. Imagine what a city would be like if it fell into the hands of a bloodthirsty thug. It also indirectly saved the lives of many ordinary survivors. After solving the problem of the bald man, Fong Xian's life returned to peace. Chapter 212 Extra. Time flows, days go by, months come and go, and another 3 years have passed. Fong Xian drove the car, driving slowly on the road. From time to time, he would encounter a large crack that the car could not pass through, so he had to turn around and look for another way. After the earthquake, the geological features of each city had changed more or less. As he walked, there was no road ahead, and there was no reference point to refer to. The road was completely unrecognizable, and he could only look at the map and run in one direction, moving slowly forward, and sometimes he would inevitably get lost. But Fong Xian was not impatient. He was in a good mood and walked slowly. Fong Xian drove for more than 10 days, and finally returned to a city. This city has experienced many natural disasters, and has become riddled with holes. It is impossible to tell where is where. There is no one here, and it has become an empty city, a deserted city. The car went around for a long time before finally finding Xiaohe town, and it took a long time to find the address of the second elder's house. The big iron gate at the door only had half of the frame left, and it was still waiting here alone. The original house was already in ruins. Some red bricks could be vaguely seen in the ruins. Tall mutant plants grew on and around the ruins. The mutant plants with strong vitality swayed gently in the breeze, making rustling sounds. Fong Xian stepped on the sand and stones and slowly moved forward. He picked up the hoe and pickaxe and began to clear these mutant plants as tall as a person. The roots were deep and dense, and Fong Xian cleared them one by one like a machine. It took a day to finally clear all the mutant plants in this area. Then she used a shovel to dig one shovel at a time, and finally a grave was formed. Finally, she took out 2 urns from the back seat of the car. When her fingertips gently ran over the patterns on the lids, the coolness penetrated into her palms. She gently wiped off the dust on them. The urns were covered with photos of the 2 elders. They smiled, and seemed to see the land where they once lived. On the 3rd day after Grandma Li passed away, Grandpa Li also passed away quietly. Perhaps for Grandpa Li, only Grandma Li's place was where he wanted to stay. She squatted in front of the pit, and gently placed the urn in the grave. She picked up some leaves blown in by the wind, and cleaned up the small stones in the pit. She sat quietly by the pit, and the setting sun stretched her shadow very long. After an unknown amount of time, Fong Xian slowly stood up and buried the soil bit by bit, and the urn was covered by the soil bit by bit. The cold wind rolled up the leaves on the ground, swirling on the unfilled soil pile, and finally fell on the tombstone. Although the 2 elders never mentioned returning to a city, she knew what the old people were thinking, and they all hoped to return to their roots. To be able to return to the land that gave birth to them. The day before Grandpa Li passed away, he only said 2 words to her, "Thank you." For the thoughtful Grandpa Li, the old man may have discovered the secret of her space long ago, but he never broke the window paper, and always covered it for her. Fong Xian took another look at the grave mound, slowly turned around and disappeared into the dark night. She didn't plan to continue running around, and she planned to stay here in the future. For the rest of her life, she lived alone with a dog. Fong Xian climbed up the mountain again. This mountain had become much smaller, as if a part of it had been swallowed up by the cracks during the earthquake. Fong Xian spent another 2 days to find the foundation she had laid. But the foundation had long since been destroyed, and had turned into a pile of waste soil. Only a few bricks and some broken glass could be vaguely seen. She still planned to live here. So she took out a bulldozer, compacted and flattened the ground, and then she didn't lay any foundations anymore. She just took out the house, and put it on top. Fong Xian did not rest. She removed all the mutant plants in front of the house, sprinkled some black soil, and some flower seeds. The mutant plants she transplanted into the space gradually reduced their mutation characteristics. She guessed that it was related to the special black soil. They became mutant but not completely mutant, as if they were optimized. The energy was more sufficient, and the time for maturity was greatly shortened. It matured in 1 month instead of 2 months before, so she transplanted a lot more into the space. During this time, she kept shuttling back and forth in the mountains, blowing the black soil in the space outside, and then scattering some normal vegetable seeds. After a period of experimentation, the seeds she sowed were also between mutation and incomplete mutation. Although the slight mutation did not grow as well as in the space, it was already very good. In just a few years, the mountain, which originally had not very dense vegetation, has now been renovated and full of vitality. The gradually growing trees, and dense green grass and thorns. Fong Xian released batches of poultry and livestock from the space into the mountains. Let them survive in the mountains, and only the fittest will survive. Even if only a small number of them survive, it is a success. Even bees and sparrows were released. In short, she will continue to release poultry and livestock from the space into the mountains, leaving only a few of each species in the space to reproduce. She firmly believes that it will not take many years for the ecology here to slowly return to normal. Instructor Yin and Xiao Kai and his group would call Fong Xian from time to time, but most of the time, the communicator was left in the villa and not worn on the body. Even if it was worn on the body, the signal in the mountains was not good and it was rarely received. Even if they picked up the phone, they could not hear the intermittent sound. They did not know where Fong Xian had gone, but they would think of her from time to time. The house where she had lived in the base, and the shops in the inner area had always been vacant by Instructor Yin, and they had not rented them to anyone else, as if they were waiting for their owners to come back. Before leaving, Fong Xian cleared all the points in her card, bought an amphibious vehicle, and bought a lot of supplies. And Xiao Kai was also doing well. The base he led was growing stronger and stronger, and it was booming every day. The facilities were becoming more and more complete, and the quality of life was improving. The life of hunger and lack of clothes is gone forever. Later, Yukiki and several of her teammates joined Shukai's small base. Fong Xian was lying lazily on the wooden rocking chair on the second-floor balcony, with a thick blanket covering her legs to isolate her from the cold outside. The breeze blew across her still young face, lifting the broken hair on her forehead, as if time could not bear to leave traces of time on her face. The air was filled with a faint floral scent, lingering at the tip of the nose, making people happy physically and mentally. Looking around, there is a large and gorgeous sea of flowers below, with colorful flowers competing for beauty, and small sparrows and bees flying around in the sea of flowers. On the grass not far away, the dog and the red horse are chasing and playing happily. From time to time, they make a few cheerful calls. It forms a picture full of vitality and peaceful years.